Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 1 Professor, Your Road is Narrow. Xavier Academy for Gifted Boys. Principal's Office. Clarion Daily News. Since Tony Stark admitted that he is Iron Man, in just 1 month, he has destroyed 6 criminal organization bases in a row. Iron Man once became a national idol, and the stock price of Stark Group has skyrocketed. In the past 6 months, the crime rate in Gotham City has been greatly reduced, and the Arkham Asylum is already overcrowded. There are rumors that the Wayne Group may invest in expansion. According to news from frontline reporters, the Metropolitan Metropolis will officially initiate the trial of Superman, but whether Superman will come to the trial is still unknown. Recently, the conflicts caused by Mutant have intensified again, and some members of Parliament proposed to restart the Mutant Registration Act. When Lin opened the door, today's news was playing on the TV. What a messed up world! The corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly, and he walked to Professor X's desk. Lin, are you here? Professor X leaned on the back of the wheelchair, and seemed to be listening to the news intently. When he heard the movement, he turned around. Listen to Orlo, do you want to talk to me? Is there something wrong? In the deep eyes, there is a trace of concern, but also a little curiosity. Lin has been at Xavier School since she was 8 years old, and has been for almost 10 years now. In Professor X's impression, this is a very smart and hard-working young man of Chinese descent, with a calmness and low profile rarely seen among his peers. Although he has been focusing on his studies and seems a bit out of place, he has never caused trouble. This is so rare in Mutant Academy, which is full of teenagers with various problems. So he likes this boy very much. Professor, I want to apply for graduation. Lin sat down without exchanging pleasantries, and straight to the point. If it is said that before, he tried to avoid contact with Professor X, because he was worried about the other party's terrifying spiritual ability, and he could see through his inner secrets. So now, this worry is no longer necessary. Just yesterday, he finally got the buff of spiritual immunity. Yes, Lin is a time traveler. And his awakening ability is to create magic. He's not sure if it's Goldfinger, or a mutation of the X gene. Anyway, since the day he was 8 years old in awakening, he's been able to create a spell every day. And you can choose one of these magics and keep it in your body. Over the years, aside from the repetitive ones, he has obtained hundreds of kinds of magic one after another, covering various categories such as elements, mind, space, and soul, without any shortcomings. But he is not complacent. This world is really terrifying, and he will never go on a wave until he is not sure of his own strength and is strong enough to protect himself. Low-key development is the kingly way. Because of this, almost all the constant magics he chose over the years were passive. Super physique, armor of thorns, armor of rocks. There are countless kinds of defensive magic that are constant, and finally, half a month ago, they were superimposed and integrated into a brand new steel body. Men, it must be hard enough. At the same time, after acclumency, the wall of the mind, the shield of the mind, the will of truth, and so on, his spirit has finally reached the level of psychic immunity. Just yesterday, the palpitations he felt every time he looked at Professor X suddenly disappeared. This undoubtedly means that he has been able to block the mind scan of a top boss like Professor X. I feel a sense of security all of a sudden. That's why today's conversation came about. Are you applying for graduation? Professor X was a little surprised when he heard the words, more puzzled. Don't you want to stay in the academy and join the X-Men? In no mood. Lin shook her head without hesitation. These days, mutants' situation can only be described in one word. That is miserable. Compared with those mutants outside who are persecuted, hunted, and displaced all day long, the students in the academy can live a normal life, and they are taught by the X-Men, undoubtedly living in heaven. So almost every student dreams of becoming a member of X-Men. But that doesn't include Lin. Because he knows very well that whether it is Magneto or Professor X, it will fail in the end. Follow any one of them, and there will be only tragedy in the future. Can you tell me why, Lin? Professor X's tone fluctuated a bit. The students of the academy are all mutant teenagers. Therefore, in terms of teaching, more focus on super ability training, coupled with the fact that there are too few teachers, has resulted in almost no subjects in many subjects, and the theoretical knowledge is quite weak. Therefore, relying on his huge financial resources, he equipped the school with the world's top library. As a top intellectual in the world, he has always been concerned about this aspect. In his opinion, mutants should not only master power, but also master knowledge. Sadly, students are mostly devoted to researching their super abilities. There are too few people who can calm down and study other knowledge seriously. Lin is pretty much the only one. He even mobilized several other students to fully display the Wan King attribute of the boy from the Dragon Kingdom, making the scalps of the other students go numb. Having said that, Professor X is very happy with this phenomenon. So for Lin, he has high hopes. Although Lin's X gene potential is not high, it's just a delta-level mutant, and has no special abilities other than a smarter brain. But if such a talent stays in the academy, it will undoubtedly be a great supplement to the X-Men. Who would have thought that such an outstanding student would apply for graduation and leave the academy? Anyway, Xavier's school doesn't seem to have graduated at all. The reason is simple, Professor. Lin was also very frank, and said directly, because I think X-Men has no future, and teaching your ideas will not lead mutant to survive, and the final result will inevitably perish. Needless to say, this sentence is like a knife, piercing Professor X's heart. Chapter 2 Save the Mutant Project Proposal. In the office, the atmosphere suddenly became weird. Lin's words are too simple and rude. Even the city of Professor X couldn't help but change his face. You don't agree with my ideas? He felt extremely heartbroken that a student who had been teaching for 10 years did not recognize his ideas. At the same time, there was an unspeakable anger. Do you think Magneto is right? Only by eradicating all humans can mutants survive. Definitely not. Lin shook her head. At any time, mutants are only a minority group, and the vast majority of mutants have not ignored the strength of various high-tech weapons. A very small number of top-level mutants cannot directly destroy human beings. So, Magneto can't succeed unless it's powerful enough to sweep everything away. This remark made Professor X a little relieved. But he also became more and more puzzled. Since this is the case, why do you think that I will lead mutant to perish? Lin sighed softly. Definitely what the plot told me. With all due respect, Professor, licking a dog will never be respected, blindly giving will not obtain true friendship. He looked at the old face of Professor X, and said seriously, Professor, you are too flattering and tolerant to human beings. The peace you got in this way is essentially pinning the future of mutant on the goodwill of human beings. This is like a castle in the air, false and dangerous. To be honest, Professor X is an indispensable spiritual leader of the mutant group. But he is definitely not a qualified leader. Our Lady is only one side. More importantly, he has huge amounts of thinking limitations. Perhaps because of being a high-level intellectual, he actually thought that if he showed kindness to human beings, he could gain human friendship. He didn't realize that this was a war at all. Between mutants and humans, between X-Men and Magneto, it's a war. The former is a struggle for the survival rights of two species. The latter is a battle of ideas. Anyone who has read the history of the Dragon Kingdom knows that in these two situations, the blood flowed like rivers of life and death. Victory leads to life. To lose is to perish. How can there be a third result? And what about Professor X? He has defeated Magneto several times before and after, but he has never killed him. Not long ago, he defeated the Mutant Brotherhood, X-Men 1 plot, at the Statue of Liberty, and only handed Magneto to human officials and locked him up. Definitely this can be explained by the fact that he needs the knife of Magneto to make humans feel threatened at all times in order to cherish the friendship of the Dove mutant more. What about Jean Grey? For the students of the Academy, Professor X has always taught them not to be afraid of their super abilities, but to learn to accept, master, and control. But for the Phoenix Force inside Jean Grey, he has never tried it. Instead, it simply and rudely sealed the Phoenix Force. In the end, I squeezed out a phoenix. This is outrageous. False? Dangerous. Professor X doesn't understand the stalks of Oriental culture, nor does he know Lin's inner thoughts. He just frowned, waiting for Lin's further explanation. That's right. Lin nodded. Professor, have you ever thought that even if one day, humans really coexist peacefully with mutants, secretly, those politicians, careerists and chaebol groups, will stop developing weapons against mutants? This is impossible. It's not about good or evil, it's about human nature. Mutant holds powerful power, which makes human beings extremely insecure. No one wants their own life and death to be in the hands of others. So, it's okay if the weapon against mutant can't be developed, once it is developed. It's the day when humans will completely eliminate mutant. And when that time comes, mutants who lack vigilance will only perish faster. These words are resolute, and every word is sonorous. Professor X looked at Lin in surprise. Obviously, he did not expect that such a profound and thorough analysis would come from a student who had never left the academy. Over the years, he has imagined the future of mutant countless times, and he has broken his heart for the mutant group. So he had to admit that what Lin said actually made sense. Even he himself hadn't thought about this possibility. It's just that in the current situation, it is extremely difficult for mutant to even survive. Where does it need to be considered so far away? Lin, you surprised me. Very, very surprised. He took a deep breath, and in a trance, he felt some kind of leader's temperament in this young man who was not yet 18 years old. With this vision alone, all the teachers in the school are far inferior. This student cannot be treated with common sense at all. I heard that you really like spending time in the library. It seems that you have really learned a lot over the years. Looking at Lin's young and determined face, Professor X sighed deeply. As you said, mutants are a minority group after all. If you want to change our living environment, there is a long way to go. The road I have taken, it might not be right. But it is precisely because of this that we need me, the X-Men, and the new generation of mutants like you to work together, isn't it? You are leaving the academy now, are you just giving up and watching mutants' situation getting worse every day? Lin froze for a moment. Then he laughed. Professor, I didn't say to give up. Now that she has traveled to this world and is a mutant, Lin doesn't want to be someone else's prey and live in fear for the rest of her life. As early as when he entered Xavier's school, he had already started his own plan. Just heard a click. He snapped his fingers, and a stack of A4 papers appeared on the desk out of thin air. On the top cover, it was written Save the Mutant Project Proposal. Professor X's gaze trembled violently. Chapter 3 Welcome to the World of Magic. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. I don't know how long it has been. Professor X took a deep breath, looked at Lin, and spoke every word. If my memory isn't messed up, Lin, you are a Delta-level mutant, and you don't have any special abilities other than a higher level of brain development than ordinary people. With one hand, he pointed to the plan that appeared out of nowhere on the table, and with the other hand he rubbed between his brows. So, can you explain, what's going on here? At the moment, he felt a little pain in his head. Because he realized. Today's conversation is definitely not a temporary idea, but premeditated. The student in front of me is guiding and controlling the rhythm of the conversation step by step. Magic, Professor. Lin doesn't hide anything. After 10 years of fighting, she will become a fool if she persists, this is my real ability. How smart is Professor X? After thinking about it, I understood everything. The student in front of him has been hiding his clumsiness since the day he entered Xavier's school. At that time, he was still an 8-year-old child. The most incredible thing is that all the teachers in the academy, including the principal himself, were tricked by him. Magic! Professor X resisted the idea of activating telepathy ability and hacking into Lin's brain to find out, and said, I don't know why you keep hiding your ability, but you took the initiative to expose it today, it must be related to this proposal. Yes, Professor. Lin nods. You are so solemn, it seems that you have premeditated. A meaningful smile emerged from the corner of Professor X's mouth, then tell me, how do you plan to save Mutant? Lin smiled too. He knew that this conversation had reached the most important part. Actually, I think that both Magneto and the Professor made a huge amount of mistake from the very beginning, that is, to distinguish mutant from human groups, and they are clearly distinct. Mutants and ordinary people, why can't they be our own? Facing Professor X's unfathomable eyes, Lin talked with eloquence. As soon as he opened his mouth, his words were astonishing. As early as decades ago, a sage in the East once said that the victory of struggle is to make friends more and enemies less. But now Mutant's situation is that he has no friends, and everyone in the world is enemies. Is the reason for all of this just because of the fear of ordinary people? Just because when the mutant's super ability goes berserk, it may cause casualties? Do not. These are just appearances. The real reason is that we mutants have no right to speak in the world. Hearing the first sentence, Professor X was still a little bit emotional. After all, Lin is young and naive. Mutant and ordinary people become their own? This kind of words can only be said by a young man who has never experienced the world. But listen. Professor X's expression changed. Don't have the right to speak. Yes. Lin's eyes were burning, and she said loudly, because we don't have the right to speak, when mutant is regarded as a freak, we can't argue with it. Because they don't have the right to speak, when mutant was arrested, hunted down, and carried out various inhumane experiments, everyone looked on coldly, and even felt it was justified. Similarly, because they don't have the right to speak, those politicians can easily pass the Mutant Registration Act, or use various methods to deal with mutant. Over time, attacking the mutant group has become an extremely normal thing. This normal is horrible. It not only makes the whole world hostile to mutant, but also makes many mutants feel that they are monsters. They shouldn't exist in this world. Then they give up on themselves. So, before the war with humans has really started, mutant has already lost half of it. As it turns out, this is an angle Professor X never thought of. He was stunned when he heard this, and wanted to refute several times, but found that what Lin said was reasonable, and he almost uncovered the root cause of mutants' tragedy. And Lin hadn't finished speaking. Imagine, Professor, what would it be like if we had the right to speak? Mutant has extraordinary power, why can't it be the evolution of human genes? Why can't it be the grace of God? Why can't it be the sublimation of human civilization? If this trend of thought becomes mainstream, who wouldn't envy mutant? Who would yell at mutant? At that time, I'm afraid those who still reject mutant will be heretics. If Professor X has seen the black-robed pickets, he will definitely regard Lin's words as the most reasonable words. Unfortunately, he didn't see it. But this does not prevent him from yearning for the picture described by Lin. At the moment, the world's top spiritual ability user undoubtedly received huge amounts of mental shock. He stared blankly at Lin. Lin, what kind of books do you read, to think of these? Okay. Lin didn't keep up with the rhythm for a while, and said after a while, Professor, are you interested? I can recommend it to you. He snapped his fingers, and a large stack of books appeared in front of Professor X out of thin air. The top one is Mao Xian. Is the culture of the ancient Eastern country really so broad and profound? Professor X took a breath, then, in your opinion, how can mutants' right to speak be improved? In the world of ordinary people, definitely only money and power are eternal. Lin spread her hands. When we become a world-class consortium, when we control the lifeblood of the global economy, when politicians from various countries are filled with our own people, when the whole world is promoting that mutant genes are the evolution of human beings, and mutants are human beings. God's favorite. At that time, mutant was the undoubted trend of the times. Peace, naturally. As he spoke, he picked up the plan on the table, gently handed it to Professor X, and smiled slightly. Professor, the peace that is in our own hands is the real peace, isn't it? Professor X was silent for a long time. That being said, if he still doesn't understand Lin's true intentions, he can hit the wall. Really? When he took the proposal and turned to the first page, there was the words "Establish the Mutant Consortium." So, you are here, to solicit investment? His expression became uncontrollably weird. A graduate of Xavier's school, who doesn't want to join X-Men, but wants to start a business. I still want to find myself, the principal, to invest in. He never thought about such a thing. At this moment, Professor X looked at Lin, who was harmless to humans and animals, and inexplicably felt a sense of absurdity and confusion. If you start a mutant company, you can become a consortium? Can you control the lifeblood of the world economy? Can you support obedient people in various countries? Politicians. What project is so awesome? Are you too confident in yourself? This is definitely not an ordinary project. Lin knew well about Professor X's doubts, so he smiled and snapped his fingers again. Welcome to the world of magic, Professor. Chapter 4: The First Generation of Oasis, The Excitement of Professor X. A black box appeared out of thin air. The box is not big, about the same as an ordinary computer host. But when he turned on the switch and activated it, the box unexpectedly expanded and became larger, like Autobot shape-shifting. Tens of seconds later, a black cube the size of a container file was suspended in mid-air. What a magical ability! Professor X admired softly, and with his extensive knowledge and experience, he couldn't help asking, "How did you do it?" "It's just a simple traceless stretching spell." Lin didn't get entangled in this aspect, and introduced, "This is my invention, and I named it Oasis. Definitely, it's just the first-generation machine. In simple terms, it is a server that can virtualize a world that does not exist. Through the interface, Lin created a bracelet, a helmet, and a dormant capsule out of thin air, that's all. People can enter this virtual world and experience another life in person. Like a game." Professor X narrowed his eyes slightly. "It's not just a game, I'd rather call it the second world." Lin flicked her fingers slightly, and the bracelet slowly flew in front of Professor X. Professor X pondered for a while, and put it on slowly. Ding! Accompanied by the pleasant start sound, his eyes flashed. The next moment, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. The golden sun shone on his body, giving people a warm and comfortable feeling, but at the same time, a strong gust of wind hit him, making his clothes rattle. The roar sounded overhead. It turned out to be a Boeing airliner flying at high speed. Farther away, flocks of birds passed by, and every chirp could be heard clearly. Professor X's complexion suddenly changed. He is actually in the sky at this moment. There is a huge contract city under your feet. And the most important thing is that he is not sitting in a wheelchair, but is standing on a cloud like walking on flat ground. Is this a virtual world? It's so real. A sense of confusion and absurdity that has never been felt before surged out from the bottom of my heart. Reality? Or unreal? With his powerful mental ability, he couldn't tell clearly for a while, so that he froze on the spot, and didn't even notice Lin's sudden appearance. Slap! There was a snap of fingers again, and the rain fell. The cool touch brought Professor X back to his senses. He raised his wrist and stared at the bracelet on it. This thing can pull people's brain waves. He murmured incredulously, then turned to Lin. His expression could no longer be calm. Lin, you actually have such a real holographic simulation technology. It's magic, Professor. Lin shook her head. More precisely, it's a combination of magic and technology. He picked up his bracelet, and took out a chip like a mobile phone card. Whether it's a bracelet, a helmet, or a game cabin, it's just an appearance, and this is what really works. The chip of the file size of the fingernail is full of various magic lines. This is the result of his 10 years of preparation. Crazy learning all kinds of knowledge in this world, AR technology, artificial intelligence, computer, holographic simulation. Finally developed a comprehensive virtual space technology. Combined with flow network, memory magic, legilimency, projection magic, mirror space and other magic, this almost real second world was created. Unbelievable. Professor X tried to move around, but managed to take 2 steps, almost weeping with joy. God knows how long it has been since he walked on his legs. Professor, let's go down for a walk. Seeing this, Lin snapped her fingers. The next moment, the whole world quickly approached, and when Professor X realized it, the two had already appeared on 5th Avenue in Twist City. There is a lot of traffic, and the flow of people is like a waterfall. Everything is the same as the real thing. Lin, you are a genius. Professor X sighed once again, and his evaluation of Lin in his heart was soaring. I have no doubt that once Oasis is released, it will become popular all over the world in a very short period of time, and you will become the richest person on Earth. 1. Making money is only one aspect, influence is the key. Lin is confident about this. More importantly, it can change the public's perception of mutant. Another snap of the fingers, the surrounding light and shadow changed again. A beautiful blue planet appeared in sight. That's Earth. The two actually appeared on the moon. He's still wearing a spacesuit. Professor X clearly felt the changes in gravity and the environment, and wondered, how to change? It's very simple, let everyone become the owner of the super ability. A strange smile appeared on Lin's face. After entering the second world, the player will automatically get an ability, enter various dungeons to complete the task, and then the ability can be improved and transformed into various super abilities. Following his explanation, light curtains passed in front of Professor X. That is a copy. Action type Devil May Cry, Prince of Persia, Assassin's Creed. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Overwatch. Sci-Fi StarCraft, Avatar, Halo. Alien Monsters, Godzilla, Monster Hunting. Lord of the Rings, World of Warcraft, Pirates of the Caribbean. Fighting Street Fighter, King of Fighters. Definitely, there will be many copies of classic horror like The Shining, The Grudge, etc. There are also Kung Fu type Huang Fihung and Xiangxia type, a Chinese ghost story specially designed for Eastern players. There are no fewer than hundreds of densely packed copies, and Professor X's scalp is numb. Although many have hints of insufficient development, obviously there is only a framework, and there is no content to fill the copy, but it also fully demonstrates that Lin is fully prepared. He even prepared a lot of leisure copies of various NBA, FIFA, Beach, Seabed, etc. for those players who like leisure. No wonder he called Oasis the second world. A completely real, yet extraordinary experience of the second world. There are so many games in this world. In the past, players could only watch their characters flying into the sky and killing all directions, but in the second world, they can experience it for themselves. Lin is very satisfied with Professor X's expression, although in reality, they are still just ordinary people, but as long as they want, they can experience the extraordinary in the second world at any time, become extraordinary. By that time, will their attitude towards mutant change? Professor X was too shocked to speak. Lin randomly clicked a copy. Dungeon of World of Warcraft, Enter. Accompanied by a burst of light and shadow changes, the next moment, the two of them appeared in a vast world. In the forest below, a dense army of orcs rushed out of the canyon, shouting for the horde, while on the opposite side of them, the human coalition army was waiting in full force, with various skills and magic lights shining endlessly. Don't human beings hate those ugly mutants, so let them become orcs in the second world. After a long time, the professor thinks, will they care more about powerful strength or ugly appearance? Lin's voice seemed to ring directly in the soul. Professor X's mind shook violently. He is the top psychologist in the world, but at this moment he suddenly realizes that his grasp of human nature is not as good as that of the young student beside him. A game, it is definitely impossible for ordinary people to recognize mutant. But this game is so real. Real and personal experience is no different. Who can say no to such an experience? When those players become extraordinary in the second world and feel the power of super abilities, even if they return to the real world and become ordinary people again, their attitudes towards mutant will inevitably undergo huge amounts of changes. Professor X can even predict that there will be countless players addicted to the second world and unwilling to go out. So, what Lin envisioned? Through the establishment of the Mutant Consortium, infiltrate the human world, control the right to speak, and then change the living environment of mutant. Most likely. With this in mind, Professor X made a rare gaffe. He turned around abruptly, grabbed Lin's shoulder, his eyes that were usually calm, trembled uncontrollably at this moment. Say, Lin, how much do you need? Chapter 5 Startup Capital of 100 million. Burning Man's Displeasure. Lin was in the principal's office for over 2 hours. After coming out, he went straight to the big playground of the college. Pass the ball. Oh, it was agreed not to use ability. You are cheating. A group of junior boys are playing basketball. In the open space in the distance, several middle and senior students were discussing super abilities. There are figures sitting on the benches by the forest, including those who read quietly, and there are also young men and women with excess hormone secretion, making love to each other. From Lin's point of view, it was a peaceful scene. Xavier's school is indeed a paradise for mutant. It is a pity that such quiet and peaceful days are running out. There are too few mutants with a sense of crisis. Lin sighed softly. He turned his gaze and landed on two figures not far away, sitting on a chair quietly reading a book. Katie, Qianhuan, it's time to pack up. The two figures raised their heads almost at the same time, revealing two beautiful faces with their own characteristics. It was Lin's only two friends in the academy. One is Katie Pride, aka Shadowcat. Ability is to pass through objects. And the other is a female mutant who is not well known in X-Men, named Jubilation Lee. Her ability is to create various energy balls and explode, which she calls firework. In the movie, it belongs to the role of playing soy sauce. Because they are both of Chinese descent, Lin became good friends with her soon after entering the college. Jubilation Lee's parents are both PhDs, typical representatives of intellectual immigrants, who were killed by accident. Therefore, compared with those students of the same age in the college who were rebellious in youth, she knows the truth that knowledge can change destiny. In college, she was already more diligent than the average person. Later, under the influence of Lin, I redoubled my efforts. In addition, Lin often uses memory magic to improve her learning efficiency. The current Jubilation Lee is completely different from the movie. Not only does he control his own abilities far better than other students, but he is also quite accomplished in mechanical engineering and artificial intelligence. As for Shadowcat Katie, she was originally a computer genius, fighting genius, and language genius, comic setting, and with the help of Lin's magic, her growth rate is beyond imagination. Oasis can be developed, and the two daughters also contributed. Lin. When the second girl heard the voice, she immediately put down her book and ran to Lin. Katie's face was filled with excitement. Are we leaving the academy? Jubilation Lee asked curiously, how much did Charles give? Not much, just 100 million. Lin smiled, after all, I'm an old man. I lack drive and courage. I still want to be more cautious. Let's see our results first. 100 million is less. Both Katie and Jubilation Lee were shocked. Neither of them had ever seen so much money in their dreams. How many people in this world have a startup capital of 100 million for the first time? Charles is simply too bold. Don't open your mouth so wide, it will make people fantasize. Lin made a joke. I didn't think much of it before, but now that the investment has been settled, and I'm in a good mood, I look at Katie and Jubilation Lee again, and I suddenly realize. The two little friends have grown up without knowing it. Although she is not considered a peerless beauty, she has a graceful figure, with a thin waist and round buttocks, and her chest has begun to take shape. Shaking her head, Lin's expression changed. Hurry up and pack your things, the recruitment is over, and we're leaving. Recruitment. The two women looked at each other, their faces flushed a little. Besides the two of us, you still want to recruit in the academy? Charles agrees. Lin nods. In such a huge college, with hundreds of students, how many talents can we pick out? Different from what was shown in the movie, Xavier's school has not a small number of students. Apart from the junior boys, there are about 30 mutants who have grown up or are close to grown up. This is also considered normal. Professor X has been setting up the academy for decades, and has been helping mutants from all over the world. If there are only a few students in the movie, it would be a failure. Katie was about to speak. The voice of Professor X suddenly rang in my ears. All students over the age of 18, please arrive at the big playground within 5 minutes, Mr. Lin will conduct selection and recruitment here. Mr. Lin? Who? All over the college, the moment a group of students heard the voice, they were a little dazed, and then they reacted. Then Kikai was shocked. Why is Charles's tone a little polite? Is this the attitude towards the students? Wow, it seems that our library trio has suddenly gained the principal's attention. Several adult mutants who were discussing on the other side came over immediately, and one of them looked at Lin and said casually, Lin, sir? What did you do to the principal? Could it be that you memorized it in his office? Books for a day. The crowd burst into laughter. Idiot! Did he think he was being funny? When Katie and Jubilation Lee heard the voice, their faces sank slightly. Lin didn't need to look to know that the person talking was Fireman John, the kind of bullying character that often appears on American campuses, tall, with outstanding ability, and feels good about himself. He is an alpha-level mutant, and his ability is to manipulate flames, but he cannot create flames. There are 6 kinds of mutant, namely Omega, the strongest, Alpha, the ability is strong and controllable, Beta, the ability is strong but uncontrollable, Gamma, the ability is strong but has major flaws, Delta, the most common and common, Epsilon, the monster is not strong yet. This classification can basically be roughly equal to potential. As we all know, potential and strength are never the same thing. For example, Iceman is a genuine Omega-level mutant, but after staying in the academy for many years, the level of ability development is actually not as good as that of the Alpha-level Pyroman. In terms of combat power, the current Iceman is only level 2. Burning John, on the other hand, has reached level 3. Wolverine, before transformation, and Storm are only 3 levels. Professor X is only 4 levels. So it is conceivable that Fireman John, who has outstanding abilities and a high degree of ability development, feels good about himself, which is not surprising at all. He can't even look up to Iceman, let alone just a Delta-level Lin. It's just that he doesn't know. In Lin's eyes, he is not even a soy saucer. This kind of naive guy who advocates brute force and has no brains at all, once he leaves the protection of Professor X, he will die faster than anyone else. John, my time is precious, so don't join in the fun. Lin was not polite at all, and his eyes were always on the other mutants rushing in all directions. John's face changed suddenly. Chapter 6 Assessment in the Dream. Talented. Not long after, all the lower grade students left. The playground was full of senior mutants who were about to graduate. All eyes were on Lin. What's going on? Why did the principal suddenly ask us to gather? Recruitment? What recruitment? Could it be the selection of X-Men? Can we join the X-Men and do missions like the teachers? If that's the case, how could it be Lin who chooses? Where are the teachers? While whispering, there was a thunderclap in the sky. I saw a black-clothed and white-haired figure galloping along with a gust of wind, and in an instant, it landed in front of everyone. Teacher Orlo! Everyone exclaimed. Envy and reverence appeared in the eyes of many people. It is Storm. After she landed, she gave Lin a very strange look in her eyes. Then he scanned the audience. This is not the selection of the X-Men, but Lin is going to perform a secret mission. The principal asked him to select a few teammates among you. Secret mission? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and after realizing it, they were all eager to try. In their view, being able to carry out Principal Charles's secret mission at this time will definitely be a huge bonus when the X-Men actually start selection in the future. Even Fireman John's eyes showed excitement. Lin, pick me. And I. Someone looked at Lin eagerly on the spot, and recommended himself. Lin smiled slightly. These people can be regarded as nodding acquaintances with him. Although they are not as familiar as Katie and Jubilation Lee, they will greet each other when they meet on weekdays. If you were someone else, you might choose someone you are familiar with. But Lin won't. Entrepreneurial teams need reliable members. Therefore, he values character, IQ, and obedience more than super ability. People like Pyro John were ruled out early on. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin looked around at everyone and said calmly, except for Katie and Qian Huan, those who got a B evaluation in the exam last night in the dream stood up, and everyone else can go. How do you know I dreamed about the exam last night? How do you know? Almost the same doubts surfaced on the faces of several people. Before they finished speaking, these people were all stunned. Are you dreaming too? You took the exam too. What did you test for? I don't remember clearly, it seems to be survival at the end of the day. Humans wiped out the mutants with a new type of weapon, and the remaining mutants are hiding in a secret base, and we are the last soldiers, accepting the test of the instructor. The content of the assessment is to leave the base, be surrounded by enemies, and struggle to survive. Shit! Damn it! Voices sounded one after another, and everyone was stunned to find out that they had exactly the same dream last night. The only difference is that the results of the assessment are different. Assessment in a dream. Storm was also stunned, and immediately looked at Lin, his eyes full of disbelief. Although the professor has told her that Lin has been hiding her true ability, she can't believe that Lin can control more than 30 mutant dreams at the same time. Regardless of the strength of the ability. Rather, this is right under Charles's nose. Storm is very clear. At least before this morning, Charles did not show any unusual importance to Lin, that is to say, what happened last night, Charles did not know. That is the world's top spiritual ability. How can that be? Lin entered the principal's office for 2 hours, what happened? He obviously discussed something with Principal Charles just now, but last night, these students were assessed in their dreams. What does this mean? This young student has long expected this scene. He decided that the principal would let him agree to his request. Thinking of this, Storm gasped. It is also her student. Lin is calm, and secretive, but the students in front of her are a mess of surprise. This made her suddenly feel helpless. She couldn't help shouting, "Quiet!" Thunder rang in the sky. Everyone's scalps went numb for a while, and their bodies seemed to be surrounded by static electricity. They quickly put their minds away and looked at Storm. According to what Lin said, those who get a rating of B or above stand up. They looked at each other in blank dismay. A figure came out one after another. Iceman Poppy, Colossus Peter, Sunspot Roberto. The Mimic Carl, the Shapeshifter Kevin. Lucas Bishop who can energy absorbing, Petra who can manipulate the earth and earth. There are 7 in total. It's all future X-Men, the elite of mutant. This is actually quite normal. Although Professor X is a saint, he is deeply influenced by the idea of elite education. Among the students rescued by Xavier's school, most of them have potential. None of the Epsilon class mutants with weak abilities and major flaws. This is why those ugly and weird-looking mutants basically follow Magneto. From this perspective, Xavier's school is full of talents. Bobby, Peter. Storm watched Iceman and Colossus walk out one by one. A smile appeared on his face, but immediately became nervous. She quickly looked at Lin. Lin, 7 of them, you can't take them all. Joke. X-Men also needs to add members. The 7 most outstanding students have been taken away by Lin. What should they do? She knew that if these people left, they might not be able to come back. Don't worry, Teacher Orlo, I have a sense of proportion. Lin smiled, and looked at Colossus and the others. I never like to force others. Whether I accept this task or not is entirely up to voluntary. If you want to go, go back to the dormitory and pack your things. If you don't want to go, you can leave now. Chapter 7 You don't know anything about flames. The 7 looked at Lin with strange faces. They still don't know how Lin passed the exam in his dream. He has been a classmate for many years. Who doesn't know that Lin has no super abilities at all besides studying well? Could it be Charles? With this idea in mind, Colossus, who is honest and familiar with Lin, nodded without hesitation. Since it is a task assigned by the professor, I will go. Bobby glanced at the little rascal in the crowd and asked, how long will this mission take? Lin had a half smile. He is quite interested in Iceman Bobby. After all, he is an Omega-level mutant, and his performance in the movie is also remarkable. But for the little naughty, he didn't like it very much. This woman was precarious and persecuted outside, and finally came to Xavier's school. She didn't want to study hard and try to control her super ability. Hormone attacks, it also depends on the time. Sure enough, in the middle of the night last night, Lin used psychic magic to enter the dreams of these people, and when they were tested in their dreams, the little rascal was the first to be eliminated. Perhaps, she will improve in the future and become a qualified X-Men. But now, in Lin's eyes, this woman has nothing but good looks. The thought flashed in her mind, and Lin said honestly, it's not a dangerous task. If you want to come back, you can ask for leave at any time, but keep it secret. Then I'll go. Iceman immediately breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Seeing that both of them agreed, Sunspot Roberto also shrugged, if that's the case, then count me in as well. Storm tensed up. Lin looked at Kevin the shapeshifter again. There is no doubt that this shape-shifting ability similar to Mystique can play unexpected roles in many cases. Not to mention, the shape-shifting man Kevin also has a certain amount of telepathy ability. It was these 2 abilities that allowed him to successfully pass the dream test. Lin is still looking forward to him. But unfortunately, this guy is standing next to Burning Man John. Not only him, the mimics Carl Wen, Lucas Bishop and Petra are also part of this small group. It was them just now, discussing super abilities on the other side of the playground. Birds of a feather flock together. Burning Man John is a popular figure among the students, and other outstanding students are naturally willing to form a circle around him. This is a typical brotherhood culture on an American campus. Not even in Mutant Academy. Sorry, if this task is not mandatory, I'm not interested. Sure enough, shape-shifting man Kevin refused without the slightest hesitation. Carl Wen and Petra looked at each other, and also chose to shake their heads. Lucas Bishop seemed a little moved, but he glanced at the fireman John in the crowd, and he remained silent and did not respond. Okay. Lin was not reluctant, and said to Iceman, Colossus, and Roberto, you have half an hour. After half an hour, gather at the gate of the academy. Turn around and leave after speaking. Katie and Jubilation Lee followed. Is this the end? Storm froze. Lin today has huge amounts of difference from before. It seems that he no longer keeps a low profile, and his whole person has obviously become sharp, and he does things vigorously, with an unquestionable domineering. In a way, this is somewhat similar to another person. Magneto. Charles, do you even know what you're doing? There are too many questions in his stomach. Storm is going to disperse the students first, and then go to the principal's office to ask Professor X for clarification. But at the moment, Fireman John suddenly shouted angrily, Mr. Orlo, this selection is unfair. Storm turned his head in surprise. Where is it unfair? Why didn't I dream last night and didn't take part in the assessment? Burning Man John stood up and stared at Lin fiercely, obviously holding back for a long time. If even Bobby can get a B evaluation, I can at least get an A, why can't I be selected? He didn't really want to join the mission. Just ignoring Lin, extremely upset. You. Iceman paled. Just about to speak, Lin stopped in her tracks. I told you just now, don't waste my time, don't you understand such obvious words? He turned his head, and his calm eyes fell on John the Burning Man. Actually, you were not in the selection range at all in the dream test last night. Where did you get the A rating? You. Pyro John's face flushed instantly. It never occurred to him that he didn't have a dream, not because he was missed out, but because Lin didn't like him at all. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, this is undoubtedly a naked humiliation. What a young man! John's mentality exploded on the spot. Dazed with anger, he actually took out the lighter he carried with him from his pocket. Dare to underestimate me, I will make you pay the price. With a bang, the lighter starts. At the same time, John Pyro just waved his hand, and the flame of the lighter exploded into a raging flame, roaring towards Lin. Everyone was taken aback. John, you're crazy. Storm's complexion changed drastically, and he subconsciously wanted to summon the gust of wind. But before she could make a move, there was a sound of snapping fingers, and then, a force field appeared out of thin air, pushing her and other students flying backwards, and landed 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. This is... Storm trembled, subconsciously looking at Lin. Sure enough, Lin was the only one left in place, aside from Burning John's group. Facing the terrifying flames that were raging, the corners of his mouth opened slightly, revealing an undisguised sarcasm. That's right. That is undoubtedly a mockery. You don't know anything about fire. Chapter 8 Desperately Powerful. Accompanied by a calm but proud voice, Lin lifted her right hand up, as if she was catching the raging flames from the air. Then, the flame wave really stopped. Do not. Not just stopped. In less than a second, the blazing flame disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, pouring into Lin's palm like a long whale sucking water. Second ring magic flame absorption. This is impossible. Before Pyro John could react, Lin was already shooting with his fingers. Fireballs the size of basketballs suddenly shot out in the void, shooting out like continuous cannonballs. 3-ring magic serial fireball. For a mage, not being able to fireball is unforgivable, and there is no doubt that Lin's mastery of fireball is enough to make Fireman John, a 3rd-level mutant, despair. More than 10 fireballs arrived in no time, appearing in front of John the fireman in the blink of an eye. Careful! In the blink of an eye, Lucas Bishop on the side jumped out suddenly, his hands superimposed like a shield. The first fireball hit him head-on, but it didn't cause any damage, but was absorbed by him. His ability is to absorb various energies, and flame is naturally one of them. What he didn't expect was that Lin seemed to have expected this. The second fireball suddenly compressed violently, and the moment it hit his body, the flame energy that erupted from it was more than 10 times stronger than the first one. With his current strength, how could he absorb so much energy at once? Shit! With a loud cry, Bishop instantly turned into a burning man and was thrown away. 3-ring magic pyroblast. At this moment, Lin showed a palpitating magical control, and the heat wave sent Bishop flying far away, but it didn't affect the others behind him in the slightest. Not even a little shockwave. John the Burning Man had only just reacted. The third fireball is already close at hand. Don't stand still, John! The shapeshifter Kevin screamed in horror, activated his psychic ability, and wanted to invade Lin's brain, but he only felt that he hit an extremely hard wall, and there was a sharp noise in his mind, and there were stars in front of him. The third fireball stretched out at the same time, turned into a long whip, tied it up, and flicked it lightly. Fire modeling magic, flame whip. Still 3 rings. Another figure flew away. Fireman John finally came to his senses, and hurriedly told everyone around him to dodge. Lin didn't give them a chance, however. The fourth fireball swelled against the wind, and instantly turned into a flaming titan more than 3 meters high. The fire fist carried the force of wind and thunder, and blasted a big man with a super-hardened ability into the air on the spot. 3 rings elemental burning man. At the same time, the fifth fireball stretched quietly, and when it turned into a flame hammer, it smashed the suddenly appearing light shield into pieces. The owner of the light shield immediately followed in the footsteps of Bishop and the others. Fire modeling magic, fire hammer. On the other side, under Petra's horrified gaze, the sixth fireball rapidly compressed, becoming flat like a wheel, and then split apart, turning into 1, 2, 3, 4, a total of 7 flaming blades. 3 rings flame blade. What level of mutant is this guy? As if in a dream, Petra activated the ability subconsciously, and when she heard a boom, countless earth and rocks suddenly surged from the ground, like a stone pillar, quickly supporting her. Aggressive. The 7 flaming blades cut all the stone pillars. They were obviously flames, but they turned out to be like sharp blades, cutting the stone pillars into pieces in the blink of an eye. Before Petra had time to feel fear, a strange hiss suddenly sounded from the broken and collapsed stone pillar below. Immediately after, a coquettish giant snake made entirely of flames jumped out from the gap between the stone pillars, wrapping her tightly in an instant. The terrifying heat wave hit her face, and Petra felt like her body was melting. 4 rings lava serpent. While Petra was being dealt with, John the Burning Man was left with the mimetic Carl Wen alone. Things happened so fast. Before he could even say a word, Lin's 7th fireball appeared in front of him. Humph! Although Carl's text is not disturbed, the mimicry ability seems ordinary, but it can simulate the super ability of other people within a certain range around him. Headmaster Charles, Cyclops, and others who are far away in the office, he definitely can't count on them. But at the moment, Mr. Storm Orlo, it's on the playground. Mimicry, activate. In an instant, Carl Wen only felt the power of a storm pouring into his body. Facing the menacing fireball, he subconsciously thought of water. He definitely couldn't control the weather like storm, but with a thunderclap, there was still a gust of wind and heavy rain covering him. However, before he had time to be happy, the scene in front of him made him feel like he was struck by lightning. The fireball suddenly turned blue, but it didn't go out. Not only did it not go out, it didn't even respond to being poured by rain. This is no ordinary fire. Awareness of this obviously does not help one's own situation. Immediately afterwards, Carl Wen could only watch helplessly as the blue fireball split into 2, and one half blasted himself away. But the other half spread wildly like a gas stove, firmly blocking the storm that was rushing over from the other side. Lin, just teach me a lesson. John and the others are not malicious. Storm stood in the air, surrounded by gusts of wind and lightning, looking at the blue flames in front of him, with a strong look of fear in his eyes. 4 rings fierce fire curse. Lin turned a deaf ear, and pressed his right hand in the air, and the remaining 7 or 8 fireballs suddenly accelerated, and they all smashed towards John the fireman. In front of these fireballs, his dodging speed is not worth mentioning. The sound of bang 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 resounded throughout the academy. Before Pyro John could react, the ground around him exploded at the same time, and the soil was poured down with the heat wave, making him ashamed. His face was pale, and his whole body was surrounded by flames. The flames burned more and more intensely, and in just a few seconds, they spread over half of the playground. Immediately afterwards, there was a hula. The wind suddenly picked up. The fire took advantage of the wind, and the wind assisted the fire, and the flaming sea of flames stirred up quickly, forming a careful flame tornado. 4 rings flame storm. Being in the very center of the storm, the fear in John Burning Man's heart had reached its peak, and all this seemed to him a sudden and terrible nightmare. He was completely dazed, watching the flame storm destroy his body, but disappeared suddenly at the moment of attacking his body, and then turned into a giant 9-headed snake that was bigger than the lava snake demon, and he was crushed layer by layer. Haunt. 5 rings Hydra. 9 huge flaming snake heads were condescendingly staring at John the Burning Man. Those eyes seemed to have human intelligence. There was an undisguised sarcasm in it. As Lin said 10 seconds ago. You don't know anything about fire. Yes. This scene is a long story, but from John the Burning Man's violent attack to Lin's outrageous attack, it was actually like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves, and it lasted only 10 seconds. Lin didn't play hard at all. Under his exquisite control, Pyro John and others did not suffer much damage. But even so, this scene is enough to be imprinted in the souls of everyone present, and will never be forgotten. All eyes are on Lin, and there is only one feeling in my heart. It turns out, he is so strong. It's so strong that it makes people desperate. Chapter 9 The rock rises with the same wind in one day. Thunderclouds filled the sky. Flames blazed across the playground. This scene, if viewed from a distance, must be an extremely stunning landscape painting. It's just that the people in the painting don't feel wonderful. You and I. Pyro John's eyes were blank, his body was trembling uncontrollably, all his clothes and hair had disappeared, and his whole body seemed to be collapsing. Seeing this scene, Storm quickly shouted, Lin, if you don't stop, I'm going to find Principal Charles. Teacher Orlo, I have told you to rest assured that I have my own measure. Lin gave her a speechless look. Finger snapping sounded again. The next moment, under Storm's ghost-like gaze, the gigantic hydra dissipated like a bubble, and the blazing flames on the ground, as well as other traces of flame magic, seemed to be blown away by the wind. Scars, as if they never appeared. Then, as if there was a mysterious wind of power sweeping past, on the devastated ground, the exploding soil automatically filled the big hole. The scorched blackness after the flame attack returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The collapsed stone pillars created by Petra recondensed little by little, and fell to the ground. The almost melted basketball hoop is as good as new. On the huge playground, everything is recovering. Yes. Recover. Storm froze. Even in the battle just now, Lin's terrifying strength didn't make her lose her composure like this, but at the moment, looking at the scene in her sight, she felt an indescribable sense of confusion. What is this? Turn back time? But isn't Lin a fire mutant? Could it be that the storm-like flame attacks just now were all hallucinations? How much strength is this guy hiding? At this moment, one question after another emerged in Storm's heart, and in her ears, various exclamations have been heard one after another. Lin, so amazing! It turns out that he also has super abilities. I always thought that he really has a smarter brain. It's also a fire super ability. Why is he so much stronger than John? John is in front of him, and he has no power to fight back. It's not just John, there are so many of them, Bishop, they didn't survive a round together. No wonder the professor asked Lin to lead the team on this mission. Oh, why didn't I pass the test? Bishop and the others must regret it now. The whispers on the edge of the playground did not affect Lin's spell casting. 4 rings of magic recovery. After a while, the magic effect ends. On the huge playground, except for the clothes that disappeared from burning John's body, there was no trace of any battle. Even Bishop, Petra, and others still had their clothes on. The experience just now was like a dream to them. But, everyone knows it's true. The mimic Carl Wen, the shapeshifter Kevin, Bishop, and Petra looked at each other, and suddenly realized that they had made an absolutely wrong choice before. Lin. The 4 subconsciously wanted to talk back. Lin had already turned and left. Bobby, Peter, Roberto, what are you 3 still doing there? Didn't you see that Katie and Qian Huan have already returned to the dormitory to pack their luggage? The still calm voice came to the ears of the 3 of Colossus again at this moment. Naturally, there was a touch of majesty. The 3 of them were shocked almost at the same time, looked at each other, and then rushed towards the dormitory. Iceman didn't even care about the little rascals. Seeing this scene, why doesn't Storm understand? This is what Lin wants. This student has kept a low profile for 10 years, but now he shows his sharpness and is ready to do something big. Naturally, it is necessary to stand up. Poor Pyro John, a target that just happened to come his way. It's even possible that John didn't send it by himself at all, otherwise, no matter how young and energetic he is, how could he be so stupid as to attack Lin in full view? God knows if there is Lin's influence in this. Thinking of this, Storm collected his mind and walked slowly in front of Burning John. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Pyro John was silent for a while. It took a long time before he raised his head. He stared blankly at Storm, and gradually, anger appeared on his face again. Teacher Orlo, why didn't I get hurt? How did I not get hurt? How could I not be injured? After asking 3 times in a row, Storm was speechless. She knew in her heart that John Pyro knew the answer. That's why he's angry. Lin clearly has the power to crush him, but the massive attack just now only frightened him. This undoubtedly means that he has never been looked down upon by Lin. Those provocations are meaningless. How sad is this? Go back and sleep. Storm didn't know what to say, so he could only pat John on the shoulder and comforted him, just sleep and everything will pass. When she said this, she was already planning to go to Professor X and modify Burning John's memory. What Storm didn't know was that Professor X saw every detail of what happened on the playground. Not even just Professor X. Jean Grey, Wolverine Logan, Cyclops are all in the principal's office too. What a powerful fire ability! Exquisite control! Cyclops spoke first, with a look of surprise on his face. Professor, is this the magic you are talking about? What Lin has been hiding is the ability of this fire magic. Do not. Professor X shook his head. In my office, he also showed a traceless stretching spell, which seems to be able to expand the internal space of objects. And now, he has shown a kind of restoration magic. Jean Grey took the conversation, with some doubts and puzzlement in her eyes. So, what is his magic all about, Professor? You didn't ask him. No. Professor X honestly shook his head. Cyclops and Jean Grey looked at each other. Why? There was a sudden silence in the office. I don't know how long it took before Professor X's voice sounded again. I'm not afraid of your jokes. In the last few minutes of my conversation with Lin, I still couldn't hold back and wanted to probe his brain. As soon as these words came out, the 3 of Cyclops were all startled. Then there was a trace of horror. Because Professor X added another sentence, but I failed. His mind has an extremely solid barrier, even if I activate all the abilities, I may not be able to break through it. How can that be? Jean Grey said incredulously. As a student of Professor X, she also possesses the spiritual ability. She is far more aware of the power of Professor X's spiritual ability than anyone else in the world. Except for Magneto, who has a brainwave shield, no one can completely block the professor's mind intrusion. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Lin, is it possible? Because of this, I didn't ask him anything about his own ability. Professor X sighed softly. Lin is a genius, a hidden genius. If he is willing to tell us, even if we don't ask, he will tell it himself. Jean Grey frowned slightly. She definitely understood the meaning of Professor X's words. From the moment Professor X was unable to spy on Lin's brain, the relationship between the two parties was no longer purely a teacher-student relationship, and more like a partner. Charles, I've never seen you so passive. Wolverine Logan picked up the project proposal on the table, and said slowly, you're not afraid of him, it's another Magneto? The means he showed just now are much more ruthless than you. He didn't really play hard, did he? Professor X shook his head with a smile, his wise eyes seemed to see through everything. He needs leeway, on the one hand to make Bobby and the others more obedient, on the other hand, to show his strength in front of us and give us confidence. Logan, as you'll see later, this student is very methodical. Oriental people say that after 3 years of silence, one blockbuster will become a big hit, and there is a poem of the great rock rises with the same wind in one day and soars to 90,000 miles. Lin has prepared for 10 years, and now he is finally out of the mountain. No one or anything can stop him. Let's just wait and see. In the office, it fell into silence again. After a long time. Only then did Wolverine complain. Charles, when did you become interested in Oriental culture? Have you started studying ancient Oriental poetry? Professor X. Chapter 10 X Fund. Is this also called lack of courage? Half an hour later. Lin appeared at the gate of the academy. He's carrying a box in his hand, just like Newt's in Fantastic Beasts. The space inside the box has been enlarged countless times by the untraceable stretching curse, but it is not used to house magical animals, but is filled with various experimental equipment of the first-generation machine of Oasis. Speaking of which, today's magic hasn't arrived yet. While bored, Lin's thoughts moved slightly. Ding! Obtain the 5-ring magic true mirror image. P.S. It's actually just a sign-in. It's just a new rule on the website, and book recommendations without a system are more important, so the system has been removed, and everyone knows it. Sure enough. After the thought is clear, even the character has improved. Lin smiled with satisfaction. The stronger one's own strength is, the stronger the magic created from memory will be. According to Mutant's strength, he divided his magic into different categories. The power of the 4-ring magic is about equal to the super ability of the 4th level mutant. The 5-ring magic law is equivalent to the 5th level mutant. This real mirror image magic doesn't seem to have much power, but it can duplicate a completely real mirror image duplication. The strength is exactly the same as the deity, and there are many spells proficient in it. This is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. 2 Lins, they can easily sweep Xavier's school. Although this mirror image can only last for half an hour, the magic level can be improved. 6 rings true mirror image can duplicate 2 mirror images. 7 rings can copy 3. 8 rings. One person is an army. Lin is in a great mood to acquire a new powerful spell. He has officially stepped into the realm of the great magician of the 5 rings. Although most of the spells mastered now are 4-ring magic, there are not many 5-ring magic, only a few such as Hydra and True Mirror Art. But in the face of quasi-level 5 mutants like Professor X and Magneto, he is completely worthy. In particular, the two constant passive magics steel body and spiritual immunity on his body have reached an astonishing 7 rings. In a word, it is meat. Meat in both physical and spiritual senses. The ultimate romance of Faye is to become an unshakable mobile fortress, and this is also Lin's positioning for herself. Just thinking about it, Shadowcut and Jubilation Li came hand in hand. The two girls didn't even have a suitcase at all, but each had a beautiful beaded bag hanging on their waists. No need to ask, they have all been modified by Lin with the traceless stretching spell. So, when Poppy Iceman, Colossus, and Sunspot Roberto, the fireman at the beginning of Reverse the Future, finally arrived with big bags on their backs. The scene was inexplicably a little awkward. Lin, you said earlier that we had to ask for leave in advance when we were going back to college. I thought we were going to be out for a long time. While looking at each other, it was Iceman who spoke up and said with a sarcastic smile. You are right. In a short time, we will not return to the academy. Lin didn't feel anything, just greeted her and was ready to go. Colossus looked blank. How do we go? There is no car here? I thought I had a chance to take a Blackbird fighter. The Blackbird fighter is the car that the X-Men use to carry out missions. Built at the expense of Professor X. I want to know this question too. A pleasant voice sounded suddenly, and everyone turned their heads subconsciously, only to see Phoenix Jean Grey, dressed in black leather, walking slowly on high heels. She looked at Lin and said with a smile, the professor asked me to be in charge of the connection with the X Fund, and also asked me to protect you. Lin nodded. After all, Professor X has invested 100 million yuan, and it is definitely impossible for Lin, a few students who have not yet graduated, to operate at will. So Lin was not surprised at all by the presence of the school teacher. I just didn't expect that this person would be Jean Grey. It's possible Blackens Phoenix at any time, don't you keep it by your side and watch. Shaking his head, Lin didn't think about this question, and lifted the box next to his feet with his left hand. Time doesn't wait, let's go. He didn't see any other movements, and ripples suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. A magician who cannot open space doors is not an excellent magician. Lin is clearly not on this list. The next moment, under the stunned eyes of Jean Grey and the almost dull eyes of the three of Colossus, a radiant space portal slowly opened. Looking through the door, there are many tall buildings on the other side, which looks like Xavier Mansion. Phoenix exclaimed, once again feeling Lin's secretiveness. Long-distance shuttle. This is obviously a brand new ability. Seeing that Lin had passed through the door with Shadowcut and Jubilation Li, Phoenix coughed lightly and looked at the three of Colossus. Let's go first. The three of Colossus took a deep breath and hurriedly followed. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. 1 second, I could smell the fragrance of flowers from Xavier's school, and the next second, I could feel the scorching and dull air of Twisted City. And everyone was on the roof of a building at the moment. Shadowcut stretched against the sun. Lin, you said the professor helped find a place to stay, where is it? Definitely here it is. Lin stomped her feet and replied with a smile, this Xavier building belongs to the X Fund founded by Professor X. From today, it is the headquarters of the Second World Technology Company. Iceman, Colossus, and Roberto gasped. Shadowcut's stretching movement stopped suddenly. Jubilation Li opened his mouth in surprise. The two girls looked at each other, and said like a ghost, didn't you say that Charles is very cautious and just invested 100 million? That's right, 100 million is the startup capital. Lin shrugged, this building is the office location, what's the problem? The second daughter was completely dumbfounded. Professor X is so big, but it is also called lack of courage? Lin, next time you talk, please don't leave half of it. Not surprisingly, 2 eyes of resentment fell on Lin. Phoenix, who was the last to come over, smiled slightly when he heard the words. At this moment, he felt a youthful aura from Lin. Let's go, I'll take you to meet the person in charge of X Fund. Chapter 11 Crazy Plan. We all know Professor X is rich. This is reflected in at least two aspects. One is the super large manor where Xavier Academy is located, and the other is an unknown technology laboratory that helps X-Men develop various equipment. For these two items alone, huge sums of money are invested every year. Where does the money come from? X Fund. Unlike most mutants, Professor X is a visionary. Many years ago, he obtained a considerable family inheritance, but instead of sitting on the mountain, he used the funds to make various investments. Over time, this wealth has grown larger and larger. Later, when he founded Xavier's school, his energy was more focused on helping mutant, and he had no time to take care of the commercial landscape, so he established the X Fund and handed over this wealth to professional managers. Over the years, there have been losses and gains. Up to now, it has a scale of more than 3 billion. Compared to Stark Industries, it's definitely a drop in the bucket. But in the eyes of Shadowcat, Jubilation Lee, Colossus, and others, it is already the kind of existence that is so deep that it bursts. So much so that sitting in the luxurious office on the top floor of the building, looking at the Twist City outside the panoramic glass, the 5 students who had just left school were unconsciously a little restrained. Lin didn't realize it. Calm eyes fell on Lewis Cameron, the person in charge of the X Fund. When will the 100 million funds arrive? Lewis is in his 40s this year, with a suit and leather shoes and shiny leather shoes. He looks like a business elite. He obviously didn't expect that Lin would talk about business as soon as he came. Not even the slightest pleasantries. He was stunned for a moment before he realized, received a call from Mr. Charles. I have asked people to go through various procedures for company registration. After the procedures are completed, the funds will be in place immediately. As he spoke, he raised his wrist, looked at his watch, and added, if there are no accidents, we should be able to finish everything before we get off work today. As expected of a talent that Professor X values, he is methodical in speaking and doing things, and his efficiency is quite high. The most important is, he knows what to ask and what not to ask. Just now, for example, when Lin took out 2 investment contracts and handed one of them to him, he clearly saw Charles Xavier's investment accounted for shares. A fund of 100 million yuan actually only accounts for 10% of the shares? Is Mr. Charles crazy? In Lewis' eyes, the color of astonishment obviously flickered. But he didn't say a word. Lin glanced at him appreciatively, and then asked, how long will it take for this building to be completely vacant? The purpose of purchasing this building was to optimize the asset allocation of Mr. Charles. Therefore, except for the top floor, which is used as the office space of X Fund, all the other floors are rented out. Lewis thought for a while and replied, the rent is paid annually. After the expiration, we have the right to choose not to renew the lease, but if we terminate the contract early now, we will definitely have to pay a lot of liquidated damages. Don't care about liquidated damages. Lin said decisively, I want to clear the entire building in the shortest possible time, and then recruit massively to expand the various departments of the Second World Technology Company. A game company needs so many people? Lewis was full of doubts. In his opinion, this had no meaning other than wasting unnecessary funds. If you really want to waste like this, let alone 1 billion, 1 billion is not enough. Mr. Lin, with all due respect. He hesitated for a while, and persuaded, if you follow this plan, the financial pressure will be extremely high, and if you just start a game company, you won't be able to use so many people. Lin smiled. Clever Lewis, stopped immediately. 2 questions. Lin raised her hand and raised a finger. First, the Second World's main business Oasis will be released, updated and publicized at the same time around the world, that is to say, every department of the company must corresponding to hundreds of countries around the world. So, we need people, lots and lots of people. Lewis' expression changed immediately. Obviously did not expect Lin's ambitions to be so big. In this way, isn't every department in the second world equivalent to a small company? The cost is too high? Louis has been in the mall for a long time, and he thinks he is well informed, but he has never seen Lin like this. Just don't follow the routine. This is not like rushing to make money. Could it be that Mr. Charles did not hesitate to spend 100 million just to have fun with this young man? Rich people have a new game? Thoughts tumbling. Lin has raised a second finger. Second, the funds I can use have never been 100 million. When the word spread, not only the 5 members of Shadowcat widened their eyes in surprise, Phoenix, who had been listening by the side without speaking, also looked at Lin curiously. Louis asked in disbelief, "Mr. Lin, is there any other source of funds?" Lin smiled and picked up a newspaper from her desk. "This is today's Daily Bugle." Louis only read half of it, and got busy because of the phone call from Professor X. At this moment, he took the newspaper, but saw the headline on the front page. Hanmer Industries announced that it has developed a new type of steel soldier armor and will hold an industrial expo. Hammer Industries, a large arms company no less than Stark Industries Group, has a market value of at least tens of billions, right? Lin's tone was still calm, but what he said was astonishing. "Help me find some of the best traders on Wall Street, an initial capital of 100 million, and the largest leverage. Short its stock." As soon as the words came out, everyone in the office was dumbfounded. "Mr. Lin, are you crazy?" Louis stared like a ghost, almost thinking he was hallucinating. "The 100 million funds have not arrived yet. Just ready to invest in the stock market. Also want to be the stock of Hanmer Industries, which is in full swing in the Air Force fire industry. Is this what normal people do?" Chapter 12 Cooperation with Stark Industries. I have to say that Louis Cameron's work ability is top-notch. In just a few days, he formed a financial team, all composed of Wall Street elites, who only waited for Lin's order to be issued, and then began to trade, shorting the stock of Hammer Industries. At the same time, he also recruited a group of young talents from X Fund to build the basic framework of Second World Company. The technical department is definitely the core. The main framework of the world of Oasis has been built, but in the future, the dungeons will be constantly expanded, the data balance in the game will be improved, and even the design and development of new dungeons will need to be carried out. In this regard, Shadowcat Katie and Jubilation Lee are jointly responsible. Over the years of assisting Lin in the development of Oasis, they have not only mastered enough technology, but also accumulated enough experience. The second daughter did not directly enter the working state. Before that, Lin planned to take them to visit Iron Man Tony Stark. The world of Oasis is too large. After it is actually launched, a super-intelligent GM is needed to manage it. He combines technology and magic, with the assistance of 2 daughters, and finally develops the artificial intelligence Alice, which is already qualified for this job. But it always feels that compared with the J.A.R.V.I.S in the movie, something is worse. The ruler is long and the inch is short. You still need to consult a professional about this matter. When it comes to artificial intelligence, who in this world can compare to Iron Man? Lin, are you sure this works? For this visit, neither Shadowcat nor Jubilation Lee had much expectations. That is the core technology of Stark Industry, Mr. Stark will be willing to show it. Some time ago, the military wanted him to disclose the technology of the iron armor, but he was sprayed with blood, and there was no dignity at all. As friends who have known each other since childhood, the 2 daughters are determined to follow Lin all the way to the end. But they still feel that they often can't keep up with Lin's rhythm. Shorting the stock of Hammer Industries was whimsical enough. Still want to ask Iron Man for artificial intelligence technology? Is this a bit too definitely? Definitely is not asking him to take it out unconditionally, we can cooperate completely. Lin obviously had a plan long ago, explaining, the company has just started, and Oasis wants to go online in the shortest time. The biggest shackles are the procurement of raw materials and the production of terminal equipment. It is impossible for us to slowly build a production line from scratch. Too slow. In this regard, Stark Industries has factories and equipment all over the world, and a mature procurement and transportation system, which can obviously save us a lot of time. Isn't it good for both parties to cooperate and win-win? Shadowcut and Jubilation Lee looked at each other. That's right. But arms companies cooperate with game companies. Can it really work? Lin acted vigorously and was ready to leave immediately. With a buzz, the space portal quietly opened. Seeing this scene, Iceman, Colossus, and Roberto, who had been playing soy sauce in the office for a few days, could no longer hold back. Lin. The three jumped up from the sofa almost at the same time, stopped Lin, and asked, "And us, what are we going to do?" They have been sitting on pins and needles these days. I thought that following Lin was to carry out Charles's secret mission, but who would have thought that this mission would not require fighting at all? Seeing that Lin, Katie, and Jubilation Lee have been busy, they can only watch from the sidelines. That feeling, don't mention how uncomfortable it is. Study. Lin definitely didn't forget about them, and deliberately left them alone for a few days to stimulate their enthusiasm. At this moment, he said without any hesitation, "You should treat yourself as interns, go around all the departments of the company, how to operate, how to manage, and learn all useful knowledge and skills. You only know whether to study super ability fighting or not." Promising. The voice fell, and the person had disappeared. Shadowcut and Jubilation Lee followed. The space door dispersed. Iceman, Colossus, and Roberto looked at each other. "I learned to control super abilities in the academy, but now I leave the academy, but I want to learn the knowledge of ordinary people? What is this called?" The three subconsciously looked at Phoenix on the sofa. "Don't look at me, you are employees of Second World now, and Lin is the president of Second World." Jean Grey held a glass of red wine in her hand, and took a sip comfortably. She is very clear about her position. The task Professor X gave her was to see how Lin would carry out the plan, so these days, she has been observing and never pointing fingers. Unless the students are in danger, she will treat herself as a vacation. There was silence in the office. After good. Ugh. Three sighs sounded almost simultaneously. The roof of the Stark building. A red ray of light approached rapidly, appearing extremely bright in the night sky. Tony Stark controlled the Mark IV generation steel battlesuit, and soon came to the sky above the roof, and the floor below spread out automatically, extending a landing platform. The steel mask opened, revealing a distressed face. J.A.R.V.I.S, quickly help me take off my armor, I can't wait to have a good drink. The tired voice was full of unconcealable depression. That fellow Rhodes, you really don't show mercy at all, I feel like my waist is about to break. If I hadn't been poisoned by the palladium element, I would have lived for a few days, and I would have beaten him to the ground for teeth. I don't know if it's right or wrong for me to let him take away the Mark II battle suit on purpose. After I die, he should miss me. Maybe it's because he's in an extremely bad mood, or maybe he's returned to his private space, he chattered endlessly to himself. But as he spoke, he was suddenly taken aback. For some reason, none of the mechanical arms that disassembled the steel battle suit moved. Also at the moment, a strange voice suddenly sounded, "Mr. Stark, it seems that tonight is not particularly good for you." Who? Tony's complexion changed suddenly, he almost subconsciously raised his right arm, and the laser cannon in his palm lit up. On the apparently empty rooftop, there seems to be a bubble bursting. The three figures of Lin slowly appeared. Chapter 13 Technology vs Magic. P.S. The lumbar intervertebral disc has been committed, there have been few updates in the past 2 days, and it will recover tomorrow, sorry. The roof, the night view is picturesque. But Tony Stark was not in the mood to appreciate it. Who are you? He stared at Lin coldly, his already ugly face became more and more gloomy. In the middle of the night, 3 uninvited guests appeared on the roof of their company out of thin air. In this situation, it would be impossible for anyone to greet them with a smile. Especially J.A.R.V.I.S did not raise the alarm. This makes him extremely incredible. Since he developed the super artificial intelligence J.A.R.V.I.S, he has experienced too much convenience. To put it bluntly, the security and defense systems of the Stark building even surpassed the military's highest level secret base. But at the moment, there was no response at all. Didn't find it? Or was it hacked? We mean no harm, Mr. Stark. Lin's reaction to Iron Man was not surprising at all, and he said, I take the liberty of visiting, I just want to discuss a business with you. As he spoke, he took off a pocket earphone from his ear. Alice, don't pester Mr. Jarvis. Yes, master. A pleasant female voice sounded from the earphones. Almost at the same time, Iron Man finds himself reconnecting with J.A.R.V.I.S. Mr. Stark, someone briefly blocked our connection. Iron Man frowned, with surprise in his eyes. Artificial intelligence. No offense intended, Mr. Stark. The Bluetooth headset in Lin's hand flashed a red light in a very humane way. I'm just happy to see Li Xingxi, and I want to see how big the gap is between me and Mr. Jarvis. She's great, sir. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S was actually a little excited, although give me a little time, I can get rid of her entanglement soon, but even so, she can still be called. Shut up, J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony Stark interrupted impatiently. The pulse cannon in his palm was still aimed at Lin. I don't care who you are or what you are going to do, I just know that I am in a bad mood right now. Any business, any S.H.I.E.L.D, any ship world safety, all have to do with it. I don't care. I just want to drink now, the kind that I drink until I die. And drink alone. A person. In the eyes of Shadowcat and Jubilation Li, the famous Iron Man seems to be a little neurotic. This irritable appearance is more like a drunkard than a superhero. Accompanied by the night wind, a distinct smell of alcohol came to his nostrils. How much did you drink? Drunk driving? What S.H.I.E.L.D? What world safety? What is he talking about? Jubilation Li clapped his hands, crackling between his fingers, and a few energy balls appeared. Lin, I think we need to help Mr. Stark sober up first. In Tony's steel battle suit, the sound of drip and drip suddenly became louder. Don't make trouble, we're not here to fight. Lin quickly grabbed Jubilation Li, but she didn't expect that the pulse gun in Tony Stark's palm was so bright that it shot out without any hesitation. Well, the current state of this product is indeed not right. Although he temporarily raised his hand, the laser cannon landed at the feet of the 3 of Lin, but this move undoubtedly showed his attitude. Now. At the moment. Nothing matters more than drinking. Conscious that you must die, so your mentality has changed. Lin's eyes lit up, not surprised but delighted. The more intense Tony Stark's reaction was, the more serious his psychological problems were at the moment, so the purpose of this visit would be easier to achieve. That being the case, let him vent first. Thinking of this, Lin did not retreat but advanced at the critical moment, sending herself into the firing range of the pulse gun. So fast! Tony Stark felt a flash in front of his eyes, but before he could react, the pulse gun blasted Lin head-on. Wait! Looks like it missed the target. There seemed to be such a strange force around Lin's body. The moment the pulse gun hit his body, it deflected strangely and shot into the sky. 3-ring magicianic deflection. The expected pulse explosion did not appear. No wonder you dare to break into my company in the middle of the night, you are not an ordinary person. It seems that I have softened my heart. Tony's expression changed, drunkenness surged, Both palms were aimed at Lin, and two fast and powerful pulse guns whizzed out. But the same scene happened again. The two pulse guns didn't even touch Lin's clothes, and they were twisted and deflected by the strange force. J.A.R.V.I.S, are you drinking too much like me and can't even lock on a target? Tony pouted in disbelief. However, what made him extremely irritated was that this was of no use. The voice of J.A.R.V.I.S came from the ear, with a hint of grievance. Sir, I'm sure I locked the target. Then why can't you hit him? With a roar, Tony leapt into the air with a sudden leap. The armor on the shoulders of the battlesuit was opened, revealing several rows of mini howitzers. The sound of whoosh and whoosh pierced the night sky, and dozens of mini cannonballs bombarded Lin from all directions. Tisk tisk, the duel between technology and magic. Lin said with great interest, these mini cannonballs are not energy, and the magic force field formed by sonic deflection obviously cannot produce effects. So, he snapped his fingers. Three-ring magic distortion field. Centering on where he, Shadowcat, and Jubilation Li were, the force field within a 10-meter radius changed quietly. The next moment, under Tony's unbelievable gaze, dozens of mini cannonballs with automatic locking systems seemed to have lost their way, and all of them passed Lin. Lin didn't come to fight, so none of these shells landed on the roof, but like pulse guns, they all shot into the sky. Boom 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 boom. The shells exploded like a firework. Chapter 14 Tony, I hate magicians. Damn it. Tony's mentality exploded on the spot, and the hot weapon had no effect, so he controlled the steel battlesuit and swooped down, swinging his steel fist towards Lin. Lin took a few steps forward without changing her expression. But the distortion field quietly shrunk, covering only his body. So, in the eyes of Katie and Jubilation Li, they saw that Iron Man's fist was clearly aimed at Lin, but inexplicably shifted the direction on the way, and finally only brushed Lin's face with a slight difference. Boom! The powerful and heavy punch hit the ground, revealing a pothole made of reinforced concrete. This scene looks like Iron Man's conscience found out after punching, and he took the initiative to get out of the way of the target, but because of huge amounts of inertia, he cheated himself. Shit! I can't believe I can't beat you. Tony was furious, the thrusters under his feet whirred, he turned over in a volley, and his right foot swept across Lin's lower body like a whip. Can't hit the face, my legs are so long, can I always hit the target? The scene that made him despair happened again. Obviously, this leg will definitely hit Lin, but on the way, he first felt a huge repulsive force, and then a strange traction force, which made this leg, and finally with a slight distance, just brushes past Lin's right leg. Still missed the target. Inertia added to the body, the steel battlesuit spun a dozen times like a top before it stabilized. Tony was dizzy right away. Then, it fell to the ground with a bang. Sir, the force field around this person is constantly changing. Give me a few seconds, and I can calculate how fast and strong I need to break the limit of this force field. J.A.R.V.I.S is worthy of being a top artificial intelligence. In a short period of time, it discovered the abnormality of Lin's magic. Tony's head was buzzing. He reopened the steel mask and took a big gulp of air. Was about to speak. There was a sudden thunder in his ears. Mr. Stark, are you sober? This voice definitely came from Lin's mouth. It was as calm as ever, but for some reason, in Tony's ears, it seemed to be amplified hundreds of times. Do not. This is not ringing in the ear at all. It's more like it exploded directly from my mind. 4-ring magic mind whiplash. Vomit. Tony felt that his brain was exploding, his eyes were full of gold stars, and there was a wave of heat in his stomach, and he couldn't help but vomit. J.A.R.V.I.'s voice suddenly stopped. Even if it's just an artificial intelligence, it knows very well that even if it finds a way to hit Lin, it's useless in Mr. Stark's current state. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. I don't know how long I vomited. Tony finally recovered a bit, the drunkenness receded, and reason returned to his mind. He lay down invisible, with a look of lying flat and resigned, and glanced at Lin. What are you talking about? Magic. Lin smiled slightly. I'm a magician, Mr. Stark. Tony was silent for a long time. Suddenly cursed, I hate magicians. Shadowcat and Jubilation Lee exchanged glances, gloating smiles on their faces at the same time. Trust me, Mr. Stark, you won't be annoying anytime soon. Lin put away her magic, and said calmly, for example, now, I only need to move my fingers to extract all the palladium in your body. No doubt. This sentence was like a bomb, dropped in Tony's heart. How did you know that I was poisoned by palladium? His first instinct was to be vigilant and alert. But then, the constant pain in his body made him swallow honestly. Your magic can really extract the palladium element. During this period of time, he was almost collapsed by palladium poisoning. If it wasn't because he found out that his life was not long, how could he deliberately indulge himself and give up on himself? On the one hand, he handed over the company to Pepper, and endured the other party's misunderstanding. On the other hand, he specially asked his friend Colonel Rhodes to take the Mark-3 steel battle suit. Neither Pepper nor Rhodes knew, he was explaining his funeral. God testifies. Tony Stark has never been a person who resigns himself to fate. But he is a self-proclaimed genius, but he has exhausted all methods, and he can't find a new element to replace palladium, so he can only fall into the despair of waiting for death. But now, the young man in front of him, who doesn't even know his name, actually said that he has a way to extract the elements from his body? At this moment, Tony was afraid that he was dreaming. In the middle of the night, do you think I'm here to joke with you? Lin said with a half-smile. Seeing the disbelief on Tony's face, he shrugged, so, Mr. Stark is going to entertain guests on the rooftop. There was no animosity, and Lin wasn't here to cause trouble, and now, after some venting, Tony had clearly regained his sanity. Next, we can talk about business in a calm manner. 10 minutes later. The president's reception room of the Stark building. The three of Lin sat on the ultra-luxury sofa, drinking the top-quality wine collected by Tony, feeling comfortable and calm. Help me get rid of the palladium element in my body, the price is, the cooperation you just said. Tony didn't even change his clothes, and said impatiently. Knowing that he could still be saved, his mentality returned to normal in an instant, and his brain turned again. The drunken, self-destructive Iron Man before seemed to have never appeared. He is very clear that there is no free lunch in this world. Tell me, what do you want to cooperate with? Chapter 15 Oasis World Chief Experience Officer. It was beyond Tony's expectations. Lin nodded upon hearing this. Then he shook his head again. I did come to you to discuss business, but I didn't threaten your life. Lin took a sip of her wine, with a serious expression on her face. Business is all about win-win cooperation. If you use coercion and lure, it's meaningless. Tony froze for a moment. He has been in charge of the Stark Industrial Group for many years, and has seen too many intrigues in the business world. How can there be someone like Lin who holds the cards in his hand and doesn't use them? Are you serious? He couldn't help but confirm it. Definitely. Lin put down her wine glass and smiled faintly. To show my sincerity, I can now extract the palladium element from your body. Before he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and held it against Tony. 3-ring magic and element extraction. I saw silver-white light spots emerging from all over Tony's body, gradually converging into lines, and then leaving his body like silk. During this process, Tony first felt a sharp pain in his body, followed by an indescribable exhilaration. What? He couldn't help moaning, his expression was more high than drugged. Goodness behold, he had been suffering like this for too long. After a few minutes, Lin put away her magic. When Tony came back to his senses, he felt more comfortable than ever before, and his face was full of joy and excitement. But then, there was a bleakness. It's not enough to just extract the palladium element. Yes, this can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Lin nodded. The palladium element in your body comes from the arc reactor in your chest. Unless it is completely dismantled, it will still be produced constantly even if it is emptied. Tony had clearly thought of that, too. He smiled wryly. Even so, I'm already very content. After all, Iron Man, who is as godlike as a mortal body, looks bohemian on the outside, but inside he is as solid as a rock, and he soon escaped from his gloomy state of mind. At least he won't die, will he? Lin's words are not finished yet, so, you now have two choices. One is to find new elements to replace them and create a brand new arc reactor, the other is to remove the shrapnel fragments in the body through surgery, and then you don't have to rely on it for life support anymore. You seem to know me very well. Tony asked with a frown, but before he finished speaking, he suddenly froze. You. He looked at Lin's calm expression, and suddenly an incredible guess popped up in his mind. He couldn't help but tremble, and stammered, will you tell me, can you? I can. Lin said every word like thunder, I can do both. This is my sincerity. No one knows, Lin chooses to leave Xavier's school at this point in time and start her own plan, which is after careful consideration. First of all, it is natural to obtain a state of spiritual immunity, which greatly increases the sense of security. Secondly, Justin Hammer's Iron Soldier press conference is doomed to fail. At that time, the stock of Hammer Industries will plummet wildly, just in time to make a lot of money. Third, and most importantly, it's Tony Stark who is poisoned with palladium and is at the bottom of his life. And at the moment, although S.H.I.E.L.D. has been in contact with him and sent Black Widow to infiltrate the Stark group, they haven't told him yet. Howard Stark, his father, has already discovered the news of the new element. This is undoubtedly the best time to cut in. The icing on the cake is never as good as giving charcoal in the snow. What else can show sincerity more than the grace of saving one's life? Tony was completely dumbfounded. Have you found a new element to replace palladium? He looked at Lin in disbelief. The expression on his face was mixed with excitement, puzzlement, suspicion, guard. It was extremely complicated. That's right, it's in. Lin nodded slightly. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Tony suddenly yelled, wait! Kindness! Lin was taken aback, with a puzzled look on his face. Let's talk about your business first. Tony took a deep breath, and although his heart was beating extremely fast, he held back. You helped me get rid of the palladium element in my body, which has already saved my life. I can't push further, so, let's talk about cooperation first. Bar. As long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. He seemed to have exhausted all his strength to say these words. Katie and Jubilation Lee blinked in surprise. On the rooftop just now, this person looked like a drunkard who gave up on himself. He never thought that now, he could refuse the temptation of a life-saving message. Could it be that this is the real Iron Man? Thinking of this, the second daughter couldn't help giving Tony a high look. Lin was also a little surprised. It's not about making progress. What I need is a lively partner. If you die, it won't do me any good. As he said that, he didn't wait for Tony to refuse, and quickly said, just go and see what your father left behind, the three-dimensional model of the Stark Expo. Before Tony could interrupt, he was startled when he heard this. You mean, my dad, discovered the new element long ago? This news obviously had a big impact on him. Lin nodded, it's just that the technology level at that time couldn't be synthesized. Tony fell silent. After a few minutes, he sighed deeply. No wonder he let me keep that model. He didn't know what he thought of, but he didn't doubt the authenticity of the news. But at the same time, he didn't go to the model for the first time, but looked at Lin, so, after I synthesize new elements, my body will never have any problems again. Lin smiled and said, you are a professional in this regard. Tony asked again, and at that time, if I want to completely remove the shrapnel fragments in my body, are you willing to help me? Use your magic. Lin nods. No other conditions. Tony's eyes gradually became sharper. No. Lin looked at him impatiently, I said it, this is my sincerity. Tony suddenly laughed. If that's the case, I'm starting to be interested in the business you're talking about. He poured himself a glass of red wine, drank it in one gulp, and then leaned comfortably on the sofa. I'm curious, what kind of business do you do as a magician? Lin smiled too. He snapped his fingers, and a black game bracelet appeared out of thin air, slowly flying towards Tony. Now that he got to the point, he didn't mean to talk nonsense. There are 3 items of cooperation. First, artificial intelligence technology. Second, a brand new arc reactor. Third, as a partner, our company would like to invite the famous Iron Man to be the Chief Experience Officer of the Second World of Oasis. Chapter 16 Iron Man, Huge Gift Crab Special. Bring the game bracelet and enter the second world of Oasis. A faint light quietly covered the whole body. Tony lay on the sofa with his eyes closed, his brainwaves entering a state of light sleep. The next moment, his eyelids trembled slightly, and a starry sky suddenly appeared in his originally pitch-black sight. The stars are bright, and the Milky Way is like a belt. This feeling. His heart beat slightly, and he felt like he was in space, but when he looked around and suddenly turned around, a beautiful blue planet suddenly came into view, and an unparalleled shock hit his mind. Earth. Very real Earth. Since having the steel battle suit, Tony has conducted high-altitude flights more than once, overlooking the vast land. However, the battle suit of the Mark IV generation cannot escape the gravity of the Earth and enter space. So it was his first time to look down on the Earth in space like this. He was pretty sure it wasn't true. But I can't find the slightest sense of falsehood. How is this simulated? Just rely on a bracelet. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that technology has developed to this level in a corner that he doesn't know about? While he was in a daze, a pleasant voice came from beside his ear. Mr. Stark, you are welcome to enter the second world of Oasis. As the Chief Experience Officer of the company, you will have the authority to experience the real identity, and you can enter all copies at the same time. Alice. Tony recognized immediately that this was the artificial intelligence invented by Lin. He had an inexplicable sense of absurdity. Use artificial intelligence as a game GM? This is too extravagant. Okay, then let me see what is so wonderful about this second world. He took a light breath, his curiosity rising uncontrollably. As you wish, Mr. Stark. As soon as Alice's voice fell, a strong sense of weightlessness suddenly came. Tony was quite familiar with this feeling. He once turned off the engine of a steel battlesuit at an altitude of 10,000 meters, allowing himself to fall from a high altitude, just to experience the thrill that is 100 times more intense than bungee jumping. So he wasn't too alarmed. I just didn't expect to experience the same feeling in a game. What made him even more strange was that when a person encounters a sudden strong stimulus in his sleep, he will definitely wake up, but at the moment, he has not escaped from the second world. Could it be that he is not in a state of sleep at the moment? How did that get into this virtual world? What is the principle? One question after another emerged from my mind, and at the same time, the scene in my sight changed rapidly. The magnificent land and sea, cities and streets, finally became a skyscraper with more than 100 floors. Stark building. A breeze gathered under his feet, slowly supported his body, and landed on the street. The flow of traffic is like a waterfall and the voices of people are noisy. At this moment, Tony felt exactly the same shock as Professor X. Without him, it's too real. At the entrance of the building, NPC employees came in and out, and when they saw him, they greeted him, Mr. Stark. Mr. Stark. Mr. Stark. It was clear to Tony that these were not real people. But there is still a sense of confusion in reality. Is this real identity substitution? Tony did not enter the building, but wandered around curiously. The more he walked, the more frightened he became. No wonder it is called the second world. This can completely experience another life in this virtual world. In the second world, you can do whatever you want, sir. Alice responded. Anything. Tony obviously didn't believe it, including creating a steel battlesuit and transforming into Iron Man. Definitely, this is your ability. Along with Alice's voice, a light curtain quietly emerged. Player, Tony Stark, Chief Experience Officer. Identity, Chairman of Stark Industries Group. Ability, Technology becomes a god. Skill, none. Props, none. Wealth, 90 billion. Copy gold coins, unlimited. I only have 90 billion assets. Tony pouted, what's the use of this dungeon gold coin? Another curtain of light opened. Copy selection. Free leisure class, free competitive class, movie experience class. Fighting, action, shooting. Science fiction, monsters, magic. Horror. Tony looked one by one, and found that the free leisure and competitive dungeons are the most, including various vacation scenes, competitive sports, wild adventures, food competitions, etc. There are at least hundreds of them. Experience everything in the world without leaving home. Tony didn't need to think about it, he also knew the temptation of these dungeons for those casual players. However, as a top rich man, what hasn't he seen? So he was not interested in these things, so he turned directly to monsters and found a copy called Jurassic World. Jurassic? Dinosaurs. I haven't seen it yet, go and see it first. He chose this copy without any hesitation. Player Tony Stark, choose a copy of Jurassic World. Enter. After a while, the surrounding scene changed drastically. Giant trees are towering and bushes are overgrown. The air is mixed with a thick salty and humid smell. It seems to be an island. As soon as this idea came to Tony's mind, he saw a giant dinosaur with a height of more than 10 meters, exuding a terrifying aura, running on a rampage all the way. The pore all over his body stood up at this moment. The instinctive fear of human beings rushed straight to the head. Great Crab Special! Tony only had time to yell before he felt the sky darken, and a large shadow enveloped him, and the big feet of the giant dinosaur had come into close contact with him. Boom! His body was crushed on the spot and turned into a large piece of gold coins. At the moment when his eyes went dark, Alice's reminder seemed to come from his ear. Mr. Stark, before entering the instance, you at least forged a steel battlesuit. Tony swears. He definitely heard the sarcasm from this voice. Chapter 17 Shocked. Iron Man is actually in broad daylight. As it turns out, the world of Oasis is irresistible. Iron Man is no exception. Tony Stark's first trip to Oasis lasted a full 11 hours. When he was kicked out of the game by the system because of hunger, it was already dawn. And he is still excited. I'm done with this deal. Eyes fixed on Lin excitedly, Tony found that he didn't feel tired, but was full of energy, not like staying up all night, but more like sleeping all night. He was even more surprised immediately. Resting my body and mind while I'm gaming? This technology is against the sky. You sure? Lin slept soundly on the luxurious sofa all night. Hearing this, he stretched his waist and said, "Don't think about it anymore? After all, Stark Industries is in the arms business. Lin, I'm a playboy, not a fool." Tony rolled his eyes. A completely real second world, where ordinary people can experience all kinds of joys of life, while ambitious people can experience extraordinary power in it and become the world of their dreams. Look. I don't think there is anyone in this world who can reject Oasis. This is an epoch-making invention. Once it is released, it will definitely sweep the world. At that time, the second world technology companies will make a lot more money than we sell arms. For Stark Industries, there is money to be made, and a lot of money at that. Why not? Speaking of this, he restrained his expression and looked at Lin seriously. I accept all the 3 conditions you mentioned. In addition, Stark Industries factories, production lines, and transportation lines around the world can also be shared. How much can you give me? Shares. 10%. Lin answered without any hesitation. Tony didn't realize it all at once. 10%. That's right, 10%. Lin's expression didn't mean to be joking at all. My first partner invested 100 million yuan, plus a skyscraper, which only accounted for 10%. Tony fell silent. In terms of business, this price is obviously unacceptable to him. But on second thought, Lin has actually developed artificial intelligence technology, but Alice's level of intelligence is not as good as Jarvis. The brand new arc reaction furnace, if Lin didn't tell himself, he couldn't find a new element to replace it. The Chief Experience Officer. Doesn't seem like he has to be himself? So for this cooperation, what I really paid for is actually only the production line and transportation line of the Stark Group. In this way, 10% of the shares are not a disadvantage. Even earned it. Okay, 10% is 10%. Tony exhaled slowly. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. As soon as he agreed, he faintly felt that something was wrong. Such a good deal, no consortium in the world would refuse. Why did you come to me? Definitely because your energy is beyond your imagination. Lin's thoughts flashed. Iron Man possesses technological power beyond the times, and can cause huge casualties with a single thought. To some extent, this is actually no different from mutant. But why didn't any member of Congress introduce a bill against Iron Man? Why is Iron Man still sought after by the whole people? Why is Tony so sloppy, never giving face to those politicians, even the official disgraced at the hearing, but still unscathed? Not because of his status as the CEO of Stark Industries. As a super-large global arms group, Stark Group Industry has huge contacts in the military and political circles of various countries, and at the same time maintains good relationships with countless media outlets. It is commonplace to guide and control public opinion. Most importantly, the world's top arms company. God knows how many congressmen, politicians, and military generals have black materials and handles. This is the right to speak. The media all over the world are saying that mutant is a huge threat to human safety. Let them say that Iron Man threatens the safety of the world? So, 10% of the shares, in exchange for Stark Industries becoming a shareholder of the Second World. This business is a big hit. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. When the contract is signed, the cooperation officially begins. For the next period of time, the 3 of Lin will stay in the Stark building. On the one hand, exchange artificial intelligence technology with Tony. On the other hand, it is also waiting for Tony to research new elements, replace the palladium element in the arc reactor, and create a brand new reactor. This is very important. Because of it, it's Lin's power supply for the Oasis server. To replicate a virtual world that is no different from the real world and accommodate all players in the world, the load capacity of the server is unprecedented, and general energy cannot be supplied at all. And it was mentioned in the movie that the super-large reactor built by Tony based on the Stark building can continuously supply power to the entire Twist City for a year. It is undoubtedly the most suitable to use it as the energy source of the Oasis world. While Tony was researching new elements, Lin also assigned a new task to Katie and Jubilation Lee. The Chief Experience Officer is already in place, and the promotion of Oasis should also be put on the agenda. So, 3 days later, suddenly, countless posts about Iron Man appeared on the internet. Shock! The famous Iron Man actually did such a thing in broad daylight. Chapter 18 Nick Fury, Boiled Duck Flies? The truth about Iron Man and Colonel Rhodes parting ways. The reason why Tony Stark gave up the party turned out to be tears. After Iron Man stepped down as president, he became obsessed with the mysterious game is now, Tony Stark says it will change the world. A game worth 90 billion is eligible to play. Iron Man's new favorite. Facts have proved that Shadowcat, a computer genius, and Alice, an artificial intelligence, can generate enough energy to overturn the entire network. In just a few days, a network frenzy was set off. And almost all news is accompanied by a photo. Iron Man was lying on the sofa, with a black bracelet on his wrist, shining with a faint light, covering his whole body. God knows when this photo was taken. Anyway, Tony had a contented smirk on his face. Paired with this photo, various news about the mysterious game swept the entire internet, triggering countless people's curiosity and discussions, but none of them clarified what game it was. There is not even any news, the word Oasis appears. It's really just a picture at the beginning, and the content is all based on editing. Oh my god, a playboy like Tony Stark would be addicted to games. The reason why he broke up with Colonel Rhodes is that Colonel Rhodes wants to force him to quit internet addiction. This is simply unbelievable. What kind of game is it that makes him so obsessed? He doesn't even go to his favorite party. The most important thing is that there seems to be no second person playing this game in the whole world. Is it true that only those who are worth 90 billion are eligible to play? Could it be a game developed by aliens? It's because of playing this game that Tony Stark became a genius and invented the steel battlesuit. Who knows, anyway, he gave up the position of president of the company to the secretary just to play games. I really want to meet you. By the way, has technology developed to this level now? Playing games with a wristband? What about the monitor? What about the keyboard? At least get some AR glasses. As time goes by, the popularity on the internet is getting higher and higher. It's because Iron Man's popularity is too high. He was originally a frequent visitor to major newspapers and news, playboys, top rich men, technological geniuses, steel battlesuits. When these elements are combined, any piece of news is full of explosive points. What's more, such an overwhelming appearance. All of a sudden, the discussion about what game is Iron Man playing became a hot topic on the internet. Someone even launched a reward for it. It can only be said that in terms of rubbing the heat, Lin played it clearly. Lin, I finally know why you chose Mr. Stark as Chief Experience Officer. In the CEO's office, Shadowcat looked at the various posts and information projected in the void, and his face was full of shock. His popularity is too terrifying. I just added fuel to the flames a little, and the whole network exploded. Lin stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the sunset outside. This is normal. There was no surprise on his face. Tony Stark is a man who lives in the news. I don't know what his expression will be when he sees the news after he leaves customs. Jubilation Lee said with a smirk. Lin was speechless. Cooperate with the publicity, this is the job of the Chief Experience Officer. He signed the contract. I guess when he signed the contract, he never imagined that we would use such a publicity method. Shadowcat also laughed, and then, doubts appeared on his face. In the current situation, are we really not going to announce some information about Oasis? Do not. Lin shook her head, this is just the first wave of warm-up, the purpose is to arouse the public's curiosity. At this time, the more mysterious Oasis is, the longer this discussion will last, and the more people it can influence. Many. Needless to say, this is typical hunger marketing. The first step is to expand your popularity. After a pause, Lin turned her head and looked at the two little friends. Don't forget, our goal is to have the entire population of the world become gamers. Now, how can we get there? Shadowcat and Jubilation Li looked at each other. They all nodded in agreement. The impact of this cyberstorm affects far more than ordinary people. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. When Nick Fury received the report from his subordinates, he couldn't help being slightly taken aback. Phil Coulson, what do you think Tony Stark is thinking? He left the thick stack of reports on the table, looked at his subordinates and said, according to our information, he is not poisoned by palladium element. Do you think he is going to die? A few days ago, you were still giving up on yourself, and in a blink of an eye you were at home playing games. Is there still such an uproar? Phil Coulson, the village chief of Marvel Novice Village, obviously felt that he couldn't keep up with Tony's brain circuit. Perhaps. He organized his words, and said, do you feel that you are going to die anyway, so why don't you just live happily in the last period of your life? What? Nick Fury sneered, besides alcohol and women, I believe there are other things that can make Tony Stark happy, but tell me, there is a game in it. Well, Mr. Stark is not one to play games. Phil Coulson also felt that his idea was unreliable, but according to the news from Natasha Romanoff, he has indeed not shown up for half a month, and he has locked himself in the top floor laboratory all day long, not knowing what he is doing. Yeah, it's been half a month, I haven't participated in any party, I haven't worn a steel battle suit to fight crime, I haven't even found Pepper. What the hell is he doing? Nick Fury was lost in thought. I don't know how long it took, but his expression was slightly concentrated. Contact Natasha Romanoff, I want to meet Tony, it's time to tell him about Howard's discovery of new elements back then. Phil Coulson grimaced, now. I have an ominous feeling that I can't wait any longer. In Nick Fury's one eye, the brilliance was fleeting. He has been working to form a superhero alliance to maintain global security. For this reason, he has delineated a lot of candidates. Tony was an extremely important one. Not only because of the power of the steel battle suit, but also because of the huge energy of Stark Industries, which is of great benefit to him as S.H.I.E.L.D. director. You know, there is a security council on top of S.H.I.E.L.D. Because of this, he already knew that Tony was poisoned by the palladium element, but he never told him about the new element. He knows very well that icing on the cake is far worse than giving charcoal in the snow. He has been waiting. When Tony is completely desperate, give Tony a little light of hope. In this way, the value of this news can be maximized, and Tony's gratitude can be maximized. Only now, he suddenly had a premonition. This matter will not go so smoothly. As if to confirm his premonition, when Phil Coulson contacted Black Widow who had sneaked into the Stark group, and then through Pepper, he finally called Tony. Tony said in a vigilant and weird tone. I have already researched the new element. Nick Fury was stunned on the spot, with only one thought in his mind. The cooked duck, fly. Chapter 19 The Hammer Industry Fair begins. The secret research base of Hammer Industries. What the hell is Tony Stark doing? Justin Hammer also saw the uproar on the internet, but unlike Nick Fury, although he was weird, he was more happy. Although I don't know what happened, but recently, Tony Stark's state is very strange. This is really great. With a light and cheerful pace, Justin Hammer couldn't help but took out a bottle of fine wine and poured himself a glass. Interestingly, as a competitor, he has lost to Stark Industries in the arms market share all year round, but he himself looks down on Tony Stark from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, Tony is a so-called rich second generation. I was lucky enough to tinker with an epic-making technological weapon like a steel battle suit, but I never thought about using it to make money. Instead, I wore it to fight crime everywhere, and even wanted to give up the core arms business of Stark Industries to do new energy. I'm afraid the brain is squeezed by the door? You're an arms dealer. Thinking about saving the world all day long? Every time Justin Hammer thinks of these things, he feels extremely excited. He has no doubt that, following this rhythm, the country that Howard Stark conquered back then will be defeated by Tony in a short time. This is undoubtedly a great joy for Hammer Industries. During the recent period, the Playboy first made the official look ashamed at the hearing, and then fought with Colonel Rhodes, and his relationship with the military deteriorated greatly. In a rage, the military cancelled all orders from Stark Industries and instead purchased from Hammer Industries. This is an order with huge profits. Dear Tony, keep going like this. When my Iron Soldier press conference is held, the whole world will know that the weapon technology of our Hammer Industries has far surpassed that of Stark Industries. I, Justin Hammer, am the veritable king of the arms industry. And you, Tony Stark, are just a joker. After drinking the red wine in the glass, Justin Hammer stared at Ivan Vank, who was concentrating on assembling the armor on the console. Tony, it probably wouldn't occur to you. I fished out this whip chain that also mastered the arc reactor technology from the prison. With his skills, the Iron Soldier's project will be a great success. Just wait and see. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but Ivan Vank seemed to feel it even though he didn't look up when Justin's eyes came. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Soon. The time for revenge is near. Time passed in an orderly manner. On this day, Lin opened her eyes from the big soft bed, with a new magic in her mind as usual. 5 rings magic early warning. A constant active magic. Lin was slightly taken aback. This magic is very interesting. During the duration of the magic, it will automatically warn when encountering danger, producing the effect of moving in the heart. In the past, a heartbeat was just an adjective. But in the future, it is real. And the most important thing is, this magic can still be constant in oneself. It is equivalent to becoming a passive skill. Magic version of spider telepathy. Lin smiled slightly, and chose constant without any hesitation. Good luck today, must be a good day. Sure enough, when he brought out 2 plates of delicious fried rice with shredded pork, ham, and eggs from the kitchen, Shadowcut and Jubilation Lee, who smelled the aroma, came to him with a whoosh, bringing the first good news. Don't ask why there is a big bed and a kitchen on the top floor of the Stark building. In the face of magic, these are small scenes. Lin, after this period of communication, we think we can upgrade Alice. Jubilation Lee took the egg fried rice, took a mouthful of it, and said with emotion, I have already adapted to the food here, but since I ate the food you cooked, I realized that when it comes to food, it depends on our country. Shadowcut also grabbed a plate, and nodded while eating, I still don't understand why ordinary rice tastes so good when you add something to it and stir-fry it. Are you 2 starving ghosts reincarnated? Lin laughed and cursed, but went back to the kitchen and filled another bowl. The 3 of them were eating as Tony came out of the operations lab. Lin, the brand new arc reactor, it's done. His face was full of exhaustion, but his eyes shone with excitement. He held an inverted triangle reaction furnace in his hand, emitting a warm white light. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the appearance of his office changed drastically. Not only a few more beds, but also a lot of kitchen utensils? Tony was stunned. Although my office is very big, there is no problem with a few beds, but you don't have to cook here, right? If you want to eat, just ask J.A.R.V.I.S to call you. You don't understand, eating and filling your stomach are 2 different things. Lin shook her head with a smile, and handed the egg fried rice to Tony. Even though it has been 10 years, he still can't adapt to the food in the beautiful country. When he was in Xavier's school, he often took Katie and Jubilation Lee to cook. It is commonplace to exchange knowledge like this day and night, cook and eat when you are hungry, and sleep when you are sleepy. Well, it is a serious exchange of knowledge. Tony took the plate in a daze, only to feel an indescribable aroma, which immediately aroused the glutton in his stomach, drooling wildly. It's so fragrant. The reaction furnace, which was regarded as a treasure just now, was thrown on the table casually. For food, eat first. After taking one bite, Tony, who had stayed up all night for several consecutive nights, felt his whole body drifting away. Lin, what is this? Why is it so delicious? Did you make it with magic? Cooking is a kind of magic. Lin smiled and filled herself another bowl. Then with a snap of his fingers, the extra beds and kitchen utensils in the room flew up into the air one by one and fell into the box in the corner. Tony stared straight at the eyes. How could such a big thing? Magic isn't all about fighting, Tony. Shadowcat, who had already wiped out the egg fried rice, walked up to him and patted his shoulder lightly. As a partner, you should slowly learn to get used to Lin's magic. As she spoke, she picked up the reactor on the table. The brand new arc reactor rotates faster than before, and the energy it can provide has increased hundreds of times, reaching a maximum of 8 gigajoules per second. Tony said while eating. Shadowcat and Jubilation Lee both gasped. 8 gigajoules of energy per second. This is no longer an outrageous question. It is said that it is no problem to surpass the current technology of human beings for 100 years. The most important thing is, how big is the volume of the arc reactor? Randomly install 10 or 8 of them, and the energy they can provide cannot be against the sky? No wonder Lin asked for it to power the world of Oasis, it works so well. The second daughter sighed again and again. Lin had already expected it, but she was not surprised. Then, the construction of the Oasis energy tower will be left to you. No problem. Tony buried his head in the rice. After I use the new reactor and upgrade the steel battle suit, I will start building it. Before he finished speaking, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. suddenly sounded in the office. Mr. Stark, Justin Hammer sent an invitation letter, inviting you to participate in the expo of Hammer Industries. No. Tony has no interest in this, no hesitation. Lin's eyes lit up. Today is really all good news. Tony, since you don't want to go, why don't we go and have fun? By the way, how many more invitations do you want? Chapter 20 Wolverine, lived for more than 100 years and was educated by students? 3 days later. The Hammer Industry Fair was held as scheduled. Justin Hammer has made full preparations for this day. Not only have he invited influential figures from the military and political circles, but also major consortiums that have cooperated with Hammer Industries have also been invited. Definitely, the media and reporters are indispensable. In addition, he even planned to broadcast the entire expo online. This was an inspiration he got on a whim. It has been almost a month, and the discussion on the internet about what mysterious game Iron Man is playing is still going on. The heat made him extremely jealous. How can that guy become popular all over the internet just by playing a game, lying on the sofa and taking a picture? Why can't I have such influence? After today, Justin Hammer, will become a popular star. The world's #1 arms dealer. In such a state of mind, he attaches great importance to this expo, and vows to break the myth of Stark industry in the arms industry, and he will be ashamed. Especially when he learned later that Tony Stark actually asked for a few more invitations, and seemed to have plans to attend the expo. This feeling is stronger. Come on, Tony, let me crush you in front of the whole world. The silent roar echoed over the twisting city. Justin Hammer can't wait. Lin couldn't wait any longer. The plan to short the stock of Hammer Industries has officially started. At this time, All he could do was embrace Shadowcat Katie with his left hand and Jubilation Lee with his right hand, and walked into the expo venue with hugs left and right, ready to add fire to this feast. The second girl pressed close to him, her pretty face flushed a little. Lin, why are you in the mood to attend this weapon launch event? Behind him, all the X-Men members are present. Storm wore an ill-fitting dress and felt uncomfortable all over his body. Hammer Industries is an important weapon supplier to the military. If they really develop the steel armor of Tony Stark, the strength of the army will be greatly increased. By that time, there is no need to say much about the latter. The stronger the military, the greater the threat to mutant. Not everyone is a Magneto, manipulating metal all he wants, ignoring that steel battlesuit. I guess, what's going to happen tonight? Phoenix's dress is red, which makes her figure embossed, with an intellectual and elegant temperament. On this occasion, there is no pressure for her. Cyclops wore a pair of sunglasses and observed the venue vigilantly, so, Lin specially called us here to see the excitement. Damn! If the professor hadn't agreed, I would never have come. Storm stepped on his skirt and almost fell to the ground. He couldn't help but let out a sweet breath. Wolverine Logan looked at them speechlessly. All right, since we're all here, why can't we relax a bit? If you're like this, it's easy to arouse suspicion. Logan, are you ashamed to say someone else? Storm couldn't afford to complain. Perhaps because of being separated from normal society all the year round, both she and Cyclops are a little uncomfortable, and their performance is a little worse than Phoenix, who is used to similar situations. But at least they are prepared. But what about Logan? This guy is really not nervous at all, and his demeanor is calm and complacent. But he was wearing a grey jacket with an unlit cigar dangling from his mouth. With his rough face, wolf-like beard, and hair, he had a high rate of turning heads. In terms of arousing suspicion, he is obviously the most likely to arouse suspicion in this kind of occasion. Take it easy, my dear teachers, don't be so nervous. Lin didn't look back, didn't even move her mouth. But his voice was clearly heard by everyone. Tonight, everyone's attention is on the Iron Soldiers. No one will pay attention to you. Even if there is, you should get used to appearing under the spotlight. Everyone was startled. Dignified X-Men, they have saved the world more than once. Do they want to hide their heads and show their tails for the rest of their lives? Lin said lightly, maybe Charles didn't care about this issue, but in my opinion, you have a serious problem with your own positioning. X-Men, the leader of the mutants. It is to lead the mutant group to seek survival and development. If even you yourself are used to hiding and being transparent people who save the world but don't know about it, why do other mutants count on you? Having said that, Lin couldn't help but sighed slightly. Teachers, times have changed. It doesn't mean that if you save the world will definitely treat you favorably. Look at Batman in Gotham City, desperately fighting crime, but he has become a famous wanted man. Look at Superman in Metropolis, how many lives have been saved over the years, but now he is being judged. On the other hand, Iron Man Tony Stark, even though he revealed his identity, is still popular and hot, and has become a superhero sought after by the whole world. This shows what? The Metropolitan trial of Superman was once a bummer. Everyone in the X-Men definitely knows it. Hearing Lin mention it at this moment, Storm subconsciously asked, explain, what? It means that it doesn't make any sense to hide your head and show your tail. Explanation: superhero needs packaging. It shows that the personality is very important. It shows that as long as it works properly, mutant can also change from a monster that everyone shouts and beats to a superhero admired by the world. Lin hit the nail on the head, and what she said was like thunder. Everyone's scalps were numb. The era of superhero has arrived. In this era, whether you are a superhero or a villain who threatens the world does not depend on whether you are fighting crime, but on, you fight crime at the same time. Has anyone seen it? Teachers, No matter what the X-Men do, the most important thing is to let the public know. So, take off your disguise. Enjoy tonight. For everyone in X-Men, this statement is obviously a bit deviant. But at the moment, they secretly chewed what Lin said, combined with various things that the X-Men had encountered over the years. Thinking about it, they suddenly discovered. It seems that this is the truth. Saving the world without being known is tantamount to not saving. What the hell, I have lived for more than 100 years, and I was educated by students today. Wolverine Logan spat out the cigar violently from her mouth. He has not been an X-Men for a long time, but his experience is the richest among all of them, so at this moment, his feelings are also the deepest. He knew what Lin had called them for. Chapter 21 X-Men debut on the first stage. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Hammer Industry Fair started on time. Justin Hammer danced on stage, his saucy movements, exaggerated body language, like a parody of Tony, but he didn't know it. Painting a tiger is not an anti-dog, that is the best evaluation of him. Even so, the audience in the audience is still cooperating with him. Every time he tells a joke that he thinks is humorous, the audience will laugh like thunder. Because none of it matters. All favors are directed at the iron armor. Justin Hammer obviously understood this, and didn't keep everyone waiting, and soon announced excitedly, "Ladies and gentlemen, we invite the latest weapon developed by Hammer Industries, the Iron Soldier." The press conference reached its climax in an instant. Sea, land, air, and marines, a total of 4 types of steel soldiers appear one after another. These steel soldiers are more remotely controlled robots than Tony's steel battle suit, so this is obviously not enough to shock everyone's hearts. So the next moment, Justin Hammer took a deep breath, and shouted with all his strength, "Next, I am honored to introduce to you, the first prototype mecha equipped with comprehensive threat response combat armor. War Machine." Amidst the passionate music, Colonel Rhodes appeared on the stage controlling the War Machine. Compared with those remote-controlled steel robots, War Machine is obviously much more agile. The eyes that turn left and right can easily let everyone know that there are people inside the War Machine. Sure enough, after a salute, the steel mask fell, revealing the face of Colonel Rhodes. Sure enough, people are shameless, they are invincible. In the audience, Lin smiled brightly. It's obviously the steel battle suit that Rhodes stole from Tony. If you modify it and repaint it, it will become the latest invention of Hammer Industries. Seeing this smile, Shadowcat said clearly, "The live broadcast signal is under control, even if the entire venue explodes, netizens will still be able to see it." Jubilation Lee also smiled, "Tony has set off and is expected to arrive in 5 minutes." Hearing the conversation between the three, Storm and the others instantly came to their senses. The fun has begun. Sure enough, Justin Hammer was about to continue to introduce the information of the armor, and all the steel robots including War Machine suddenly let out a strange laugh at the same time. "Hammer, you idiot, talk too much." The complacent expression on Justin Hammer's face froze instantly. Before the audience could react, the voice continued, "Tony Stark, the shameless thief, my family's 40-year grievances, I will resolve them within 40 minutes today. And all you fools who believed in Iron Man and made him a god, go to hell for his company." Accompanied by the declaration of war, the cannon equipped on War Machine suddenly protruded and aimed at the auditorium. The arms of the other 32 steel robots also raised at the same time. The muzzle of the black hole exudes the breath of death. Oh, God! The thousands of spectators present were stunned. Before they could scream, the powerful weapons equipped by the soldiers of the war poured out like a storm. Da-da-da-da-da! The dense bullets sprang out wildly. If this hits the target, half of the thousands of viewers will be killed or injured in an instant. Crucial moment. Without waiting for Lin to remind him, the X-Men shot instinctively. Phoenix was the first to get up, and the powerful psychokinesis was launched instantly, and thousands of bullets stopped in mid-air. At this moment, Phoenix was dressed in a red dress without any wind, and his eyes shone brightly, like a goddess descending to earth. Everyone who saw this scene opened their mouths in horror. Go! Phoenix gave a light reprimand, and the dense bullets flew back, hitting the war machine and the 32 steel soldiers, making a tinkling sound. Many of the bullets almost passed Justin Hammer's cheek. He was completely shocked. Get down, you idiot! Like an agile wolf, Logan rushed to the stage in 2s and 3s. First, he kicked the stupefied Justin Hammer to the ground, then jumped up, and stretched out his wolf paw with his right hand, straight for War Machine. Stab it! With just one claw, the cannon of the War Machine was torn off. The latest steel alloy developed by Hanmer Industries is as fragile as tofu under the sharp claws of adamantium. Great gift crab! Colonel Rhodes sounded mixed with surprise, anger, and shock. He tried to control the armor, but found that he couldn't do it at all, so he could only roar angrily, "Hammer, what's going on? Why did the armor lose control? I do not know." Justin Hammer was lying on the ground, and when he recovered, he wanted to climb off the stage quickly. But at this moment, red light suddenly filled the entire line of sight. Cyclops quickly stood up from the seat, he took off his glasses, and a red laser beam shot out. On the stage 100 meters away, a steel soldier's chest was instantly pierced, and he lost his power and fell down. Immediately afterwards, Cyclops moved his eyes from side to side. The laser beam then swept left and right. The dozen or so steel soldiers standing together were all broken at the waist in an instant, and fell to the ground with a bang. Justin Hammer opened his mouth as if he had seen a ghost, and he could hardly believe his eyes. Fuck! Where did these people come from? Ivan Vank, who was remotely controlled on the other side, also widened his eyes like a ghost. This sudden scene far exceeded his expectations. Almost subconsciously, he tapped the keyboard quickly with both hands. White rays of light emanated from the solace of each steel soldier's feet, and they flew into the air one after another. But before they had time to increase their speed, there was a sudden boom from the expo site. The next moment, everyone was stunned to see that Storm in a formal dress had white eyes and electric lights flashing around his body, and he slowly soared into the air. She raised her hands separately, and with a burst of cracking, lightning bolts hit the flying steel soldiers. If this move is used to deal with Tony, it will naturally have no effect. Instead, it will charge the steel battlesuit. However, Ivan Vank's technology is limited, and the reactor produced is far less stable than Tony's. When it is suddenly attacked by lightning, the internal circuit of the iron soldiers is instantly disordered, and there are crack and crack explosion sounds. Amidst the black smoke, 7 or 8 iron bumps fell out of nowhere. In less than 2 minutes before and after, less than half of the steel soldiers who had exploded into trouble were left. Ivan Vank, who was controlled remotely, was stunned. The audience who saw this scene in their eyes were stunned. The audience who saw these scenes through the webcast were also stunned. At this moment, only Lin had a bright smile on his face. I didn't expect X-Men to contribute several high-profile scenes when they debuted on the first stage. Have they all been filmed? Shadowcut and Jubilation Lee nodded heavily. Chapter 22 Tears. He used flesh and blood to help others block shells. The live streaming platform of the Hanmer Messe. Since the Iron Soldiers suddenly launched an attack and pointed their cannons at the auditorium, the comment area has been dead silent. But then, when the audience saw X-Men make a strong move, one by one the messages flew across like snowflakes. Great gift crab special. It's mutant. Today's expo has mutant mixed in. What the hell is going on here? The Iron Soldiers of Hammer Industries opened fire on the audience, and the mutant rescued them. Oh my god, is this really a live broadcast and not a blockbuster movie? One thing to say, these mutants are really powerful. If I have this super ability, I will wake up laughing from my dreams. Shit. Mutants are all monsters. If they want to harm us ordinary people, they can kill everyone on the scene in minutes. But they didn't they? On the contrary, they were saving people. That's right, if they hadn't stood up, the scene would have already been full of corpses. If you didn't make a shot this time, it doesn't mean you won't do it next time. If you want to put it this way, the Iron Soldiers of Hammer Industry are still the latest technological achievements. Once they lose control, don't they also open fire on ordinary people? If they lose control once, they can lose control a second time. Super ability can kill, and technology can also kill. Why is technology good and super ability bad? Upstairs is Mutants undercover agent, the identification is complete. All those who watched the live broadcast were shocked by huge amounts of mind. There are so many people interested in Iron Man that Hammer Industries publicly announced that it has developed more advanced weapon technology than steel battle suits, which has attracted the attention of countless people. In order to achieve the best publicity effect, Justin Hammer even reached a cooperation with several major TV stations to broadcast live simultaneously. So there are millions of viewers in this live broadcast. With such a huge amounts of audience base, although many of them reject Mutant, there are also people who sympathize with Mutant, and there are also people who are more rational and respect objective facts. These people all sent messages, and it was conceivable how chaotic it was. Basically anything. While leaving messages, everyone was still staring at the live broadcast. It can be seen from the screen that with Phoenix, Wolverine, Cyclops, and Storm making a strong attack, the Iron Soldiers have no power to fight back, and it seems that the remaining half will also be wiped out. But Ivan Vank is obviously not reconciled to failure. He doesn't have an artificial intelligence assistant, and he needs to tap the keyboard to remotely control these steel soldiers. The speed is too slow. If they take off one by one, they can only be the living targets of Storm and Cyclops. So in a rage, he simply gave up the manipulation. Instead, clicking indiscriminately, it actually directly activates the Steel Soldiers' massacre mode. In the tearing air sounds of, all the weapon systems of the Steel Soldiers on the stage are fully activated, densely packed with bullets, cannonballs, mini howitzers, all in seconds. There is no target selected, just random shooting. Great Crab Special. Although there were audiences who saw this scene, they all gasped. With so many shells exploding, the whole building would definitely be turned into ruins on the spot, and the thousands of spectators inside would definitely die here too. At this moment, no matter what their attitude towards Mutant is, there is a touch of hope in everyone's mind unconsciously. That red-haired female mutant, can you block it? If you can't stop it, you have to stop it. Buzz. Phoenix's face became extremely solemn, and her psychokinesis exploded to the extreme in an instant. All the bullets and shells roaring towards her were frozen in the air by her. Even so, there are still more than a dozen cannonballs with tricky angles, shooting from the sky and turning around on both sides to the auditorium. Phoenix Force is not yet awakening, her ability is still limited. Scott, Orlo. Amidst the roar, Cyclops and Storm also rushed to attack. The former adjusted his gaze, and when he closed and opened his eyes, a cannonball was hit by the laser light and exploded in the air, while the latter waved his hands repeatedly, striking out lightning bolts, causing the target cannonball to explode. The faces of the two were pale, and they almost used their ability to the extreme. In just a few seconds, all shells that slipped through the net were hit. Fortunately. But just after they breathed a sigh of relief, they saw a burst of flames dissipate in mid-air, and there was even a mini howitzer that fell through the flames. The cannonball was too small, and it followed a big cannonball, so neither of them noticed it. At this time, if you want to intercept it, it is too late. It's over. The hearts of the two sank suddenly, and the audience also exclaimed at the same time, and many of the live audience even covered their eyes. Everyone saw that the howitzer landed on a 13 or 14-year-old boy. The young man was obviously a family member of a certain big shot. He was brought out to see the world, and suddenly encountered an accident. In a panic, he ran to this corner for some reason. His parents were just a few steps away, and their faces were as white as paper. Frightened and desperate. When time is running out. A figure suddenly jumped up high, fell under countless unbelievable gazes, and hugged the boy in his arms. He actually used his broad and solid back to block the young man's blow. Next moment. Boom! A violent explosion resounded throughout the audience, and a terrifying heat wave agitated along with the shockwave. The flesh and blood on the back of the figure exploded, and even half of his body was blown away. It's Wolverine! God, he actually used his body to help others block shells. God, am I dreaming? There are still such people in the world. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Especially through the high-definition live broadcast, the audience could clearly see that Wolverine was terribly bombed, but she didn't even let out a miserable howl, but immediately looked at the boy in her arms. With a calm expression, he took out a cigar from his jacket pocket, put it in his mouth and said with a smile, "Little friend, next time you encounter such a dangerous situation, don't run around." The boy opened his mouth wide and his face was dull. The audience watching the live broadcast seemed to be dazzled by the gusts of wind and sand. Tears. At this time, he is still, so gentle. This is a real man. What's his name? From today on, he's my idol. Fucking mutant is a monster, in my heart, he is a hero. A real hero. Countless messages almost brought down the server. Suffering such a serious injury, everyone thought Wolverine would not survive, and for a moment, there was unprecedented admiration and sympathy for Wolverine. Sure enough, in the scene, Wolverine's companions suddenly let out mournful cries at the same time. Logan. Phoenix, Cyclops, and Storm's expressions changed drastically, and they couldn't pretend at all. In their eyes, this small injury was nothing to Logan, whose self-healing ability had almost reached the full level, and he was alive and well in minutes. But today, at the moment, Logan's exploded body has no self-healing. Chapter 23 Phoenix Force? You are in control of it all the time. It has to be said that Logan's appearance at the moment is horrible. He was already used to being injured. When he was in the Neon Country, he even endured the damage of a nuclear bomb from a long distance, and he was still alive and well afterwards. Because of this, his mind can be so relaxed. But with the cigar in his mouth, he felt something was wrong. An extremely intense pain came from his back, not only did not show any signs of weakening, but it was strange, as if a fiery force rushed straight to his forehead, which made his eyes go black for a while. My self-healing ability, gone. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, his tall and burly body fell down with a bang. Surprised and anxious, Storm and Cyclops rushed over. Logan, how are you feeling? Logan was trembling all over, half of his body was gone, blood gushed out of his body as if he didn't want money, soaking his whole body in blood in an instant. But his eyes were dim, and he wanted to speak, but when his lips were closed, he couldn't make a sound. Seeing this scene in the eyes of other people at the scene, it looked like he was dying. What's going on? Storm's heart trembled, and he subconsciously turned his head. Lin. She immediately thought of Lin's magic. Although Lin has not shown any medical abilities, but with this student's hidden character, what if he can save Logan? Just from this glance, the three Lins who were sitting with them just now, they're all gone. Before he had time to think about it, Storm looked at Jean Grey again. Phoenix has the ability to combine mind and psychokinesis, and is also proficient in some medical knowledge. At this time, it is obviously more useful than her and Cyclops. But at a glance, Jean Grey's condition was actually quite wrong. Obviously, Logan's injury stimulated her mind, and she heard a scream of awe, and the countless bullets and shells intercepted by her in mid-air quickly gathered and bonded in mid-air, and turned into more than a dozen bursts. Out! Boom 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 boom! All the remaining steel soldiers turned into fireballs and exploded in an instant. This power. Storm's heart skipped a beat. She keenly sensed that Jean Grey's ability didn't mean to stop at all. Bang bang bang! Lin, who had applied invisibility magic to herself, Shadowcat, and Jubilation Li, suddenly had her heart beating faster. The early warning technique worked. The sealed phoenix force, is it about to get out of control after being stimulated? He had expected this a long time ago, and without any panic, he quietly activated a three-ring spiritual magic. Mind communication. The next moment, Jean Grey, who was on the verge of losing control, suddenly felt the surrounding environment change, and was quietly pulled into her inner spiritual world. In addition to her, there is also a huge black cage here. In the cage, a group of violent black and red flames looked like a monster, revealing a vicious power and madness, and were madly attacking the cage. Jean Grey suddenly panicked. In these years, she has actually been able to faintly feel this power in her body, but she has never really touched it, because she knows that once this power is released, it will cause a devastating disaster. So she has always been afraid of this power like a tiger. But I didn't expect that today, when my mind was lost, this force still found an opportunity to take advantage of. Am I going to be swallowed by it? Together with this thought, Jean Grey's mental body was suddenly shrouded in fear, and she almost subconsciously wanted to retreat. But at the moment, a faint voice sounded from behind her. Relax, teacher. Phoenix turned her head in shock, and saw Lin appearing in her spiritual world with a smile on her face. Logan is fine, he just looks a little miserable. Jean Grey was startled, and then realized, it's you? You cast a spell on him. It's just a small spell worth mentioning. Lin didn't hide it, and explained, Logan's self-healing ability is very strong, at most half an hour, the magic effect will end, and then, you can see him alive and well again. Phoenix's mind relaxes. The flame monster in the black cage behind him quietly slowed down from rolling and roaring. She didn't notice this. Just looking at Lin's eyes, full of disbelief, your magic doesn't even have the ability to communicate with each other. She didn't know how many mutants she had seen over the years. But none like Lin. Ability is so comprehensive. As if there was nothing he couldn't do. If not, how can it be called magic? Now that he has entered Phoenix's spiritual space, Lin intends to learn more about it. He pointed to Jean Grey's back. Actually, teacher, if you master this power, you will also be able to obtain all kinds of incredible abilities, won't you? Jean Grey was taken aback. You don't understand, this power is beyond my control. She shook her head. Actually, it is a nightmare for me. If Charles hadn't helped me create a mind labyrinth, I would have been swallowed by it long ago. This made Lin a little surprised. So you know all these things. Not surprising when you think about it. This is an Omega-level mutant. In terms of potential, it is higher than Professor X. After so many years of growth, it is not surprising that I have slowly touched the soul seal under Professor X. There was a look of sadness on Jean Grey's face. Actually, I can feel that it is becoming more and more unstable now. Once my emotions lose control one day, it will explode, and then… Speaking of this, she thought of all the magic that Lin mastered, and she couldn't help but said, Lin, can you promise me one thing, if one day I really lose control, you will kill me. Don't let this power destroy the world, okay? It can be seen that she is sincerely asking. Unexpectedly, Lin shook her head without hesitation. Teacher, have you ever thought about one thing? Even though Charles is one of the greatest mutants ever, what he said must be right. Jean Grey never thought that not long ago, they had just been educated by Lin once. Now, it was her turn to be educated alone. Lin looked at her fair face, and there was an undisguised sneer at the corner of her mouth. No matter how powerful and evil the power is, it is only power after all. It is human beings who really master it. Why do you have to fear it like a tiger? Charles sealed a little bit of your memory, and he was able to silence this power for so many years. Haven't you thought about why? Have you ever thought that besides the destruction of the world that Charles said, there is another possibility? Jean Grey's face changed, and she couldn't help following the rhythm. What, is it possible? It needs you. Lin's eyes were burning, and her words were sonorous. Since it needs you and needs you to appear in this world, it means that in this relationship, you have always taken the initiative. Since that's the case, why should you be afraid of it? Instead of controlling it. Jean Grey froze. This is obviously an angle that she has never thought about or heard of. She shook her head almost instinctively. It's impossible to control it. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lin. Teacher, look back. At this moment, Lin's voice was both like angels crooning and the devil's temptation. Just now when you lost control of your emotions, it rolled and exploded, but now that your emotions have stabilized, it has also stabilized. You've been controlling it, haven't you? Jean Grey couldn't help turning her head back. Then the whole person froze. Chapter 24 All Rage. Hammer, are you still human? When Tony controls the latest Mark-6 steel battlesuit, he finally arrives at the scene. What appeared in front of him was this scene. On the stage were dozens of shattered corpses of iron and steel soldiers, scattered all over the place, with severed arms and legs, and many of them were even severed at the waist, and all of them had been wiped out. The only intact war machine is also without any threat because the machine gun was cut off by wolf claws and the weapon was tilted into the air. Perhaps because of this, Yvonne Vank in the dark wasn't even manipulating it. On the other side, thousands of spectators were unscathed, all gathered together, looking in the same direction with complicated eyes. Hello? What the hell is going on here? Tony was stunned. He obviously only used it for a few minutes. Why does it feel like he missed everything? Then he saw Wolverine, who was covered in blood and half of her body was blown off. Storm and Cyclops stood beside Logan anxiously, watching Jean Grey, who had been in a runaway state for less than a second before being pulled back by Lin, squatting next to Logan with a sad face, trying to save him. Doctor? Is anyone here a doctor? A sad voice spread throughout the audience. However, thousands of people looked at each other in blank dismay, but no one responded. The press conference of this new type of weapon was attended by prominent figures, including a large number of military and political officials, and there was no shortage of rich and powerful people, and there were countless famous ladies and beauties following them. Just no doctor. Even if there is, who is willing to stand up at this time? Looking at Logan's miserable state, his life is probably already at least 70% to 80%. Iron Man is coming. I don't know who said it, but soon, someone in the audience shouted, Mr. Stark, hurry up and send him to the hospital, maybe he can be saved. That's right, isn't he a mutant? A normal person would surely die if he suffered an injury of this degree, but maybe he can be cured. Go to the hospital and have a look. With the help of Iron Man, we can reach the hospital soon. Everyone knew very well that if there were no Logan and others today, more than half of the thousands of people present would have died under the guns of the steel soldiers who ran away. So, regardless of the usual attitude towards mutant, at least for now, most people are full of gratitude to the X-Men, and they are even more sympathetic to Logan, who used flesh and blood to help a child block shells. But among them, there are still some people who are hostile to mutant, and said in a strange way, what are you thinking? He is mutant, how could the hospital treat him? Before the man finished speaking, he was glared at by the people next to him. The parents of the boy who was rescued stood up excitedly, I am a member of the State Assembly who has made an appointment. If any hospital dares to refuse treatment today, I will definitely propose to revoke the license of that hospital. The son, who was supposed to die without a doubt, was unexpectedly safe and sound under the protection of Wolverine, and the parents were obviously extremely grateful to Logan. He looked at Tony sincerely, Mr. Stark, please help me, send him to the hospital quickly. Okay. Tony originally wanted to find Lin, but he responded without hesitation. It's just that he was about to move. Justin Hammer didn't know where to get up, they can't let them go. What happened tonight has nothing to do with Mutant, and they absolutely can't let them go. At the moment, the man at the helm of Hanmer Industries was ashamed and embarrassed, and he was no longer the chic self-confidence he had before. He stared at Storm and the others, his eyes were extremely ferocious. The latest steel soldier developed by Hanmer Industries opened fire on the audience at the press conference, almost causing huge amounts of casualties, but those audiences were all big shots with heads and faces. This is enough scandal to shock the world. No one would believe that this matter has nothing to do with him or Hanmer Industries. Even if he has 100 mouths, he can't explain it clearly. Afterwards, the anger of these big shots, the anger of the public, and the anger of the government will swallow him into slag. So at the moment, he urgently needs to clear his suspicions, and the sudden appearance of a few mutants is undoubtedly the perfect scapegoat. Absolutely, don't let them go. All of this is their conspiracy, my steel soldiers were invaded by them. Justin Hammer almost used all his strength to yell out these words. Thousands of people in the audience were dumbfounded. Countless eyes gathered on him in an instant. Many people who resented Mutant felt that what he said made sense, and subconsciously wanted to agree. But more people stared at Justin Hammer in disbelief, roaring again and again, Hammer, are you still human? He just saved your life. In order to save people, people use their bodies to block shells, this is already the case. You can still say such a thing. Today's matter is the problem of your Hanmer industry. Do you want to shirk responsibility and treat our thousands of eyes as decorations? You son of a bitch, go to jail and shirk your responsibility. I have called the police, NYPD will be here soon. One stone stirred up thousands of waves, and the voices angrily scolding Justin Hammer gathered into a tide in an instant, setting off a huge wave in the convention and exhibition center. Those who wanted to voice their support woke up in horror. No matter what the truth of this matter is, at least tonight, these mutants who suddenly appeared are the saviors of everyone present. Those cameras are still there. God knows how many pairs of eyes are staring at this scene. Whether it's genuine gratitude, or out of the need to maintain one's own image, or for other purposes. At the moment, thanks to these mutants, it is correct. Justin Hammer jumped out and said such a thing? Want to slap everyone in the face? This is courting death. Are you all crazy? Justin Hammer's face was pale, and his eyes were full of despair. He knew that he was finished. But he is not reconciled. Is it possible that the well-prepared press conference will lose everything and even be arrested and imprisoned? In his already chaotic mind, he tried his best to think about the way to break the situation, and at the moment, he seemed to hear a voice in a trance. You haven't lost yet. All of this is obviously a conspiracy by Ivan Vank. As long as he appears now, kill everyone present. The responsibility is not on you. God is sorry, Justin Hammer thought he had an auditory hallucination. He was not sure if the voice was real, but his brain responded quickly. Ivan Vank, why don't you come out, you bitch? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Justin Hammer suddenly hissed and roared ferociously. As if in response to him. Boom, a loud noise. The glass on the top of the exhibition center suddenly shattered, and Ivan Vank, who was wearing a steel armor, fell from the sky. He was in the air, his arms snapped, and 2 electro-optic factory whips whistled. Seeing this scene, thousands of people in the audience and millions of people on the internet all understood. Justin Hammer, sure enough, you are the mastermind behind all this. You son of a bitch, you still want to blame Mutant. Chapter 25 God Bless Wolverine. Exhibition Center. Iron Man and Whiplash finally come face to face. Hearing Justin Hammer's words, Ivan Vank was also a little surprised. This idiot who was played around by him from the beginning to the end should hate himself to death now, right? How do you look like this, and you are still looking forward to your appearance? Could it be that he was too stimulated and his brain was broken? Although doubts popped up in his mind, Ivan Vank didn't care. There was never anyone else in his line of sight. Only the man in the red armor. Tony Stark, you can't go anywhere today. Ivan Vank fixed his murderous intent firmly on Tony with his hawk-like eyes. I wanted you to see the iron soldiers I developed, but they were destroyed by these mutants. Then, I'm here to meet you in person. I know the live broadcast is not over yet, so today, in front of the whole world, I will make you, a shameless thief, pay the price in blood. Tony's scalp tingled with his show. The last time he was at the racing track, he had shown mercy to this guy. Who would have thought that this guy would show up again today, and even call him specifically to lure him to show up? The key also kept saying that his reactor technology was stolen. How can this be tolerated? Tony has never been a nice guy. I stole your XXX. He exhaled fragrantly on the spot, and activated the new armor without the slightest hesitation. The new reactor shows far more energy than before. Seeing Iron Man's speed was as fast as lightning, everyone present felt that a flash of red light had already hit Ivan Vank. Ivan Vank didn't even react, he was carried and flew into the sky. It quickly turned into 2 black spots. Give me 3 minutes and deal with him. Tony's voice came from afar, obviously knowing that this place is not suitable for fighting, and intends to take the whiplock to a place where no one is there to solve it. Whisk was furious. How dare you look down on me? The sound quickly disappeared. Thousands of people looked at each other. The sudden change interrupted what had happened before. The father of the boy who was rescued looked back at Logan again, and saw that his complexion was getting worse and worse, as if he had vented more and breathed less. Can't wait for Stark to show up, we have to take him to the hospital. Among the crowd, a sexy beauty with big red waves and a figure so good to burst suddenly rushed out. My car is right outside, carry him to the car. Quick! Storm and Cyclops looked at each other and wanted to find Lin. Jean Grey was already moving. When psychokinesis was activated, Logan's body floated up by itself, and under her guidance, he quickly moved towards the door. Everyone quickly moved away. This scene appeared on the live broadcast screen, like a freeze frame, and countless pairs of eyes saw it. Wherever Logan passed, the dripping blood on his body formed a red blood road on the ground. The eyes of the audience turned red one after another. God, bless him! The appearance of the red-haired beauty surprised Lin. Black Widow. He asked for all the invitations Tony received, so Pepper did not participate in this expo. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Black Widow, who is Xiaojiao's secretary, came secretly. She has obviously been observing the development of the matter, and it is not surprising that she suddenly appeared at this moment. In all likelihood, she has received an order from SHIELD. What happened tonight will definitely cause huge amounts of sensation, and the 4 X-Men who turned out to be the most watched existence in the audience. If S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to find out the truth, it must make contact. It's a good way to take Logan to the hospital, isn't it? Lin, Tony, do you want to go and have a look? Shadowcat asked softly. Lin shook her head without hesitation. That's Tony's personal vendetta, and it's definitely up to them to sort it out. His eyes were clear and calm, as if he could see through everything. Without those iron soldiers and the war machine, the whip is just another stepping stone to Iron Man's fame. While speaking, he moved his eyes lightly and locked on Justin Hammer on the stage. Mr. Hammer is the real protagonist tonight. Taking advantage of the diversion of everyone's attention, this prominent arms dealer was quietly and slowly retreating at this moment, obviously wanting to leave secretly. How could Lin let him do what he wanted? Although the confusion curse is only a second-level magic, it is still very useful. Accompanied by his laughter, a team of heavily armed NYPD agents appeared from the gate, and as soon as they entered, they went straight to Justin Hammer. "Mr. Hammer, NYPD invites you to go back for coffee and explain what happened tonight." Justin Hammer staggered. Instantly collapsed to the ground. On the other side, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff stepped on the gas pedal, showing a driving skill not inferior to that of a professional racing driver. Logan, who was severely injured, lay unconscious in the back seat. The three of Jean Grey drove another car and followed closely behind. "Gentlemen," Natasha Romanoff spoke again and again, only to find that Logan didn't respond at all, so she relaxed. Nick Fury's voice came from the headset, "Natasha Romanoff, take him directly to the nearest base number 3. Level 5 Agent Gemma Simmons is already on standby there. She is our best doctor and biologist." "Clear." Natasha Romanoff quickly responded, "Even if he can't save his life, I can still take this opportunity to contact 3 other people." "That's right, it's definitely not a coincidence that these mutants appeared at the expo. I want to know their purpose." Nick Fury's voice is unmistakable. After a pause, he added, "I have asked Phil Coulson to lead the team there. If this mutant dies in the end, and you can't gain the trust of the other people, we must at least make sure to keep his body." As soon as this remark came out, Natasha Romanoff's eyes trembled violently. Chapter 26. Don't be afraid that mutants have abilities, but be afraid that mutants have brains. "Boss, you want to study mutant?" In her mind, she unconsciously remembered the anti-human experiments she had seen in S.H.I.E.L.ds materials. Although the military has been secretly using mutant for experiments, it is not visible. "Do we have to? Just in case, Natasha Romanoff." Nick Fury's voice slowed down slightly. He knew that Natasha Romanoff had received brutal agent training in the Red House, so he hated this kind of experiment that abandoned humanity. This order is very likely to arouse her resistance. In order not to let the best agent under his command think too much, Nick Fury hesitated for a while, and could only explain, "Well, Natasha Romanoff, I actually know the identities of these mutants." Natasha Romanoff was taken aback, "You know?" "That's right." Nick Fury quickly said, "They belong to the X-Men established by a top-level mutant. They are among the mutant group, tending to the human side, and are committed to combating mutant crimes. I have to say that the X-Men have really failed in these years. Even though they have saved the world more than once, they have almost no reputation. Even among the official human forces, only a handful of people know of their existence. This is of course because of Loki. But the official deliberate blockade is also indispensable. Otherwise, it is impossible for Black Widow, who is a level 9 S.H.I.E.L.D agent, to know nothing about it. Only today, due to the live broadcast of the expo, the X-Men appeared in the public eye extremely abruptly. Regarding their existence, it is obviously impossible to block it. Director Nick Fury had no choice but to reveal to his subordinates, according to top-secret information, this mutant named Wolverine was once a member of the military's Weapon X program. His super ability is the self-healing factor and adamantium bone claws. Even if he is headshot, he can the kind that came alive. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for him to be blown up like this by a howitzer. Now that he has become like this, there must be another reason. If we can leave his body behind, it will be equivalent to having a bargaining chip to get in touch with that top mutant. Most importantly, the X-Men have never been so high profile. I have a hunch that what happened today seems to be controlled by an invisible hand secretly. I need to know the truth, Natasha Romanoff. Do you understand?" After speaking in one breath, Nick Fury felt that his attitude towards his subordinates was already gentle enough. Unexpectedly, Natasha Romanoff did not respond for a long time after listening. A hint of sullenness crept into my heart, Natasha Romanoff. "Boss, did you just say that this big man can come back to life even if he dies?" After a long time, Natasha Romanoff's voice sounded again. Nick Fury was inexplicable. That's what the intelligence said. What's wrong? I think I overlooked one thing. Natasha Romanoff sighed softly. The companion is seriously injured. Why did the other 3 mutants hand him over to me without worry, but just drive behind? According to common sense, they should leave at least one person in the car to look after them, shouldn't they? Nick Fury's voice sank suddenly. What do you mean? It means, this guy may not be what we saw at all, he was not seriously injured at all. Natasha Romanoff voiced her guess. Nick Fury was shocked. Why are you so sure? Because he's gone. The vehicle was already on the side of the road, and Natasha Romanoff turned to look at the empty back seat with an extremely ugly expression. I don't know when it was, and I don't know what happened, but he suddenly disappeared. She felt inexplicably being played. Missing. Nick Fury gasped. Not because of Wolverine's sudden disappearance, nor because of Wolverine's suspected fake injury, nor because this scene means that the X-Men's high-profile appearance tonight is probably not a coincidence. As long as he is given a little time and a little more information, he can find out. The reason why he is like this is purely because it is unbelievable. Could it be that X-Men? Are you selling miserably? Great Crab Special. Thinking of this possibility, Nick Fury felt his scalp go numb. Although the large-scale emergence of mutant has attracted the attention of countries all over the world, many people are worried about it, thinking that mutant will pose a huge amount of threat to human beings, but in fact, for people at his level, mutant has never been a human being. What a big deal! Because the abilities of most mutants are very weak. A small number of elite mutants also split into 2 camps. Professor X? Just a good guy with a strong ability. Magneto? A lunatic who only knows how to play tricks, and thinks of summoning mutants to fight against humans every day. Not to mention that no matter what he does, he will be blocked by the Professor X faction. Even if he does succeed, humans have many ways to deal with it. The military's X-weapon program, super soldier program, various hidden biochemical transformations, genetic modification laboratories. S.H.I.E.L.D. also controls Tesseract, Captain Marvel. And Avengers in the works. Too many cards. Because of this, Nick Fury's gaze rarely stays on mutant. What he wants to pay attention to is the universe, the alien civilization, and the safety of the entire Earth. To some extent, he doesn't like mutants. When it is really necessary, it is the greatest respect for this group to recruit a few powerful mutants to work under his command. Because he never felt that super ability meant everything. As an ordinary person, he controlled the huge power of S.H.I.E.L.D, relying on wisdom and means. And in his opinion, both. Neither Professor X nor Magneto. But now, the situation seems to have changed. Make a high-profile appearance, forcefully sell miserably, win the sympathy of the public. What are the X-Men doing here? Don't be afraid that mutant has a super ability, but be afraid that mutant has a brain. Looks like it's time to talk to Professor X. Nick Fury whispered in his heart, and suddenly realized that there seemed to be some unknown changes in the mutant group that he had been ignoring. He hates change. Because change means uncontrollable. Chapter 27 Tony's shock. I might be a mutant? As Lin expected, Tony quickly took care of the whip lock. It's just that the time it takes is far more than 3 minutes. Ivan Vank, a mad scientist with a twisted mind, is far inferior to him in controlling the armor, but the pair of lightning whips are really unpredictable. The dignified Iron Man almost flipped over. If it weren't for the surge in energy provided by the new reactor, and the weapon system of the Mark VI battlesuit had also been greatly improved, it is not certain who will win this duel. When he finished everything, he dragged his tired body back to Stark Building. There was a loud bang in the air. Nailed it! Lin's figure appeared with a burst of space distortion, and looked at him with a half-smile. Didn't you say 3 minutes? I've been waiting for you for almost 30 minutes. Tony blushed. Well, I admit that guy is a bit difficult. One by one, the mechanical hands reached out and quickly helped him take off the battle suit. He couldn't help rubbing his old waist, although the reactor he made is very backward, he concentrated most of the energy on the 2 whips. Very powerful. Lin snapped her fingers, and the white magic light flickered. But in an instant, Tony felt the aches and pains all over his body were gone. After staying up all night for a few consecutive nights and the exhaustion from a big battle, all of them dissipated. You guy, it's fine to flash out of thin air, but you can still heal. Tony was stunned for a moment, and then he sighed with envy. Magic? So amazing. It's just a common healing technique. Lin smiled lightly and made a suggestion. Since Yvonne Vang's whip is so powerful, maybe you can equip the next generation of battle suits with a cold weapon. Kindness. Tony looked at him in surprise. One thing to say, your attack methods are actually quite scarce. Lin shook her left and right hands, and 2 glasses of red wine appeared in her hands, and she handed a glass to Tony. It is completely dependent on hot weapons, but in many cases it is not as good as cold weapons. Could it be that you are exhausted and you can only fight with people? You don't always think that fists are better than swords, do you? Tony shook his head. He hadn't really thought about it. But obviously, in the battle tonight, Yvonne Vang's 2 lightning whips had left a deep impression on him. You're right. I really should enrich my means of attack. He took a sip from the wine glass, and thoughtful eyes appeared in his eyes. If I build a large alloy sword and hang it on my back, isn't it handsome enough? Will it affect the image of Iron Man? But if it's just a built-in dagger it doesn't seem to have that much power. As expected of Iron Man, his thinking is unconstrained. Lin smiled. You can try it first, then do a survey, and adjust it at any time according to the popularity of the public. It's nothing more than spending a little money. He laughed and joked, definitely, as a partner, if you ask, I can also help you build a magic sword. At that time, you can carry 2 swords on your back, use alloy swords to deal with ordinary enemies, and use magic swords to deal with powerful enemies. Wouldn't it be more handsome? Good guy, this is somewhat similar to the Witcher's outfit. Geralt the White Wolf, the humanoid pile driver. Not to mention, to some extent, he is really similar to Tony, a playboy. It's just that the picture is so beautiful that some people can't imagine it. It's a deal. When I finish evaluating the feasibility of installing a cold weapon system, I will definitely come to you. Tony smiled and clinked glasses with Lin, and drank the wine in the glass. Then, he saw the wine reappear in the empty glass. And increase little by little. Fuck. I hate magic, it makes me feel that the world of ordinary people is extremely shabby. Tony sighed deeply, and then said very abruptly, what happened tonight has something to do with you, right? Are you a mutant? That's right. Lin nodded without any surprise on her face. There is no way to hide this from Tony. After all, from the very beginning, he made no secret of his interest in the Hanmer Industry Expo. The invitation letters from Storm and the others were also obtained through Tony. With Tony's IQ, it's weird that he couldn't think of this. So, you already knew about Yvonne Vang's conspiracy? Deliberately letting those mutants save people is to ease the hostile relationship between mutants and ordinary people. Tony was a little surprised by Lin's frankness. In this case, why didn't you take a shot at that time? If you also shot, the big man would definitely not be hurt. Logan isn't hurt, that's just an illusion. Lin smiled and shook her head. Fake. Tony trembled all over, and looked at Lin in disbelief. So, then it's just a show. Definitely not. Lin looked at him with a calm and firm expression. Yvonne Vang's conspiracy is true, the Iron Soldiers' riot is true, and it is also true that thousands of people were almost killed on the spot. X-Men risked their lives to save them all. Why is it fake? It has to be said that these are impeccable facts. Tony's eyes quivered slightly. Understood, intentionally create a tragic scene of injury, win the sympathy of the public, and let the public know that there are such a part of mutant as heroes who are desperate to save others, so as to reverse the image of mutant. There was a weird smile on the corner of his mouth, and he said jokingly, "Is this a method in the business field, packaging and operating X-Men as a commodity? Lin, what a genius you are! Do you want to use this method to change mutants' situation step by step?" As expected of an Iron Man with an explosive IQ, he guessed what Lin was thinking right away. After a long time of trouble, it turns out that I am working with mutant. With Tony's character, he has no resistance to mutant. He just looked at Lin with some doubts. "Why don't you hide these things from me at all? Just because we are partners?" "Definitely not." Lin looked at him speechlessly. First, except for a small number of mutants, most mutants are not malicious to ordinary people, but are forced by ordinary people to have no place to live. There's nothing to hide about turning mutants' image around. Second. Having said that, Lin had a strange look on his face. "Why do you think we are just partners?" Tony froze, not understanding what he meant. "Let me give you some science. Mutants are divided into several types. Among them, the Delta-level mutants with the largest number of people have very weak abilities, and their appearance is no different from ordinary people, except that their physical qualities are far superior to ordinary people, such as strength and speed. Also like the brain." Lin explained, "In other words, not all mutants have super abilities, and it can even be said that the fact is completely opposite." Tony was still puzzled. Think about your father, Tony. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Lin smiled, and drank the rest of the wine in the glass. Mr. Howard Stark, under the technological environment decades ago, not only developed the prototype of the arc reactor, but also found new elements, this at least a few hundred years ahead of the times, right? 1 step ahead is genius, 10 steps ahead is super genius, what about 100 steps ahead? Just smart. Is the word smart enough to describe it? So, you never thought about. Having said that, Lin put away the cup and patted Tony on the shoulder. Your father, Howard Stark, could be a mutant. And his super ability is a very clever brain. Even this ability is inherited from you. Those words sounded like thunder in Tony's ears. He was stunned. My dad is a mutant? Ability also passed on to me? That rounding up means that I am also a mutant? Great gift crab. Chapter 28 Hot discussion on the internet, mutant may also be a hero. Whether Howard Stark is a mutant or not doesn't really matter. It is impossible for Tony to dig up his father's grave to verify whether there is an X gene in Howard's body. So this question will never be answered. Lin's move is just to leave a seed in Tony's heart. Although with Tony's character, he will not target mutant, and the cooperation between the two parties will not be affected by this, but giving him a sense of belonging to mutant will always have more advantages than disadvantages. Look. You are not just a partner with us, you may also be your own person. If mutant needs anything in the future, are you ashamed not to help? Leaving Stark Building, Lin's next stop is Xavier's school. In the principal's office. Boom. Lin had just arrived, and saw the 4 of X-Men gathered together, and Professor X was sitting in a wheelchair watching the news on TV. Exactly what happened on the fair floor. Hey Lin boy! The magic effect on Wolverine Logan has ended, and his injuries have completely healed under the powerful self-healing ability. He stretched out his right bone claw, cut off the cigar with a cheese sound, and put it in his mouth. But he glanced at Lin. Although I have only been your teacher for a few days, before you cast a spell on me, shouldn't you have some minimum respect for the teacher? Like, tell me. Perhaps because of living too long, Wolverine's temper is no longer as violent as when she was young. Or maybe, Lin is just a student. In short, he was not angry. I'm so sorry, Logan. Lin rubbed her fingers lightly, and a flame buzzed out of thin air, slowly floated to Logan's mouth, and lit the cigar. After all, you are not a professional actor. If I told you in advance, I am afraid that the performance will not be effective. Seeing him being so upbeat, Logan took a puff in satisfaction. For the sake of lighting my cigarette, I will forgive you this time. No, to express my apologies. Lin shook her head, looked at him seriously and said, maybe, I can help you recover your memory. As soon as this remark came out, Logan stopped smoking immediately. Restore memory. Even though he has seen Lin's magical magic more than once, he still feels a little incredible. Charles can't help me, you can do it. You can try. Lin smiled, I know a little bit of memory magic. Understand a little. Logan's heart trembled violently. After seeing Lin's methods, and then looking at Lin's calm and indifferent expression, he was 100% sure that this so-called slight understanding could definitely be equated with proficient. This kid is too secretive. Thinking of this, Logan couldn't help breathing faster. Phoenix's eyes flickered, and the scene in the heart space appeared in his mind again, and he couldn't help but said, Logan, maybe you can let Lin try it, since he is sure, he won't let you down. Both Storm and Cyclops were a little surprised. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Jean's attitude towards Lin seems to be different from before. Storm thought about it. She glanced at Professor X, and then at Lin, feeling inexplicably flustered. It's only been a while, and Lin's influence on Xavier's school and X-Men seems to be getting bigger and bigger. This is not a good sign. Whether it's the scene on the playground before or what happened tonight, it can be seen that this student acts very differently from Charles. He clearly knew about Yvonne Vank's conspiracy in advance, but he didn't want to stop it. Instead, use this incident to enhance the reputation of X-Men. It's okay to force the X-Men to make a high-profile appearance. He went so far as to cast a spell on Logan, causing him to be seriously injured in order to arouse public sympathy. Obviously, for this student, as long as the goal can be achieved, the means are not important. This is by far the best student at Xavier's school. What if you accidentally go astray? Afraid it wasn't another Magneto? With this in mind, Storm feels a great responsibility. As a teacher, she believes that she needs to guide and prevent Lin from going astray. He said in a cold voice, okay, I'll talk about Logan later, now. Lin, don't you think you need to explain something? Explain what? Lin looked at her in surprise. Definitely it's tonight. Storm was very dissatisfied with his attitude. I admit that what you said at the expo site is very reasonable. The X-Men should be the leader of the mutants, and they should slowly walk into the sun, so that other mutants in the world give them hope. But that should be done in a planned way, step by step. Instead of entering the live broadcast unprepared like tonight and being seen by millions of people. That would cause us huge amounts of trouble. On this point, obviously Logan, Cyclops, Phoenix also hold the same attitude. Even if you want to reveal your identity, you should do it step by step. The meal should be eaten bite by bite. If you act too hastily, it may attract the attention of all parties and put X-Men and Xavier's school in crisis. Lin scoffed at that. The best results can be achieved without preparation, isn't it? He looked at the news screen on the TV. In just a few hours, the internet has already been full of quarrels. At least 1/5 of the people are speaking for the X-Men. Most of these people just have pure admiration and sympathy for Logan. The other small group originally didn't reject Mutant, but after watching tonight's live broadcast, they firmly regard the X-Men as heroes. Right now, the public opinion that mutants aren't necessarily monsters, they could be heroes. It's already boiling to the sky. Lin pursed her lips, and glanced at the faces of Storm and the others one by one. When was the last time Mutant appeared frequently in the news? Oh, I remembered, it's time for the official Mutant Registration Act. Those words left Storm and the others speechless. Last time, those politicians wanted to push the Mutant Registration Act, and the news of mutant crimes was all over the TV. It seems that the whole world is against mutant. But this time, 1 in 5 people is speaking for mutant. Chapter 29X Daily Mutant Documentary. Lin, where did you get this data? Storm's eyes widened in disbelief. She definitely doesn't think that 1/5 is a small number, on the contrary, it is a miracle that so many people can publicly speak for mutant on the internet. Alice, say hello to Teacher Orlo. Lin smiled. The next moment, under the astonished gazes of Storm and the others, the picture on the TV suddenly changed. A little girl in a red skirt was smiling and waving her arms. How are the teachers? How are the teachers? How are the teachers? The sound didn't just come from the TV, but also from the computer, the phone, and even from the cell phones of Storm and the others. Like an echo, resonating in the room. Great gift crab special, artificial intelligence. Everyone's hearts trembled. They had no doubts about the data Lin said. With the help of an artificial intelligence, the data was absolutely accurate. Only, are so many people really starting to change their attitudes towards mutant? The four looked at each other, subconsciously looking at Professor X. Professor X showed a contemplative look on his face, and finally said, Lin, are you competing with the authorities, for public opinion? More precisely, it's people's hearts. Lin nodded, and said every word, people's hearts are like an ocean, and the overwhelming public opinion is like a trickle of streams. When they gather together, they will become a huge trend. In the past, this general trend has always been in the hands of the enemy. Starting today, mutant. It has its own voice. The last sentence, like a thunderbolt, exploded in the office. Storm looked at each other. They finally understood why Charles valued Lin so much just after reading a plan for saving mutant. Not only did he invest heavily in the Second World, but he even let Lin do whatever he wanted. It's vision. This student's vision even exceeds Charles's to some extent. He obviously only took the first step, but he has already seen the scene 10 steps away. None of the things he did was done on a whim, and all of them were prepared and purposeful. So today's event, on the surface, is our high-profile appearance of X-Men, but in fact, it is the first time mutant has made a sound. Storm stared blankly at Lin, speechless for a moment. That's right, if you don't make a song, you're done, it's a blockbuster. Lin's smile was bright and gentle. The first time I spoke out, it set off a storm of public opinion that swept across the United States, and it will soon spread to other countries. Is it okay? Storm and the others didn't know how to respond. Even so, that's not all of your plans, is it? Professor X's eyes twinkled, and he clapped his hands with a smile. Okay, Lin, don't be fooled, and teach us old guys who can't keep up with the times, a good lesson. It is worthy of being the world's top spiritual ability practitioner. It's just that the last time I talked for 2 hours in the office, I knew Lin better than anyone else. Definitely, people's hearts are changeable, and public opinion will be restricted or even blocked by human officials at any time. There was no complacency on Lin's face. His eyes are still clear. For example, those rescued tonight, there are politicians, military generals, consortium bosses, and media mouthpieces. These people may be out of gratitude, or out of the need to maintain their own image. In short, they are definitely willing to say a few good words for X-Men recently. But as time goes by, their attitude will eventually return to their interests. As long as it's profitable, they might be friendly to mutant one day and yell at mutant the next. There are also those viewers who watched the live broadcast. Many of them just got excited for a while, admiring the X-Men and sympathizing with Logan, and they helped mutant on the internet. The wind shifts, and their attitudes are likely to shift. At that time, mutant's voice will naturally become smaller again. Even submerged. So, what we have to do is to make this voice louder and louder. Too big to hide. It's so big that it shakes the sky. Unknowingly, the rhythm of the conversation in the office once again fell under Lin's control. Let the voice of mutant shake the sky. Storm and Cyclops muttered to themselves, only to be deafened. All of a sudden, there was a feeling that, everything I did in the past was meaningless. Phoenix felt Lin's courage, and unconsciously remembered the conversation in the spiritual space. Could it be that he could really try to control the evil power in his body? The cigar in Wolverine's mouth was almost burnt out. Professor X looked at Lin thoughtfully. How can let this wave of sound shake through the sky? The first step, channel. Lin obviously had a plan in advance, and said with a smile, the framework of the Second World Company has been set up. In the next step, in addition to large-scale recruitment, the promotion of Oasis will also be launched simultaneously. I plan to establish a new media company called Daily X. Then on the X Daily, open up an Oasis channel, a mutant special channel. Professor X nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the familiar smile on Lin's face, and couldn't help but feel a sudden in his heart. You don't want to ask me for investment again, do you? I just invested 100 million in a building. Lin. The Four of Storm. No need, if there are no accidents, I will have a large sum of money in the account soon. Lin curled her lips speechlessly, feeling a little disappointed in her heart. It is worthy of being the top spiritual ability user. Before he even opened his mouth, he felt something. It's a good plan. Professor X also smiled awkwardly. It's just that the media market has long been monopolized by major consortiums. It may be difficult for a newly established company to grab a share in a short period of time. It's the same sentence, times have changed, Professor. The gleam in Lin's eyes is called the advantage of the traveler. In the internet age, new media is the kingly way, and new media only needs one explosive point to detonate the whole world. Professor X and others looked at each other. What kind of explosive point? Nowadays, what is the hottest topic on the internet? It's the X-Men. Lin sighed softly. With a snap of the fingers, accompanied by the sound of bang and bang, 4 Oasis game bracelets appeared in front of everyone in succession. Professor X already has one. Facing everyone's puzzled eyes, Lin put away the smile on his face and said solemnly, I want to use your memories to create an exclusive X-Men documentary. Wolverine Logan's eyelids twitched violently. Good guy. I just said that I want to help myself restore my memory, it is to pave the way for the present. Chapter 30 Xavier's School, God. There was a long silence in the office. Memory is undoubtedly the most taboo place for a person, no one likes their brains to be invaded. Why does Professor X always restrain the use of the mind ability? Because he knows very well that once he uses this ability on others, the possibility of becoming friends is basically cut off. Who wants to trust a person who can spy on his own brain at any time? Even if you believe it for a short time, it will definitely not last long. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, it will take hundreds of times and 1,000 times of effort to eliminate them. Just like the last time, Professor X couldn't resist probing Lin's brain. Apart from being surprised by Lin's performance, there was another most important reason. He knew that Lin would most likely not get angry because of it. Why? Because Lin came to show herself at that time, she must have been mentally prepared. So the detection failed. Professor X was shocked, but not disappointed. This time is different. Lin actually proposed in public that she would borrow the memories of the 5 people present and make it into a documentary. Doesn't this reveal the secrets deep in their hearts to the public? But everyone will subconsciously reject it. Don't worry, memory magic is different from what you think, I don't need to enter your brain. Lin had expected this, and explained, you just need to recall what happened at that time, and then I will take out this thread of thought, that is to say, things you don't want people to know, no, just remember it. As soon as these words came out, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Legiliancy. Professor X took a deep look at Lin, and pondered, what memories do you want to retrieve? The origin of the X-Men, the grievances with the Mutant Brotherhood. Lin looked at Wolverine. Definitely, the most important thing is Logan. I have to say that Wolverine is definitely the one who has suffered the most in Mutant. With his current popularity, as long as he makes his sufferings public, I don't know how many people will cry. Wolverine frowned. I lost my memory, how do I recall it? Memories are never lost, only hidden. Lin shook her head. If I'm not wrong, although you have lost your memory, you still occasionally recall some memory fragments, right? It's just that you can't connect them together and piece them together. That's right, I get a splitting headache every time. Logan immediately believed Lin's words, and immediately nodded heavily. As long as I can restore my memory, I will do it. Lin looked at the three of Storm again. I still feel a little anxious. A tangled look appeared on Storm's face. Today's incident would have attracted the attention of all parties. Our identities will soon be exposed, and Xavier's school will no longer be safe. We are still so high profile at this time, which will definitely attract attention. Human official vigilance. In case they launch an operation against Mutant, we are unprepared. What will happen to the safety of the students? Obviously, she had been keeping a low profile for so many years and suddenly became high profile, and it was difficult for her to adapt for a while. Stop fooling yourself, Teacher Orlo. Lin hit him mercilessly. You don't really think that the existence of Xavier's school is a secret, do you? Storm froze. In these years, the X-Men have not been invisible all the time, but there must be traces of their past. How many people do you think in the high-level, military, and top consortiums that cooperate deeply with the government know, you guys hiding in Xavier Academy? When Lin said this, she was even a little speechless. He knew that Wilhelm Stryker would launch an action against Xavier's school soon, and as the person in charge of the military's X-weapon program, Wilhelm Stryker's military rank was Colonel. It is conceivable how many people above him know about the existence of X Academy. Storm thought that Xavier's school was safe, but it had been so many years without any accidents, but he didn't realize that this place has long been a bright target. The reason why no army came in was purely because I was afraid of Professor X and your strength, and I didn't have full confidence. Lin hit the nail on the head and was merciless. In fact, this is the point he is most dissatisfied with Professor X and X-Men. Even if you are a dove mutant, you can't really treat yourself as a dove. The shotgun will go off at any time, and you still feel that the other party can't see you? Never thought about building a defense system for Xavier's school? So much so that in the plot of the movie, when Professor X and several X-Men were not at home, the Academy was easily captured by a special force of the military. This is outrageous. This. Storm, Cyclops, and Phoenix were all speechless. It's still the same sentence, it doesn't make any sense to hide your head and show your tail. Lin said, and glanced at Professor X. In fact, if I were the principal of Xavier College, I wouldn't be so low-key at all, and I would even open the enrollment and raise the banner of mutant. Open enrollment? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the three of Storm widened. How can this be done? What about the safety of the Academy? That's not how security works. Lin said loudly, with a look of contemptuous arrogance suddenly appearing in his eyes. Professor, I have done another small thing during these years in the Academy. Do you want to see it? Professor X's heart trembled violently. Back in the office, Lin had the exact same look on her face. This kid is ready again. At this moment, even Professor X himself didn't realize that there was a look of hope on his face. Then, have a look. Have a look. Lin smiled brightly, and then stepped on the ground lightly under the suspicious eyes of everyone. The void trembled, and dazzling rays of light suddenly appeared, crisscrossing the ground, forming a strange and mysterious pattern, filling the entire room. Do not. Not just the principal's office. Through the window, the 5 people could clearly see a similar pattern of light appearing on the ground of the entire Xavier Academy, and it even extended towards the outside of the academy. What is this? Magic circle. Lin engraved a huge amounts of magic circle within the entire academy. And we didn't notice it. For a moment, unprecedented shock and surprise filled the minds of the 5 people present. Without waiting for them to ask, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Boom! It was as if there were dragons rolling and roaring out from the depths of the ground. The desks and chairs in the office shook violently. The teaching building seemed to collapse at any moment, yet it remained weirdly intact. Next moment, a strange sense of rising came. Cyclops, with the best eyesight, suddenly saw that in the extreme distance, at least 1 kilometer away from Xavier's school, a mountain that was originally above his line of sight suddenly fell short. And at a speed visible to the naked eye, it came below the line of sight, and then, disappeared. Great Crab Special! An incredibly crazy idea suddenly appeared in Cyclops' mind. The giant magic circle that suddenly appeared put the entire academy on the sky. Xavier's school, heaven. Chapter 31 Mutant Base independent of the world. The sudden movement quickly alarmed everyone in Xavier's school. As the earth lifted into the sky, the power line broke, and the academy was suddenly pitch black, but this darkness only lasted for a few seconds, and the backup power supply was automatically turned on. What happened? Is there an earthquake? Everyone leave the room quickly and go to an open place. Where did the teachers go? Go find the teacher. A group of students who were resting in the dormitory ran to the playground one after another. Every face was full of panic, even the best among the students such as Burning Man and Bishop were no exception. This scene was definitely seen by everyone in the office. The expressions of Storm and the others were a little ugly. It was just a sudden situation, and the students were so panicked that they all became headless chickens. This is in a way. Undoubtedly, it shows the failure of their teaching. Jade can't be cut, Professor, you protect them very well. Lin sighed softly, not surprised by this scene. Bao Jianfeng comes out of sharpening. Mutants are in danger of perishing at any time. Those wandering mutants, such as Wolverine, Polaris, etc., which one has not been weather-beaten and has gone through disasters. Although it may not be possible for everyone to be calm, they will never be in a state of confusion. On the other hand, these students in the college may have experienced hardships when they were young, but since they came to Xavier's school, they have been staying in the ivory tower and never experienced danger again. This is obviously of no benefit to the growth of the mind. This has a relationship with the college's teaching philosophy, which has huge amounts of. Professor X wants students to grow up healthily and happily, but they ignore. Although they are teenagers, they are mutant teenagers. The end result is that the number of students in Xavier's school is quite large. It may be called elite, but there are only a few of them. They were all taken away by Lin at once. I'm in the world of Oasis, and I've opened up some mutant-specific dungeons. Starting tomorrow, all the students in the academy will go in and practice. Lin said. Before Professor X could answer, a mirror image duplication shook out from his body, and another apparition appeared in the middle of the playground. What are you panicking about? A loud shout shook the audience, covering the roar of the earth, reaching the ears of all the students. Such a trivial matter, so flustered, the teachers are not here, you are all out of your mind. Professor X's eyelids twitched violently. Things outside don't matter, Lin's attention is always in the office. The range of this magic circle is 3 kilometers in length and width. Although it is not big, it is enough to expand Xavier's school. He glanced at everyone, and said in an orderly manner, the magic circle is driven by solar energy, and it can rise up to 500 meters. It also has flight and invisibility functions. It's just that the defense system is still very rough, but it is enough for the time being. If a satellite detects it, all I saw was a void. Everyone listened, gasping one after another. 3 kilometers in length and width, isn't that big enough? If this is expanded, how many mutants can it accommodate? Most importantly, an invisible zone that cannot be detected by satellites is still in the sky. Who can be against Xavier's school? This is simply a mutant base independent of the world. Lin, you bastard, you actually... Professor X's complexion changed again and again. For Lin, even though he had already paid attention to it to the point where it couldn't be more important, he still didn't expect to have such a move. After 10 years of hiding, how much preparation has this student made? It's outrageous. The same idea was also surging in the minds of Storm and the others at the same time. In this situation, they still don't understand that what happened at the expo was just an introduction. Lin's real purpose is to reform Xavier's school. Don't they think Xavier's school is not safe? Don't you think X-Men can't be exposed? Don't you think it's dangerous to rush to start a mutant channel and make an X-Men documentary? Don't you think that the college's open enrollment will lead to disaster? Okay. I directly made the academy invisible and disappeared from the world. Those forces that want to be unfavorable to mutant can only stare blankly at the huge pit that appeared out of thin air. Is this all right? You. Storm's face was flushed, his breathing quickened, and he didn't know what to say. It was really Lin's handwriting, which was beyond her imagination. The same goes for Cyclops, Wolverine. Jean Grey's heart trembled, but she thought of something, the brainwave strengthening device and the Blackbird fighter plane in the underground of the academy. Do not worry. Lin snapped her fingers, and a portal quietly appeared. But it didn't stand still, but swiped from left to right. The figures of the 6 people present disappeared instantly. When it reappeared, it was already in mid-air. The levitation technique had already been applied to the 5 Professor X members in the midst of their thoughts, so at this moment, they felt as light as a hair, floating in the air. But in front of him, there is a huge and incomparably large island slowly rising. A series of translucent rays of light spread around the island. The whole island is becoming transparent little by little. Great gift crab! Wolverine murmured unconsciously. In his eyes, it was as if a big invisible hand dug out a piece of the earth. This island was at least 100 meters deep. The underground building of Xavier's school is only 50 meters deep. So whether it's Charles's brainwave strengthening room, X-Men's Blackbird fighter, or even Jean Grey's research room, all must be safe and sound. There is no need to worry about energy issues. Lin stretched out her palm, and an arc reactor appeared out of thin air in the palm. The college's backup power supply should last for a few days. After I modify the energy system, I can use this thing as the energy core. Under Professor X's puzzled gaze, he slowly said, based on the electricity consumption of the academy, this thing can be guaranteed for at least a few years. At that time, just build another large reactor. This is what he picked out from the Mark-6 steel battlesuit after he helped Tony take out the shrapnel fragments in his body. Although some energy is consumed, it is more than enough for power supply. Just such a small thing, how many years can it supply power? Wolverine Logan suddenly felt that the world had changed. Had she been unconscious for decades? Is the technology on Earth already so terrifying? No one suspected that Lin was exaggerating. What happened tonight has completely convinced them. In my original room, there is a teleportation circle. The materials needed by the Academy can be sent in from there after purchase. Lin smiled, threw the reactor to Logan casually, and looked at Professor X with burning eyes. In addition, that teleportation circle is connected to the hidden teleportation circle below, and people can pass through it if necessary. Send it over. The teleportation circle below. Everyone was startled, subconsciously looked down. I saw that the ground where Xavier's school was originally located was already a huge pothole with a depth of 100 meters. In the pitch-black nothingness, strange and mysterious magic patterns flickered a few times and disappeared out of thin air. Needless to say, This is again Lin's backhand. In the future, if Xavier's school openly enrolls students, the registration point will still be at this location. Only. Who would have thought that jumping into the pit would lead to the real academy? Lin. Professor X was so distraught that he didn't know what to say. He glanced at Storm and the others, and finally looked at Lin, and sighed deeply. Let's go into Oasis and extract the memory. After it's over, I want to sleep well. Chapter 32 Legilimency. Another wonderful use of Oasis. Oasis World, in an empty copy. Professor X, Wolverine, Storm, Cyclops, and Jean Grey stood quietly, recalling the scenes that happened that year. A streak of silvery white light emerged between the 5 people's eyebrows. Lin faced them, her hands were like plucking strings, and every time she moved and waved, a ray of light fell into the distant void. The buzzing sound is endless. Where the light of memory fell, the void changed quietly. First, the ground rolled, and then buildings rose from the ground, and then, figures were outlined. Eric, Charles, as a member of Mutant, you are willing to be human lackeys. Xiao, the fate of Mutant should not be entrusted to war. Eric, Xiao's idea is wrong, don't be fooled by him. No, Charles, you are too naive. I agreed with him from the very beginning. I killed him only because he killed my mother. It's like how a tiger can be with sheep. How can we mutants become human beings? Pray. Look, after adamantium casts bone claws, you will become a brand new Wolverine, the strongest weapon that I, Wilhelm Stryker, has created. After today, ordinary people all over the world will become mutants. Eric, you madman, the mutant transformed by your broken machine, will die soon. First Class, Wolverine, X-Men 1. Accompanied by dialogues and battles, one classic scene after another is reproduced. Then it was recorded by Alice. Of these, Wolverine's memory is the most troublesome. But with his active cooperation, Lin perfectly combined the 4-ring magic legilimency with the virtual projection of the second world of Oasis, and it didn't take much effort to complete everything. Next, these real and classic scenes will be edited by Alice. In the end, a full version of the documentary was formed. Also known as Mutants Past and Present. When this documentary is released, the X-Men will come to the stage completely. In the eyes of the world, it will no longer be a secret. When everything was over, Professor X looked at the scene that was clearly an illusion made of memory, but was extremely real, with a solemn expression and a confused heart. With his character, he would not have agreed with Lin to do this. But Lin's performance twice in a row is really against the sky. And he is old. Whether he wants to or not, he has to admit that from the moment Lin stepped into the principal's office, Mutant's future is no longer in his hands. The future belongs to Lin. This young man's wisdom, ability, means, vision, any aspect is enough to become the well-deserved leader of Mutant. Even if I don't agree, I can't stop it. The general trend of the world is mighty and mighty, those who follow it will prosper, and those who go against it will perish. At this moment, Professor X unconsciously thought of such an old saying. He has been reading books about Dragon Kingdom recently, and he has gained a lot. The more I study, the more I feel that the culture of the Dragon Kingdom is extensive and profound. Maybe, let Lin let go and do it, and I will be the principal quietly in the academy. Also very good? Only by stepping onto the front stage can truly be regarded as the banner of Mutant, and can bring hope to other mutants. Lin's voice rang in my ears. In the near future, the whole world will know the name of Xavier's school, but they can't find the location of the school. Only Mutant, the mutant recognized by us, are eligible to enter the school. Over time, when we open enrollment, batches of students will enroll, and batches of students will graduate. This place will become a holy place for mutants all over the world. And then, it will also become a kingdom of mutants standing in the sky. Just like the Amazons in Paradise Island and Atlantis in the underwater world. Definitely, Lin didn't say the last sentence. First, it is difficult to establish a country. It doesn't mean that gathering a large group of mutants can become a country. An orderly functioning country requires a large number of talents to manage, otherwise, it will fall apart in minutes. And this is exactly what the mutant group lacks the most. Secondly, with Lin's current strength, maintaining a magic circle of 3,000 meters in length and width is already the limit, and it is temporarily impossible to further expand the area of the Academy to a level sufficient to establish a country. So, this is a long-term plan. What to do now is another thing. Thoughts surged in her mind. Lin stretched her waist and looked at Professor X. Professor, since we have entered the Oasis, why not take a stroll here? I just have a question and I want to ask you for advice. As soon as these words came out, for some reason, Storm and the others secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Because it wasn't until at the moment that they saw the familiar student appearance on Lin again. Tonight. The pressure on this student is too much. When Professor X heard this, curiosity appeared on his face. What's the problem? Professor, I know that you can create a spiritual connection with all the people in the world through the brainwave strengthening device. In that state, you can accurately distinguish between ordinary people and mutants. Lin smiled slightly, full of curiosity. Can you tell me, what is the difference between the brainwaves of mutant and ordinary people? I want to use this to improve my detection magic. Detect magic? Professor X trembled slightly, thinking of something. That's right. Lin didn't hide anything, and pointed to the copy space. The game equipment of Oasis, the bracelet, helmet, and game compartment are all engraved with detection magic, so as to distinguish whether the player entering the game is an ordinary person or a mutant. Can magic achieve such an effect? Professor X gasped again. Reminiscent of what Lin said before, he specially developed some mutant-specific copies, and another role in the world of Oasis is already coming out. Discover the mutants. Screen mutant. Train mutants. Chapter 33. Explain. What does it mean that something is missing? Xavier Manor is located outside the city of Twist, with a large area, and the surrounding area is also very empty. Apart from roads and forests, there are no other buildings. Even so, such a large area of ground was directly lifted into the air, and the movement was too great. It didn't take long for everything that should be known in the Twisted City to be known. Countless people woke up from their sleep, thinking that an earthquake had occurred. In the dark night, people from NYPD and many other departments rushed to the scene. Just before they reached their destination, a car had already appeared on the periphery of the giant pit. At the moment, the sky has become slightly brighter. Great Gift Crab. S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 8 Agent Phil Coulson stepped on the brakes and was stunned when he saw the road suddenly disappearing in front of him. Where is the road? What about the mountains? Where is the lake? Isn't it Charles's Manor, the X-Men base that the director said? Where did you go? How did this huge pit that is not dark in winter appear? Is the ground collapsing? With excellent psychological quality, Phil Coulson quickly woke up from the shock, and he called the director immediately. The phone was connected quickly. Nick Fury's puzzled voice came, Phil Coulson, I'll let you go to Xavier Manor to find Charles, and try to find out what his X-Men want to do, and there will be results so soon. No, boss, I just arrived. Phil Coulson took a deep breath, and reported in a calm tone as much as possible, actually, I haven't been to Xavier Manor yet, and I haven't seen Charles yet. There is a problem. Nick Fury wasn't even surprised. Anything abnormal is a demon. Today, oh no, it should be last night, the X-Men made a high-profile appearance, and their behavior style is completely different from the past. This is an obvious signal. Yes, something went wrong, and a big one. Phil Coulson organized the language. I don't think I'll be able to meet Charles, because his Xavier estate, no, technically the 2 kilometers around the Xavier estate, all gone. Nick Fury on the other side of the phone didn't respond for a moment. What do you mean, missing? He hesitated before asking. You heard me right, boss, it's just gone. Phil Coulson operated his mobile phone while talking, and soon sent a photo he took. There is no Xavier Manor, no X-Men, only a huge pit with a depth of 100 meters. It is difficult to see the whole picture of the giant pit in the photos taken at close range. So he thought for a while, and added, if the earth is a huge amounts of watermelon, then what I see now, it seems that someone dug a big spoonful of watermelon at the place where the Xavier Manor is located. So you can understood, boss. Nick Fury fell into 3 minutes of silence. He seemed to be looking at his phone, and he seemed to be asking for news. Phil Coulson, you have such a fucking sense of humor. The voice came again, but he couldn't help but swear, fuck. I saw this huge crater through satellites. But can you tell me why such a large place disappeared without warning? Not without warning, sir. Phil Coulson didn't care about the boss's rage, and reported faithfully, 10 minutes ago, I felt a strong tremor and thought it was an earthquake, so I stopped on the side of the road for a few minutes. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted roughly by Nick Fury. Are you trying to tell me that someone dug such a big hole in the earth, and it took just a few minutes? When he said this, the SHIELD director was clearly extremely irritable. He definitely knows that the X-Men are all powerful, and Charles is one of the most powerful mutants in the world. The handwriting in front of me is too big. The most important thing is that, while he was talking, he had all the departments of S.H.I.E.L.D. running at full speed. However, the information sent back was that there was no other movement except the tremors that lasted for a few minutes in the twisting city. All the satellites that S.H.I.E.L.D. can control searched with all their strength, and found no clues. It looks like a large piece of land has been dug away. Just disappeared out of thin air. I think so, sir. Phil Coulson still responded honestly, other than that, I can't think of any other possibilities. It seems that about the Xavier Academy, there is a powerful force that we don't know about. Nick Fury took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the emotions in his heart. The brain is running fast. This power is definitely related to X-Men. They just saved so many people at the Hammer Industries Expo, and a few hours later, the entire Xavier Academy disappeared. This is definitely not a coincidence. So, it's not that there is an external force that erased the entire Xavier Academy from the Earth, but that this force belongs to Xavier Academy. It made the entire Academy disappear from everyone's sight. What is this for? Thinking of this, Nick Fury felt his head start to ache. In the top secret information of S.H.I.E.L.D., Professor X has always been far more threatening than Magneto. His spiritual ability is enough to erase the brain waves of countless human beings in an instant. He is an existence that is 100 times more terrifying than nuclear bombs. Such a powerful mutant leader who was originally friendly to humans suddenly hit his base camp. Does this mean that his attitude towards humans has changed? But looking at the performance of X-Men, it doesn't look like it. Anyway, this is not a good signal. Nick Fury deserves to be the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't come to a useful conclusion. He simply stopped thinking about it and gave orders to Phil Coulson. No matter what they want to do, there will definitely be a next step to increase the monitoring of the mutant incident. As long as the X-Men show up again, they will report as soon as possible. In addition, let the weapons department speed up the manufacture of anti-psychic helmets. Hearing this sentence, Phil Coulson's complexion changed slightly. Boss. He was about to speak when Nick Fury's deep voice reached his ears. Phil Coulson, we're getting ready for a war. Chapter 34 Make a fortune and make another fortune. A few days later. Lin is back in the Second World headquarters again. He was in a pretty good mood, because when he woke up this morning, what came to his mind was a 5-ring magic. Super dynamic visuals. Another powerful magic that can stabilize one's body. Now, the passive magic on his body is 7 rings steel body, 7 rings spiritual immunity, and 5 rings early warning, which have initially taken shape to become a fort mage. But in this world, there is no lack of ability with outrageous speed. It is necessary to keep a super dynamic vision magic. Moreover, this magic will continue to superimpose. In the next 3 months, it will be a constant once a day, at least to the level of the 7th ring. Lin made a decision immediately. Entering the conference room, Shadowcat, Jubilation Lee, Iceman, Colossus, and Roberto have all arrived, including Phoenix. In addition, there is Louis, the head of X Fund. And the financial team hired from Wall Street with high salaries. Boss. Seeing Lin, Louis was the first to stand up and say hello. His tone and attitude were much more humble than before. Because just last night, Professor X called him and officially dismissed him as the head of X Fund, and appointed him as the Chief Operating Officer, COO, of the Second World Technology Company instead. The President and CEO of Second World are both Lin, so his job as Chief Operating Officer is to assist Lin and manage the company's daily operations. To be honest, Louis was extremely puzzled by this. He and Mr. Xavier have been working together for many years, and they have been very happy with each other, and the operation of X Fund is also quite good. So he has no idea what Mr. Bai Xavier is thinking, as if this Second World is much more important than the Xavier family's fund. It's fine to invest a lot of money, but now you have to transfer yourself? The X Fund doesn't care anymore? When Louis received the call, his first reaction was that he was fired, but when talking about the salary, Mr. Xavier offered him a price far higher than before. He was dumbfounded at the time. Then she faintly understood that this was her trust in him. It is precisely because of the foundation of many years of cooperation that this job will fall on him. It can be seen that Mr. Xavier attaches great importance to the Second World far beyond his imagination. After figuring this out, he spent the night adjusting his mentality, and when he saw Lin again, he had already entered the working state. After contacting for a while, he knew that Lin didn't like nonsense, so he immediately looked at the person in charge of the financial team. Let's start reporting. Mr. Lin. The person in charge nodded, and reported excitedly, according to your instructions, we invested 100 million in small shares in batches, and made the largest double leverage, shorting the stock of Hammer Industries several times in a row. Since Justin Hammer was arrested, the stock of Hammer Industries has fallen off a cliff. During this period of time, the funds in all accounts have exceeded 500 million. P.S. After checking, it seems that shorting US stocks has a maximum leverage of twice as much, and a maximum profit of 100%. The gains in the stock market did not surprise Lin. Thousands of well-known spectators almost died at the gunpoint of the steel soldiers of Hammer Industry, and the impact was too great and bad. Even if it is found out afterwards that the manipulator behind the scenes is Ivan Vank, Hammer Industries cannot get away with it. Justin Hammer is about to face extremely serious charges. After all, his performance that night proved that he and Ivan Vank are in the same group, and the act of framing Wolverine under the eyes of everyone has ruined everyone's favor. The stock price plummeted, so normal. In such a situation, even if the other shareholders mobilize all their energies, it is impossible for the military leaders who have interests in them to come forward to help at the risk of the world. Even, I don't know how many people, wishing that Hammer Industries would be left alone. Those capitals who came here after smelling the smell showed their greedy fangs without any hesitation. All in all, Lin earns only a drop in the bucket because of limited funds. After the report was completed, the person in charge concluded, according to the current situation, Hammer Industries' share in the arms market is being divided up rapidly. If there is no accident, there is a high probability that it will go bankrupt, so we continue to short. It doesn't make sense anymore. Hammer Industries will not go bankrupt. Lin waved her hand, and under the puzzled eyes of everyone, she slowly said, after closing the position, 20% of the funds will be used for company expansion, and the rest will be used to buy the bottom of Hammer Industrial stock. This time, we do more. As soon as these words came out, not only the people in the financial team were stunned. Louis was also dumbfounded. Buying the bottom. His eyes flashed, and he quickly realized, "Boss, do you have any inside information? Is it possible that the military will end and keep Hammer Industries?" Lin shook her head and stretched out 3 fingers. In 3 days, Stark Industries will announce to the public that it will start the process of acquiring Hammer Industries. He's not worried about leaks. These few members of the financial team will stay here for a period of time, and they will not be able to leave at all. External information and phone calls will also be monitored by Alice. No word ever gets out. As for Louis, he is considered half of himself now, and if he wants to follow suit, he can naturally make a fortune. This is the chance for him. Lin is very clear that only benefits can make people die. As the chief operating officer of the Second World, Louis will earn 10 times or 100 times more money than before. At that time, even if he knows that he is working for Mutant. Instead of feeling angry, he will become the vanguard of Mutant. Sure enough, when he heard Lin's words, Louis's eyes immediately lit up with joy. The Stark Group is going to acquire Hammer Industries? As soon as the news comes out, the stock price will definitely rise sharply. As he spoke, awe grew stronger in his heart. The methods of this young new boss are simply terrifying. First, he made a lot of money by shorting Hammer Industries. Now, when everyone is not optimistic about Hammer Industries, he is doing the opposite, planning to buy the bottom and make a fortune. In the stock market, the profits of long positions are much higher than those of short positions. At that time, the 400 million invested will at least be multiplied several times. This is not just knowing some inside information, you can do it. More like, create conditions to make money in the stock market. What's hidden in it? Just thinking about it makes one's scalp tingle. No wonder the boss said that the funds he controlled were never 100 million. And such a large sum of money turned out to be only the startup capital of the Second World. Thinking back to what Lin said when they first met, Louis was secretly stunned, but he didn't understand that serving as the coup of the Second World might be the greatest opportunity in his life. This thigh must be hugged tightly. Chapter 35 Talent joins. Felicity and Sky. Lin didn't talk nonsense and continued to assign work. Hammer falls, Oasis eats. With the amount of money obtained from the stock market in the next period of time, the capital situation of the Second World is completely sufficient, and the expansion can be accelerated. So what we need to do now is to set up game distribution points in major cities around the world. In this way, it can be connected with Stark Industries' production and transportation channels all over the world. As long as Oasis is officially released, players all over the world will be able to purchase game equipment immediately and feel the infinite charm of the Second World. This is one of the most important preparatory work in the early stage. Although tedious, it is not difficult. It's nothing more than spending money. Lin believes that with Louis' ability, it can be arranged as a whole. At the same time, he also arranged Iceman, Colossus, and Roberto in this team to increase experience and knowledge. It's the same sentence, don't care about the cost, speed is the key. Lin emphasized this point again, and waved his hand, letting Louis take Iceman and others away. His gaze turned to Shadowcat Katie. The matter of Daily X is very simple. Shadowcat took out a stack of documents and said, according to the plan, the company is registered in my name and has nothing to do with the Second World. The app has already been developed and can be released at any time. As she spoke, she curled her lips. Lin, you have already arranged these things, which makes me feel very unfulfilled. Unlike world-renowned media companies such as Bugle Daily and Planet Daily, X Daily is positioned as a new media, focusing on short videos, and has never thought of entering the newspaper or TV market. The era of smartphones has arrived, and no one knows better than Lin the terrifying influence of self-media such as short videos. So this matter, as Shadowcat said, is not too difficult. All you need is an app. As for the app of X Daily, Lin has already developed it with reference to TikTok, overseas version of a certain music, from her previous life. The later operations can be handed over to Alice. What needs to be done now is to use the fastest speed to let the whole world know the existence of X Daily, accept and use it. In response to this, Lin also arranged the X-Men documentary as a hot spot. No wonder, Shadowcat will feel that he is a tool man. Stop complaining, your task is heavy. Lin smiled and looked at the two daughters Shadowcat and Jubilation Li. From now on, your positions will be officially confirmed. Qian Huan, as the technical director of the Second World, will upgrade Alice at the same time, and KDPU Ms. Ryder. Congratulations on becoming the chief reporter of X Daily. Shadowcat's ability is through objects, not suitable for combat. But it is very difficult for others to hurt her. Over the years, with Lin's help, she has developed her own abilities to a very powerful level, no less than Storm and other X-Men. There is no one more suitable as a reporter for X Daily than her. Clear. Shadowcat stopped joking and nodded. From now on, the mutant channel will be handed over to me. This was planned long ago, and she had always been mentally prepared. It was Jubilation Li who said a little unconfidently, Lin, the technical department is the core department of the Second World. I'm afraid I'm alone. After all, she had just stepped out of school, and she suddenly had a heavy responsibility on her shoulders, so she inevitably felt uneasy. Seeing this, Shadowcat took her hand and encouraged him, be confident in yourself, Qian Huan. Looking around the world, in terms of artificial intelligence, you are second only to Tony Stark. Katie's right, you can do it. Lin nodded, with a look of mystery on his face, definitely, it's too hard for you two, I found an assistant for each of you. Assistant? Jubilation Li and Shadowcat looked at each other in surprise. Guaranteed to satisfy you. Lin took out her mobile phone and put it on the table. Alice, connect to the video call. Got it, boss. Following Alice's response, 2 rays of light flickered, opening 2 holographic projection screens. It turned out to be 2 women. One of them is a typical Western beauty, with blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, and beautiful appearance. She wears red lips and a pair of glasses, giving people a kind of intellectual and wild beauty. Felicity Simok, an IT genius I recruited from the Star City Quinn group. Lin introduced, and then looked at another mixed-race woman with oriental beauty, Sky, the world's top hacker, one of my friends on the dark web. Sky showed off her figure in a black leather jacket. Hey, Lin. The two greeted each other at the same time. Shadowcat and Jubilation Li felt keenly that the 2 women were no strangers to Lin, and they didn't look like they had been in contact for a while, but they felt like old friends. Do not. There seems to be some ambiguity between the eye contact. But hasn't Lin been in the academy all these years? How do you know people outside the academy? The 2 women looked at each other, with a trace of vigilance in their hearts at the same time, but they still greeted enthusiastically on the surface. Felicity, Sky, welcome to the Second World. Felicity and Sky have just arrived at the appointment, and after they settle down, they will come to the company to report. Lin explained, looking at Jubilation Li. Felicity graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and her computer skills are quite good. With her as your assistant, your work will definitely be much easier. Then there is Shadowcat, Sky is your assistant. After the mutant documentary is released, she will use hacking methods to spread the edited short video all over the world and attract traffic to Daily X. There is no doubt that Felicity and Sky are the top computer talents in the world. In the movie plot, the former is the technical consultant of the Green Arrow team. The latter, the future Vibe Girl, would eventually become the inhuman descendant of S.H.I.E.L.D. director. Lin has planned for many years, how could she let go of this kind of help? Over the years, the three of them have had countless exchanges on the dark web. It can even be said that Felicity and Sky have today's hacking skills, and Lin has contributed a lot. For the two daughters, he can be regarded as a mentor who is also a teacher and a friend. It's just that among the two girls, Felicity is not a mutant, and Sky has not yet touched the obelisk and obtained super ability. Lin has never recruited them. Not long ago, when he was about to have a showdown with Professor X and really start planning, he finally found the two girls and invited them to join the second world. As for the method of invitation, without him, they just slept separately. With the in-depth exchanges, let's talk about cooperation. Everything is logical. Chapter 36 Sweeping the Internet. It turns out that the X-Men have done so much for humans. The next day, a video suddenly went viral on the internet. In the video, Wolverine, who has been in the limelight recently, is tied to a laboratory table, pierced into the body of the instrument, as if the mercury-like liquid is flowing and pouring into his body quickly. Wolverine twisted all over and let out a terrible wail. And behind him, stood a middle-aged man in military uniform. His face was full of excitement, his expression was crazy and distorted, hideous like a ghost. The screen flashed, and the symbol of the beautiful country appeared, the Statue of Liberty. At the top of the goddess statue, a sci-fi instrument is spinning crazily, and the milky white light is spreading crazily towards the surroundings. On the small island not far away, there are dense figures gathered, from various countries, and it seems to be the scene of an international conference. The milky white light was like a wave, and it was about to swallow the island. Still Wolverine. He stretched out his bone claws, and tried his best to prevent an old man from continuing to operate the machine, but the old man seemed to be able to control his bone claws. No matter how hard he tried, the claws were not worth an inch. At the critical moment, Cyclops, Phoenix, and Storm appeared on the screen. Seeing Cyclops aiming for a long time, a red light shot out suddenly and hit the old man's back. Wolverine's claws that had been waiting for a long time stabbed and slashed out, tearing up the instrument on the spot and scattering it in all directions. The milky white wave that was about to swallow the island disappeared immediately. Senior officials from all over the world looked at each other with joyful expressions on their faces. What is this video? A new movie coming out? It's not a movie. Isn't that strong man with claws the same as the mutant who gave his life to save people at the Hammer Industry Fair? Yes, yes, the other three too, I saw it in the live broadcast. Then what's the situation? This video only lasted for 1 minute, but it aroused the curiosity of countless netizens. Before they had any doubts, the video automatically gave the answer. X-Men documentary, Mutants Past and Present. X Daily Exclusive Report. Please download. Daily X. At some point, all the netizens who saw the video reacted, quickly turned on their phones, and soon found the X Daily app, which was a simple X icon. Open it and see that everyone can post videos and share every bit of life. Such a novel software immediately aroused the interest of many people. But now is clearly not the time for research. In the X Daily, there is currently only one mutant channel, and when you click on it, there is only 1/2 hour long video. A female reporter with a sweet smile spoke slowly. Recently, what happened at the site of the Hammer Industry Expo triggered a discussion that swept the entire network. After in-depth investigation by our reporter, it was a superhero group composed of mutants called X-Men who came to save people that night. It is dedicated to combating mutant crimes and protecting the safety of the public. In order to let the general public have a deeper understanding of X-Men, this newspaper exclusively produced the X-Men documentary. Please watch it. Without further ado, the feature film begins. To the audience's surprise, it was not any of the four Wolverine who appeared first, but a well-mannered young man. Looking at the background building, it seems to be in the 1960s. And as soon as this person appeared, he showed the powerful ability of mind control, but he did not use his super ability to do any bad things, but cooperated with the CIA. He even became lovers with a female agent of the CIA, Moram Maktag. This surprised all the audience. As early as the 1960s, the government actually cooperated with Mutant. This Charles is the creator of X-Men. X-Men turned out to be an official organization. After the shock, the audience soon discovered that the purpose of this organization was to deal with the Hellfire Club headed by Sebastian Shaw. This evil mutant organization actually led the Bagu missile crisis and wanted to trigger a world war. Just a little bit, and they made it. The whole world will be involved in the flames of war and become victims of the war. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the original X-Men stopped them and saved the world. Just in the process, Charles's friend, Eric nicknamed Magneto, was influenced by the idea of Hellfire Club, turned his back on his friend, and created the Mutant Brotherhood, intending to destroy human beings and let mutants rule the world. The original X-Men also split, with several members switching to Magneto. Charles is miserable. The audience who were unknowingly substituted into the plot could not help but feel sympathy for Professor X. Next, in order to protect the world, the X-Men fought against the Mutant Brotherhood several times, and the number of personnel became less and less. In desperation, Professor X could only find a way to recruit new members. Storm, Cyclops, Phoenix are added in this process. However, when the X-Men fought desperately for humanity, but he was backstabbed by the human government. Military Colonel Wilhelm Stryker launched the Inhuman X-Weapon program, and conducted various experiments on mutant to annihilate human figures. What surprised all audiences was that many of those experimental subjects were actually soldiers who served the country. Wolverine Logan is a member of some special forces. My God, this Wilhelm Stryker is not human. These are heroes who fought for the country. Just because they are mutants, are they going to be subjected to such inhumane experiments? What does the military want to do with this Weapon X program? Among the experimental subjects, there are actually many ordinary people, Deadpool, etc. They're trying to make an artificial mutant. Great gift crab, this Wilhelm Stryker should go to hell. Through Wolverine's memories, the audience learned about the military's X-Weapon program, and also saw the brutal human experiments in the base. At this time, anyone with a little conscience feels that the military is devoid of humanity. Everyone can't wait to cross the screen and beat Wilhelm Stryker to death. The audience breathed a sigh of relief as Wolverine rescued the imprisoned mutant and teamed up with Victor to defeat Deadpool. What makes them feel extremely sad is that Wolverine has suffered such inhumane torture, but she still maintains a kind heart. After meeting Professor X and formally joining X-Men, he did not turn his back on human beings, but stood up bravely to face Magneto. Even Magneto's super ability can restrain him naturally. Next, there is the content in the trailer. Magneto wants to use machines to transform humans all over the world into mutants, and that transformation seems to be successful, but it will actually kill people. The X-Men gather to fight the Mutant Brotherhood on the Statue of Liberty. Saved the world again. After watching the entire documentary, countless viewers fell silent. It turns out that mutants are not all freaks and villains, but there are also superheroes like X-Men. It turns out that in a corner we don't know, the X-Men have done so much for human beings. It turns out that the sinister human heart is more terrifying than the super ability of the mutant. Turn out to be. We've been misunderstanding the mutant group. As the documentary spread like a virus, everyone suddenly discovered that the official Fang Yin had kept so many inside information about mutant. A different kind of emotion quietly permeated the world. Although, just a trickle for the time being. But as time goes by, these emotions gradually magnify and converge, and sooner or later they will form a huge wave, which will turn the current mainstream public opinion upside down. Like bombs, they exploded in countless places around the world. The impact of this documentary has scared countless people. Chapter 37 Magneto, is my reputation rotten? In an unknown land, in a prison made entirely of plastic. Magneto has been here for quite some time. But he was in no hurry. The jailers who guarded him were very strange. Why was a mutant careerist who wanted to destroy mankind, after being reduced to a prisoner, still so calm, as if he was on vacation? The answer to this question has not been revealed until today. Whoosh whoosh. The 3 iron balls whistled back and forth under the control of Magneto, as if tens of thousands of bullets were fired at the same time, and the vulnerable plastic prison soon became ruins. With incomparable astonishment and unwillingness, the jailers turned into corpses. They died so fast that they didn't even react. All people who enter and leave this place will be strictly inspected, and it is impossible to pass if the iron content in the body exceeds the standard. Where did Magneto get the iron ball? Humans are a bunch of idiots. I haven't figured it out for such a long time. The reason why I was trapped here was never because I was caught, but because I lost to Charles. Magneto's eyes were indifferent, and the blood did not bring any fluctuations to his mind. Walking out of the prison, a blue figure appeared in front of him. Raven. A long-lost smile appeared on Magneto's face. From the moment I sensed that the iron element in the jailer's blood exceeded the standard, I knew it was you who came. Eric, sorry to interrupt your vacation. Mystique was a little excited, but quickly hid it. I originally planned to rescue you after I was fully prepared, but recently, the outside world has changed too fast, and we need your wisdom. Magneto was slightly taken aback. The rescue plan was launched earlier. Yes. Mystique nodded, took out a mobile phone and handed it over. Look at this. Magneto took it. What is playing on the phone is the X-Men documentary, in addition to some news collected by Mystique. After a long time. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Charles? Magneto's eyes were full of shock and surprise, and he didn't speak for a while. Mystique understood what he meant, and spoke out for him. Charles, is not the same as before. Yes. Although it has been a long time since he had contact with the outside world, through this video and a few news reports, Magneto was keenly aware of the strangeness. If it was Charles before, he would never do such a thing. Take the initiative to expose X-Men and make it into a documentary? The most important thing is this X-Daily. Even the name is so high profile. This is to take the initiative to stand under the sun and let people all over the world know his existence. What does he want to do? Magneto never imagined that he had only lived in the prison for a while, and the wind and clouds outside were already turbulent, and the wind and rain were about to come. He frowned and asked, "This video spread quickly?" "Soon." Mystique nodded. "Right now, almost everyone knows the names of Professor X and X-Men, definitely, including our mutant brotherhood." Speaking of this, she had a strange look in her eyes. "Eric, you are now a world-renowned villain, and many people even want to let the authorities conduct a public trial on you." Magneto's old face was gloomy. "My reputation, completely ruined?" Although he didn't care about it, he was unavoidably upset when he heard such news just after he was released from prison. At the same time, he was even more inconceivable. How could those arrogant and stupid politicians let this go? Didn't they think of blocking the video and blocking the Daily X? "I've tried it a long time ago, but I can't do it." The weird look on Mystique's face became more and more intense. X-Daily's app seems to contain a virus, and the major platforms can't take it off the shelves at all, and once downloaded, it can't be uninstalled. Magneto understood instantly. The power of technology. He muttered to himself, and found that Charles was more and more different from his own impression. He has mastered a technological power beyond the times, so he is so unscrupulous. Yes, because of this, the video cannot be blocked at all. Mystique continued, "Now, the officials of various countries are having a headache because more and more people are affected and begin to change their attitudes towards mutant. Magneto gasped. He finally understood. Charles, deviate from his philosophy. When this guess came out of his mind, he felt his scalp tingling. He is still working hard for mutants' future, but the direction and means are completely different from before. If anything, Mystique was just shocked and amazed by it. He is filled with an indescribable fear and anger. Because after so many years, he's been fighting and working with Charles for so many years, have never changed each other's thoughts and ideas. But now, Charles has changed? In this world, no one knows Professor X better than Magneto. He is very clear that Professor X has insisted on his way for so many years, and it has already been integrated into his bones. It is absolutely impossible for him to change suddenly and want to try another way. So there is only one possibility for this transformation. Someone else influenced him. Eric, we hadn't thought of this approach before, but it turns out that Charles does it very well. Mystique sighed deeply. During this time, not only the direction of the mutant is changing, but even among the mutant group, there are not a few people who are affected. As soon as these words came out, Magneto's head buzzed. Mutant Brotherhood, what happened? His face suddenly became more ugly. Mystique said cautiously, many people have been shaken, and they want to join Charles. Boom! Boom! The two small iron balls that had been controlled by Magneto suddenly exploded. What? He let out a strange laugh, his eyes full of sarcasm. Those guys who follow the wind, do they think that X-Men has a better future? Just because of this video, the direction of humans' attitude towards mutant has changed a little bit? Mystique has a deep understanding of this. Eric, you have been away for too long. Yeah, I've been gone too long. Magneto nodded, although during this period of time, I have not been wasted, but have been reflecting on the last failure and thinking about the future of the mutant group, but after all, it has been a long time since I appeared in the public eye. Accompanied by these words, his eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, and a powerful aura of looking at the sky emerged from his thin body. Go check. He glanced at Mystique, and ordered unquestionably, I want to know, who is it that can have such a big influence on Charles? Mystique nodded. Just about to respond. Suddenly there was a soft response in my ear, Mr. Laneshare, Ms. Darkholme, there is no need for you to waste this time. I've been waiting here for a long time. Chapter 38 Now, can we talk properly? The disillusionment curse was lifted, and Lin's figure appeared in sight. The pupils in the eyes of Magneto and Mystique shrank to the extreme in an instant. The two of us have been talking here for so long, and someone has been peeping secretly? Who are you? Mystique screamed in surprise, swiped her hands behind her back, pulled out two pistols from nowhere, pointed at where Lin was, and pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Compared with the X-Men, she is obviously much more decisive. In the face of uninvited guests, the shot is fatal. Bang 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 bang! The two guns trembled, and the bullets roared out. But to her horror, all the bullets stopped half a meter in front of Lin. It's as if there's an invisible wall of air, get it all stuck. 3-ring magic air shield. Ms. Darkholme, don't be so nervous. Lin waved his hand, and a dozen bullets whoosh and whoosh turned back. The speed was 10 times faster than before, and they all passed Mystique's head. Before Mystique could react, the ground under her feet suddenly shook violently. A stream of soil spewed out, turning into 5 circular shackles in the air, locking her hands, feet, and slender waist. Soil modeling magic, 3 rings and soil lock. With a flick of her fingers, Lin locked the shackles on Mystique's hands, and flinched suddenly. Severe pain came, and the 2 pistols fell immediately. Eric! Mystique screamed. Magneto hadn't thought of making a move at first, but seeing this scene, his eyes suddenly froze. The plastic prison is located deep underground, where he definitely cannot exert any strength, but at the moment, he has come out of the underground prison and has come to the part above the ground. Here, metal is everywhere. Chi 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 chi. Accompanied by the sound of howling through the air one after another, the guns on the guards who had been dealt with by Mystique all flew up, but they did not shoot at Lin, but melted and stretched in the air, turning into a sharp metal needles. Dozens of metal needles shot at Lin like a storm. Lin's eyes flickered slightly. Facing Magneto, he did not defend as before, but chose to attack and attack. He flicked his fingers repeatedly, beams of light shot out, and the oncoming metal needles exploded with a bang and bang. 4 rings crushing curse. What mutant are you? Magneto had a weird look on his face. In the short 10 seconds since Lin appeared, he had already shown 3 completely different abilities, which made him feel extremely weird. But after asking, the movements of his hands did not stop at all. More metal was manipulated into needles, which were shot out in waves, like raging waves cascading. Lin shook his head, raised his right wrist lightly, and the ground under his feet suddenly lifted, and the mud and rocks tumbling, gathered into a titan more than 3 meters high, lifting him into the air. Titan flapped his palms, like swatting a fly, and the metal needles that struck in front of him were sent flying with a bang and bang. Humph! Magneto frowned slightly, as if he didn't expect Lin to be so difficult to deal with, and the summoned stone titan had amazing defense. The metal needle he manipulated failed to break through the defense. He snorted coldly, and the whole building vibrated immediately, all visible metal, even the steel bars in the walls were pulled out, like thousands of rivers returning to the sea, gathering into a huge amounts of metal cluster. The next moment, the metal group suddenly split and turned into metal spears. Sting towards the stone titan at Lin's feet. The air is torn apart, making a piercing whistling sound. Aggressive. The power of these metal spears is far beyond the comparison of the metal needles just now. In just an instant, more than a dozen holes appeared on the stone titan. However, there was no joy on Magneto's face. In the line of sight, Lin curled her lips in dissatisfaction. Dang tang Magneto, the development of his own abilities is so rough, that's all, that's all. Accompanied by his voice, a raging flame suddenly appeared on the stone titan under his feet. In an instant, he changed from earth to fire and became a fireman. The 4th ring shape-shifting technique was used last second. In this second, it became 5 rings summon Balrog. Roar! The Balrog roared, and the flames burning on his body were completely different from ordinary flames, presenting a dark purple color. I saw his arms waving, and flames shot out like ropes, and the dozens of metal spears that pierced the stone titan were actually rolled back from behind. A dark purple flame adhered to it, and within a few seconds, all the metal spears turned into molten iron. Magneto gasped. He was shocked by the terrible flame temperature. In a blink of an eye, his ability has been brought to the extreme, and the entire building collapsed, and all the steel bars, iron sheets, and metal products were pulled out by him and merged into the metal mass in front of him. But just when he shot again, the ground exploded with a boom, and a blue pillar of fire spewed out like a volcanic eruption. In just an instant, the metal ball was burnt red. Magneto's mind trembled, and he quickly manipulated the metal ball to avoid the flames, but at the moment, the air rippled slightly, and a violent and deep sound wave pierced his ears like a magic sound, drilling into his brain. He only felt severe pain in both ears, and the originally condensed spirit was instantly dispersed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin snapped her fingers with her right hand, and thick vines with green branches and red leaves rose from the ground, entangled Magneto's hands and feet. The vines grew at an unimaginable speed, and when they touched the collapsed floor above their heads, they spread out automatically, forming an incomparably huge hood, supporting the rapidly collapsing building due to the pulling out of the steel bars. Mystique, who was under control, saw this scene. His eyes were straight. From her point of view, the thick vine has become the only pillar in this space, and within this pillar, Magneto's body presents a large character, with a face full of horror and humiliation. The red leaf seemed to be on fire, and the position where it touched his body felt a burst of pain like a needle prick. Every time he wanted to concentrate on manipulating the metal, he would be interrupted by this sharp pain. He could only watch helplessly as the balrog slowly collapsed under Lin's feet, turning into flames and filling the entire space again. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be distorted into a dark purple nothingness. Lin stepped on the flames and walked slowly in front of Magneto, with a faint smile on her face. "Now, can we talk properly?" Chapter 39 Xavier's school needs talents like you. Mystique's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. And Magneto stared at Lin, the disbelief in his eyes was so intense that he could hardly melt away. Losing his control, the metal cluster was scorched by the blue flames, and quickly turned into magma. However, in the high-temperature flames that fused iron into gold, the vines that trapped him were not damaged at all. This is outrageous. And that weird sound wave. It's all pervasive and hard to guard against. Before that, Magneto was extremely confident in his own strength. Except for Professor X, who could instantly control him without the anti-psychic helmet, he didn't look down on anyone else in this world. Until now, facing Lin, he suddenly realized that this young man was different from all the mutants he had encountered before. "I've never seen so many mutants from ability, what's your name?" After a long time, Magneto felt the bound vines loosen a little, and the pain eased, and finally said, "Listen to what you just said, are you the one who influenced Charles? After all, it is the leader of the Hawk faction mutant. Under this situation, the momentum is still undiminished. My name is Lin, a student at Xavier's school." While introducing herself, Lin was quite satisfied with her performance in the previous battle. Facts have proved that his choice on the path of magic was not wrong. In this world where superheroes walk everywhere, the comprehensiveness of ability is more important than specialization. Magneto is undoubtedly one of the most powerful mutants in the world. The ability to manipulate metal is extremely powerful. In the future, it may evolve into manipulating magnetic fields. But in the face of endless magic, it can't play well at all. Lin didn't even cast much powerful magic. Except for the Blaze Demon and Sun Vine of the summoning system, which are 5-ring magic, the others only have 3 or 4 rings. That phonological magic infrasound vibe, even only has the 2nd ring. However, it is this 2nd ring magic that makes Magneto's magic sound permeate his ears, making him unable to concentrate, so that the use of his super ability is greatly reduced. This is also the defect of the mutant group. They may have various super abilities, but most of them are relatively single, and they may be targeted. But Lin is different. The comprehensiveness of magic makes him have no shortcomings in all aspects. Naturally, there is no weakness. Student. Magneto had an expression of "You're fucking kidding me, your strength far surpasses those X-Men, what can they teach you?" Before he finished speaking, he found that Lin's expression didn't change at all. He immediately understood, "Are you really a student of Xavier College? Replacement as fake?" Lin nods. Magneto's eyes changed again and again, "So, Charles's way of doing things is completely different from before. In fact, he was influenced by you, a student? Are you going to tell me that the X-Men are listening to you now?" "In a way, that's true." Lin's answer made Mystique's heart tremble. "Are the X-Men all here too?" His own plan to rescue Magneto has long been noticed by the X-Men? So just sit here and wait? Magneto obviously thought of this too, and his expression suddenly became complicated. "Charles is here too?" "No." Lin shook her head and glanced at Mystique. "Actually, the professor didn't know that someone would come to rescue you. The reason I'm here is because I noticed Ms. Darkholm hacking into the prison network. That's all." Mystique was startled and angry. Magneto grasped the point of this sentence keenly. "You are monitoring here. To be more precise, spying on you, Mr. Lane Share." Lin doesn't hold back either, she's telling the truth. Ever since the artificial intelligence Alice was developed, the first thing he did was to hack into the official network, find out the location of the prison where Magneto was held, and have been secretly monitoring it. For this moment, Magneto's scalp tingled. But at the same time, he felt slightly relieved. If what you said is true, then, judging from what you and Charles are doing now, you are not cooperating with humans. That is to say, they didn't wait for me to break out and then send me to jail, did they? Definitely. Lin smiled, I just want to talk to you. Magneto glanced at the vines tied to his body and sneered, is this how you talk to people? I didn't mean to. Lin shrugged, without any intention of taking back the magic, but now, it seems that this is the only way you can listen to me quietly. As soon as these words came out, both Magneto and Mystique were speechless. After the silence, Magneto took a deep breath, just tell me, what do you want to do? Lin didn't talk nonsense and got straight to the point. Ms. Darkholme has already told you about the changes outside. He glanced at Mystique and said, but there is one thing Ms. Darkholme probably doesn't know yet. Xavier College is preparing to open enrollment in the near future. At that time, mutant students from all over the world will gather together, which will inevitably require a large number of teaching staff. So, I would like to ask you, the famous Mr. Magneto, to be the vice principal of the Academy. By the way, we also invite Ms. Darkholme, as well as other elites from the Mutant Brotherhood, to serve as visiting professors at the Academy. Mutants don't lie to mutants. Xavier's school needs talents like you. Chapter 40 Magneto with a burst mentality. Quiet. As soon as Lin finished speaking, the blazing flame space suddenly fell into a strange silence. Both Magneto and Mystique looked dumbfounded. He even thought he was hallucinating. You. Magneto stared blankly at Lin, and it took him a long time to react. He sneered and said, ask me to be the vice principal of Xavier College? Are you kidding me? No wonder he didn't believe it, it's because Lin's words are so ridiculous. Who is he? Magneto. Leader of the Mutant Brotherhood. Fight against the X-Men's enemies for decades. How could it be possible to go to Xavier Academy, that mutant kindergarten that he didn't like at all, to be the vice principal? Are you afraid you are dreaming? Mystique stared at Lin like she was looking at a fool, and the trace of fear she felt just now because of Lin's powerful strength disappeared without a trace in an instant. She couldn't think of any other explanation for such an invitation except that she was out of her mind. It's a joke in the world. I know you don't believe it, but, what's so ridiculous about it? Lin smiled, not surprised by the reaction of the two. He looked at Magneto, his eyes full of sincerity. Xavier College needs high-quality professors, and you are one of the top mutants in the world, and the Mutant Brotherhood under your command are also elites, so I hire you. What's wrong with you? Can. Every word and sentence, resoundingly. How can there be a little bit of joking? Are you serious? Magneto's expression finally changed from sneering to astonishment. Then, a little dignified. As the leader of the Mutant Brotherhood, he is undoubtedly one of the most intelligent and capable mutants in the world, but at this moment, he finds that he can't understand Lin's brain circuit at all. He even felt that he was old. Are the young people of today so fierce? Reminiscent of the news brought by Mystique, he is not surprised that Xavier College is going to open enrollment. After all, what the X-Men have done during this period of time has made it clear that they do not intend to hide anymore. But even so, he still couldn't help asking, the open enrollment you are talking about is the kind that discloses your existence to the world, so that all mutants of the right age can enter the school openly. That's right. Lin nodded slightly. Magneto stared straight at him. You asked me to be the vice principal, that is to say, the principal is still Charles? The other X-Men are still professors of the Academy. It's natural. Lin answered decisively. There was a sneer at the corner of Magneto's mouth. Don't you know the grievances between me and Charles, Mutant Brotherhood, and X-Men? So what? Lin didn't care about this. I invite you, just to teach students, not to resolve grievances. As soon as these words came out, the pupils in Magneto's eyes shrank suddenly. An unbelievable idea emerged from his mind. You just want us to check and balance the X-Men. Are you worried that Charles will dominate the academy? You want to share his power. He thought he had guessed Lin's plot, but after being shocked, he couldn't help admiring Lin's means and courage. But I didn't expect. Lin frowned upon hearing this, and looked at him speechlessly. As the leader of the Mutant Brotherhood, can the situation be bigger? Aren't you committed to changing the situation of Mutant? Why are you full of messy conspiracies? When speaking, Lin couldn't hide her disappointment. Mutants are in danger of extinction at any time. To reverse the situation, we must unite all forces that can be united, especially the Mutant Brotherhood and X-Men, as the only ones in the mutant group. Elites should cooperate sincerely. You don't even understand such a simple truth. No wonder I wasted half my life and achieved nothing. Magneto never dreamed that one day, he would be taught by Professor X's students. Every word is like a needle, the needle hits the nail on the head. It directly negates all his efforts in the first half of his life. The mentality exploded on the spot. Ha, I did fail in the first half of my life, but you think you will succeed. He was ashamed and annoyed, and stared straight at Lin. I don't deny that your methods are a bit unexpected, but you don't really think that you can make humans forget the threat of mutants by turning the tide of public opinion against mutants a little bit. Believe it or not, Xavier Academy is open for enrollment today, and tomorrow, the human army will enter the manor. This sentence is resolute and decisive. Facing his mocking eyes, Lin smiled slightly. You may not know that Xavier Manor has changed its location, and the human army can't find it if they want to rush in. And when it reappears, it will be a giant that no one can shake. Due to the limitation of information, Magneto obviously couldn't understand the meaning of this sentence. He could only sneer back, in this case, why do you still ask me to be the vice principal? It's very simple. Lin said lightly, although Charles is a respectable elder, he is not an excellent principal. His educational philosophy is too gentle, and he can only cultivate elites instead of warriors. In this regard, Mr. Magneto, you obviously more authoritative. And Xavier's school needs both elites and warriors. As we all know, Hogwarts, where only Dumbledore is the headmaster, has no future. It also needs a Grindelwald. In a way, Magneto and Professor X are the Dumbledore and Grindelwald of this world, fighting each other to no avail for the mutant group. But if their ideas can blend and collide in Xavier's school, the growth rate of the students will be predictable. Lin is very clear that the students of Xavier's school must not be taught to be a group of sheep, nor can they be taught to be a group of war madmen. The combination of the two, with both kindness and thunderous means, is the talent that the mutant group really needs. Then, on this basis, learn all kinds of knowledge and improve various skills to survive in human society. For this, Lin has even found out the third principle. Chapter 41 Mutants' Real Wealth. Xavier's school need both elites and warriors. Magneto was taken aback. Lin's frank treatment made him suddenly wake up. Perhaps there was no conspiracy against Charles. There are no ulterior tricks either. Lin's presence here simply invites them to contribute to the future of Xavier's school and the future of Mutant. That's all. Thinking of this, Magneto's mentality quietly returned to calm. The young man in front of him is obviously also committed to saving the future of the mutant group, but his ideas and methods are different from himself and Charles. He somehow convinced Charles. Now, it seems that you still want to convince yourself? You want me to join your plan? As expected of Magneto, when he really calmed down, he immediately showed a vicious and precise vision. Relief finally flashed across Lin's eyes. This is in line with the image of Magneto in his mind. The one just now was nothing more than a stupid old man who has been imprisoned for too long and lost touch with the outside world. He looked at Magneto with burning eyes, and emphasized again. Xavier's school needs talents like you. While speaking, he waved his left hand lightly, and the magic flames filling the space, the earth locks that trapped Mystique, and the sun vines that bound Magneto, all disappeared without a trace. Rumble. Without the support of the vine umbrella, the building continued to collapse. Countless stones and broken wood fell on their heads, but when they fell on top of the three people, they suddenly turned into flowing water, like thousands of raindrops pouring down. Magneto and Mystique trembled again, and subconsciously raised their arms to resist the rainstorm, only to find that there was no rain on their bodies. All the rain seems to deliberately avoid the location of the three of them. This scene is undoubtedly very visually impactful. Eric. Mystique couldn't help but look at Magneto, only to find that he had followed the leader for decades. After getting rid of the shackles, for some reason, he didn't have any intention of fighting back or fleeing. The old man just looked straight at Lin. Are you not going to use force? I never thought of using strength to force, just like when you were against the X-Men, you never made a dead hand. Lin smiled, although she was young, she had an air of arrogance, because you and I know very well that unless there is enmity between mutants, there is really no need to fight to the death. These words were said from the mouth of a young man, which seemed extremely inconsistent with his age. However, Magneto and Mystique did not feel any disobedience after hearing this. The latter was inexplicably in a trance. She actually saw an aura in Lin. The temperament of a leader. She has seen this kind of temperament in Charles, and she has also seen it in Magneto. In comparison, Magneto has a stronger leadership quality. But at the moment, compared with the young man in front of him, it seems a little insignificant. You want Xavier's school to open its enrollment and appear in front of the world openly, and then what? From the meeting until now, Mystique, who has no nonsense except hands-on, suddenly interjected, do you want to cultivate more X-Men, use the method of fighting mutant crimes, to please humans in exchange for peace? Or do you plan to rely on the Academy? Cultivate an elite mutant army, and finally go to war with humans? Magneto was slightly taken aback. Immediately afterwards, the expression became complicated. Like-minded for decades, no one knows Mystique's character better than him. In order to change the situation of mutant, this woman would not hesitate to pay any price and take any means. She was a rare ruthless person in the mutant group. Speaking suddenly at this moment undoubtedly means she is a little moved. Perhaps it was the strength that Lin showed that was so powerful that she was impressed, or it might be that during this period, Lin's achievements seemed to be more effective than their past decades of efforts. Anyway, this woman is already thinking about Lin's offer. Yes, young man, I would like to know too. Magneto sighed in his heart, but didn't say much, but looked at Lin the same way. Even if you let the whole world recognize the existence of Xavier's school, so what? It's just a school after all. You're wrong, Mr. Magneto. Lin's tone suddenly rose, her eyes were lightning, deep and firm. Actually, neither you nor Charles realized the value of Xavier's school, because you made a fatal mistake from the very beginning. Because of this mistake, the X-Men and the Mutant Brothers will never make it. This sentence is extremely confident. So much so that Magneto and Mystique's attention was firmly attracted. What's wrong? The greatest wealth of mutant has never been super ability. Lin talked eloquently and expressed a completely different point of view from all mutants. Charles cultivated X-Men, and the members are all alpha-level and beta-level mutants, and the mutant brotherhood under your command is not too many at most. Just some gamma-level mutants. Maybe you don't even realize it, in fact, you have been measuring the strengths and weaknesses of mutants by the strength of super ability. But you have overlooked that alpha-level, beta-level, and gamma-level mutants have always been a minority. The number of mutant groups is not large, and you have been relying on a very small number of them. How can you compete with the huge number of humans? How can you reverse the situation of mutant? Same situation as the last time I faced Professor X. Magneto was also stunned when he heard this. This is an angle he never thought of. But now from Lin's mouth, it seems, not unreasonable. What do you mean? When Magneto was in a daze, Mystique couldn't wait to ask. It means that the Delta class, which has the largest number of people in the mutant group and accounts for 50% of the population, is the real backbone of the mutants. Lin's words were sonorous and thunderous. The super abilities of Delta-level mutants are very weak, and they are not suitable for fighting, but their physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. Among them, many people's awakening abilities are brains that are more developed than ordinary people. Hi! Leaving aside the identity of a mutant, do you know what such a person is in human society? Elite. These two words, like two bombs, exploded in the hearts of Magneto and Mystique. And human society has been an elite society since ancient times. The elites control power, control wealth, control resources, control public opinion, control everything. So, if mutant wants to completely reverse the situation of survival and exert the power of Delta-level mutant, it is far more useful than setting up an X-Men or mutant brotherhood to please humans or go to war with humans. It is much more useful. The open enrollment of Xavier's school is aimed at this group of people. In the future, the Delta-level mutant will become the real mainstay of the mutant group. When they graduated from Xavier's school, they dispersed and returned to human society. Can you imagine what's going to happen? Neither Magneto nor Mystique answered this question. They can't help but imagine the picture Lin painted. Then, it's just numb. There is no way, the impact on the world view is too great. Chapter 42 Wilhelm Stryker, Mutant Wants to Shake the Sky? As Magneto said, the X-Men documentary certainly set off a storm of public opinion around the world. But it is impossible for human officials to turn a blind eye. Almost every country reacted immediately, wanting to take X Daily off the shelves and block the dissemination of the documentary at the same time. But they couldn't do it. After the upgrade, Alice is an omnipotent god on the internet. No one can stop her except J.A.R.V.I.S. In fact, after finding out that there was nothing they could do, the officials of Pretty Country found Tony very cleverly, and wanted to use the power of J.A.R.V.I.S. But Tony directly slapped him back. It's not a crime, and it doesn't endanger the safety of the public. What does it have to do with me, Iron Man? Tony wasn't being polite at all. Tang Tang, the president of the Stark Group, is not an official running dog. He had no prejudice against mutants, and after Lin hinted that night, although he didn't really believe that his father was also a mutant, he also had an inexplicable sense of identity with the mutant group. With such a mentality, he even felt that Lin did a pretty good job. Faintly, he still has a feeling. The significance of this documentary is not limited to this. Lin, there's a second hand. As it turned out, after what happened that night at the expo, Tony knew Lin better than most people. The X-Men documentary does have another role. It's a bait. Lin is fishing. Mystique and Magneto are just the first fish to catch. Another fish. It's Wilhelm Stryker. Alkali Lake, a secret base hidden under the dam. The military's Weapon X program has been going on here for decades. As the person in charge of the project, Wilhelm Stryker worked wholeheartedly. Apart from arresting the mutant and finding suitable experimental subjects, he actually didn't care much about external affairs. But the X-Men documentary got here anyway. What followed was the public opinion that turned against Ying Tian outside. Boom! In the office, Wilhelm Stryker angrily threw away his mobile phone and smashed a hole in the computer in front of him. His face was so gloomy that it could almost drip water. You despicable mutant, this is trying to turn the world upside down. There is never a shortage of smart people in this world. He can be entrusted with important tasks by the military, and he is undoubtedly the smartest among smart people. And his attention to mutant is far more than many people. Therefore, he quickly linked a series of events including the X-Men's adventure to save people, the release of the documentary, and the disappearance of Xavier Academy out of thin air. Then draw the conclusion. Mutant wants to reverse his image. This is to want to stand upright in the sun. Humph! Wilhelm Stryker snorted coldly, and the coldness flickered in his eyes. I told those idiots above that mutant couldn't believe it. Only when they are all wiped out can they rest easy. So what about Professor X helping us catch Magneto? How about being friendly to humans? How about X-Men's dedication to fighting mutant crime? It's all just a disguise. But what happened? It's fine if someone in the CIA colludes with Professor X, but someone in the White House plans to form a mutant affairs department, and wants to rely on the power of mutant to solve the mutant problem. It's so stupid that it can't be cured. When he thought that only the military had been spying on Xavier Academy for such a long time, he was extremely angry. So at this moment, seeing those idiots being confused by a mere documentary, he actually felt inexplicably happy. It's just that this kind of fun only stayed for a moment. It was soon replaced by deep fear. Colonel, the current situation is not good for us. The captain in charge of the security of the secret base is Wilhelm Stryker's absolute confidant. He frowned and said, it seems that the X-Daily cannot be removed from the shelves, and there is no way to block the spread of the documentary. If this continues, more and more people will change attitude towards mutant. What's the use of this? Wilhelm Stryker glanced at him coldly. Don't you think, whether or not to eliminate mutant depends on public opinion, rather than depending on the official attitude and the weapons in our military's hands? The captain froze for a moment. His understanding of politics is obviously far inferior to that of his boss. Some ignorant people who don't know the truth, even if they sympathize with mutant, they can't affect anything except spit on the internet. Wilhelm Stryker sneered, that Professor X has never been a smart person. He used to try to please us in exchange for peace, but now he changed his method, thinking that by influencing a little public opinion, mutant can stand in the sun. Ridiculous. He doesn't understand at all. The more mutant jumps up and down like this, the more jealous those officials in the White House will be. Maybe, someone has brought up the Mutant Registration Act now. It has to be said that his vision is extremely vicious. No wonder it can become the enemy of mutant. The captain thought for a while after hearing the words, and nodded thoughtfully. However, the Xavier Manor has disappeared out of thin air now. We captured Professor X and controlled his plan to eliminate all mutants. After a pause, seeing that Wilhelm Stryker's face remained unchanged, the captain added, moreover, that documentary doesn't only affect ordinary people. If there are heavyweights from both the military and political circles, they will feel sympathy for mutant. I heard that on the night of the Hammer Industry Expo, among the audience who were rescued by the X-Men, there were many big shots like state congressmen and consortium leaders. Wilhelm Stryker obviously thought of this long ago. Yet, although public opinion can't turn the sky, it can't let it continue to ferment. He nodded slowly, and pulled out a file from the drawer. Also, to eliminate all mutants, the ability of Professor X is very important, and he must be drawn out. Seeing the photo on the file, the captain's pupils shrank suddenly. This blue-skinned, long-tailed mutant is not an experimental subject of the X-weapon program. Instead, it was captured by Wilhelm Stryker and used the brain fluid of his son Jason to conduct controlled experiments. Jason is a mutant, and his ability creates illusions. Because he couldn't control his ability, he tortured his mother to death. Because of this, Wilhelm Stryker hated mutant deeply. Nightcrawler has been controlled by Jason's brain fluid. So, is the plan to assassinate the president going ahead of schedule? Chapter 43 The Hunt begins. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? A few days later, the Stark Industries CEO's office. When Tony came out of the laboratory, the first thing he saw was Lin sitting on his luxurious sofa, sipping red wine leisurely. I said, "Are you free recently? Why do you run to me every day?" He also poured himself a glass of wine casually. Tony asked with a puzzled face. "Definitely I'm looking for you." Lin snapped her fingers, and there was a burst of movement in the temporary kitchen. Immediately afterwards, an automatically wrapped Rigiamo floated out of it, and slowly flew in front of Tony. Tony is no stranger to the magic of magic. He took the Rigiamo, gnawed it with a mouthful of fragrance, and said with satisfaction, "Don't say that we are partners now, even if we are not, for the sake of the delicious food you prepared for me these days. What's the matter? Just say it." "Not yet." Lin smiled, keeping her gaze on the TV. Suddenly, the TV screen flickered. Breaking news, reports live in Washington. The Oval Office of the White House was attacked by mutant. The President and Vice President were assassinated. When the voice came, Tony's complexion suddenly changed. Mutant assassinated the President? He finished the Rigiamo in a few mouthfuls, and looked at Lin in disbelief. "Don't tell me, this is what you've been waiting for. How is it possible? I am not a prophet, can I still predict?" Lin glanced at him and shrugged innocently. "It's just that the download volume of X Daily has been a bit large recently, and the X-Men documentary has been widely spread. In this case, there will definitely be people who are dissatisfied with this. Just messing around." Tony was dubious. "You mean, someone assassinated the President to blame mutant? We can't talk about putting blame on it." Lin pointed to the surveillance screen shown on the TV. "The assassin is indeed mutant." Tony became more and more puzzled. "Then you came to me for help to find this assassin. It's such a small matter, why bother you?" Lin drank the red wine in the glass, got up slowly, and stretched. "Please trouble the famous Iron Man to make a move. Definitely want to arrest someone." "Looking for me? Arresting people?" Subconsciously, Tony wanted to say "don't make trouble." Although he has just upgraded the steel battle suit to another generation, he still has no confidence at all in the face of Lin's strange magic. It's just to catch a mutant assassin. Maybe Lin doesn't need to do it, right? X-Men can handle it. Still need yourself? Wait. A flash of inspiration flashed in Tony's mind, and he suddenly realized, "You want me to be a witness?" "That's right." Lin nodded frankly. "The X-Men have no law enforcement power. Even if the assassin is caught, it is likely to be said to be a self-directed and self-acted scene to confuse the public. Tony, X-Men's reputation is very important." Tony's expression was somewhat weird. He also collected some mutant information recently, and with J.A.R.V.I.SS ability, even the highest official secrets can be browsed at will, so he knows a lot of secret things. Throughout the mutant group, the major organizations that have appeared, whether it is Hellfire Club, Mutant Brotherhood, or X-Men, all have one characteristic in their work style. Ignore the rules. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, those mutants never seemed to think about seeking rights for mutants within the scope of the rules of human society. But the Lin in front of him is completely different. He took the initiative to integrate into the rules, and even used the rules. This can be seen from what he is doing now. "Alice, connect Katie." Lin took out her mobile phone and first called Shadowcat. "Are you in the academy now? Record a video for Charles and the others, send it to the Mutant channel, and say that the President's assassination is a big deal, and X-Men will be there in a day. Catch the assassin and find out the truth." "Clear." Shadowcat has been waiting for a long time, but there is no hesitation in response. Lin continued, "After the video is released, let Charles use the brainwave strengthening device to find the location of the assassin, and the X-Men will set off immediately." Hearing this, Tony subconsciously wanted to put on the battle suit, join the X-Men, and capture the assassin. Unexpectedly, Lin's next words turned out to be, "Report the case to NYPD, and say that you have found clues to the assassin." NYPD. Tony was stunned, thinking he heard it wrong. You asked the X-Men to go to NYPD. According to the information he has, Professor X seems to have some relationship with the CIA. If he wants to cooperate with the government, he should go to the CIA anyway. How did it get involved with NYPD? Before he could figure it out, Lin had already disconnected, and then made another call. Mr. Eddie Locke, according to our previous communication, if you can show up at the gate of the NYPD headquarters within half an hour, you will get a breaking news that will make the whole world remember your name. Great gift crab special. Mr. Lin, aren't you really kidding me? On the other end of the phone, there was a slightly irritable voice. Although I am a reporter from the Global Daily, although I am eager to be promoted and raise my salary, and become a top reporter, why do you think I will believe that someone who has never met people? A reporter from Global Daily? Tony was getting more and more disorganized. Isn't it just to catch a mutant assassin? Why did you find a reporter? What the hell is this Lin up to? Mr. Locke, you are missing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin said calmly, as a media practitioner, I believe you have read the news, and you know the news of the president's assassination. Before the sentence was finished, the breath on the other end of the phone suddenly became short. Is this news related to the assassination of the president? Eddie Bulletin Locke exclaimed, and then spoke at a speed Tony couldn't imagine. Wait for me. I will show up in 10 minutes. Then there was a series of pinging, and bangs, occasionally mixed with fuck and shit. See Lin hang up. Tony couldn't bear it anymore, watched Lin hesitate to speak, but opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Thousands of words, finally turned into a sentence of emotion. Lin, you're different from all the mutants. It's so different. Chapter 44 Beautiful Detective. How much preparation did that guy Lin do? Facts have proved that for the freedom of the press, money and fame, the media can show amazing efficiency. In just 10 minutes, Eddie Locke stood at the gate of the NYPD headquarters. I don't know how many red lights I ran through along the way. But he didn't care about it. As long as he could get the first-hand news of the president's assassination, his status in the Global Daily would be greatly increased, and there was no suspense about his promotion and salary increase. At that time, money and beauties will have everything. Isn't that why you chose to become a reporter in the first place? And when he arrived at the destination, he found that the NYPD agents who came in and out were all talking about something with their mobile phones. After a little inquiry, he became more and more excited. The X-Men even issued a statement, to catch the assassin within 1 day. His keen intuition as a reporter instantly made him feel that things were extraordinary. Something big is about to happen. He immediately called his boss, and after communicating with him as quickly as possible, he asked the other party to be ready for the on-site connection at any time. Sure enough, only 10 minutes later, a flight with a strange shape flew over from a distance, and then hovered above the street in such an open and above-board manner. The drop valve opened, and figures jumped down in the air. It is the X-Men Quartet. X-Men, what are you doing in NYPD? Everyone who saw this scene was stupefied, although recently, X-Men has gained a lot of fame on the internet, and many people have a good impression of it, and they are no longer as repulsive as before. However, appearing in such an above-board manner in Twisty City still made many people unacceptable. Eddie Bulletin Locke is definitely not one of these people. For him, the big news is the biggest news. What is the mutant? What is the threat to human existence? What does it have to do with him? What surprised him was that after the appearance of the X-Men Quartet, they went to the NYPD to report the crime completely according to the normal procedure. What? Have you found clues to assassinate the president? Already locked the assassin's location. Because the X-Men don't have law enforcement authority, so come to NYPD to report? Let's send someone to arrest. Are you just assisting? After the agents of the NYPD General Bureau knew the purpose of Storm and others, they all froze on the spot. After working for so many years, this was the first time they received a report from Mutant. Haven't the X-Men been fighting against mutant crimes on their own? Why did it suddenly become normal? Are you still following the procedure? But how can there be any special process for this kind of thing? After receiving the report, the director of the General Administration was shocked and stunned, not to mention how tired he was. Now he just wanted to report to the higher UPS and kick this headache to the higher UPS. However, there were so many people outside who saw the X-Men and came to report the crime, even reporters appeared, even the cameras were set up. Is this accepted, or not accepted? Mr. Director, the matter is urgent. Assassins will change positions at any time. We must rush there as quickly as possible. We don't have time to wait for your report to make a decision. You don't want to miss the opportunity to solve the assassination of the president, do you? Phoenix saw the director's hesitation, and said straight to the point, we just need you to send a police detective with a small team of detectives. As soon as these words came out, the director woke up with a startle. Correct. The assassination of the president is a major case that has caused a sensation all over the world. As long as the case is solved and the person is arrested, it is a great contribution to NYPD and to him, the director. As for what to do after catching the assassin, what does it have to do with me? That's a headache for the higher-ups. Thinking of this, the director glanced at the camera in Eddie Locke's hand, and immediately said solemnly, it is about the assassination of the president, and the NYPD has a duty to do so. No matter what happens, we must first catch the assassin. As he said that, he looked at the police detectives behind him, who is willing to lead the team to carry out this mission. All the police detectives looked at each other, all acting like ostriches. They are all old fritters, and this kind of matter involving mutant is simply not something that small people at their level can get involved in. If the assassin is really caught, the chief must be credited. But the detectives who actually carry out the mission, God knows if he will be targeted in the future? Whoever likes to do it will do it, anyway, I won't do it. Almost all the police detectives had this thought in their minds, and they also believed that other people thought exactly the same as themselves. It's just that they didn't expect that, almost at the moment when the director's voice fell, there was a voice of appraisal from the crowd. I go. A beautiful police detective with a slender waist, round buttocks, and long legs came out, dressed in leather and boots, with a determined expression, showing a heroic demeanor. Chief, I am Catherine Beckett, the homicide detective of the 12th Precinct. Lead the team on this mission. All the detectives stared wide-eyed. The inspector of the 12th Sub-Bureau should come to the headquarters to handle business, right? How dare you accept this matter in public? Isn't this a slap in the face of all the police detectives in the headquarters? Want to make meritorious deeds and want to go crazy? It can be seen that this detective named Catherine Beckett has a certain reputation in the NYPD system. After all, as a policewoman, she can be promoted to detective, and she is also the detective of the homicide team, which means she has outstanding ability. What's more, this woman is so beautiful. The superposition of the two has absolutely unlimited future. Because of this, the police detectives couldn't understand her choice. Didn't she understand that catching the assassin was a great achievement, but at the same time, she would also offend many leaders who rejected mutant? The director made it clear that he was looking for the person responsible for it. It is good. Sure enough, when the director saw someone stand up, he ordered without any hesitation, Inspector Beckett, I give you 10 minutes to gather your agents and set off immediately. Yes. Catherine Beckett acted decisively and immediately picked up the phone. Don't be so troublesome, just get on the plane and pick them up. Phoenix said with a smile. She didn't use her mind-reading ability, but she could tell that this beautiful police detective named Catherine definitely had something to do with Lin. Thinking of Felicity and Skyfa, who have already officially started work in the headquarters of the Second World. She couldn't help but her mind faltered for a while. That kid Lin, who has been working on Oasis in the Academy all these years, why does he have contact with so many outsiders? And they're all beauties. How much is that guy hiding? And how much preparation did you make? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 45, Catch a Turtle in a Live Broadcast. The blackbird is flying fast at high altitude. Among the fighters, Eddie Bulletin-Locke's face was full of excitement. He had been allowed to communicate with the Global Daily after arriving at the destination. Global Daily is a media not inferior to Bugle Daily and Planet Daily. It has its own news channel and has a huge number of viewers. Thinking that after the connection, I will appear on the screen and broadcast the arrest operation live to the audience. He trembled with excitement. Such a big event, how many audiences will it attract to watch? The ratings must not explode? After this incident is over, those damned vampires above can no longer stop me from being promoted? The salary I will be given at that time must be in line with the value of this news. In this case, mortgages and car loans will no longer be a problem. And Annie, if you are rich and famous, your marriage will be smooth. Thoughts were raging in his mind. Eddie Locke had already begun to fantasize about a better life in the future, and he was also full of gratitude to Mr. Lin, whom he had never met. He knew very well that Mr. Lin brought all this. Although do not know the other party's purpose. But he can vaguely think of. My own value lies in my identity as a reporter from the Global Daily. So this live broadcast must not go wrong. That Mr. Lin is very likely to be a mutant, and even the leader of these mutants. Just, why hasn't he shown up until now? With such doubts, the speed of the Blackbird fighter suddenly stagnated. Arrived. Storm, who was in charge of driving, said something, then turned his head to look at everyone. The coordinates provided by the professor are here, I'll wait here, you guys can make a quick decision. Don't worry, it will be done in 5 minutes. Wolverine Logan was smoking a cigar, a coldness flashed in his eyes. He has been waiting for this day ever since he regained his memory and had a secret conversation with Lin. His bone claws are already hungry and thirsty. The Nightcrawler is hiding in a remote location, an abandoned church. After getting off the Blackbird fighter plane, everyone went straight into it. Cyclops, Phoenix, and Wolverine were in front, followed by Catherine Beckett with 5 or 6 agents. Eddie Locke was last. As soon as he entered the church, he set up the video camera and started connecting with the studio of Global Daily. Everyone, this is Eddie Locke's live broadcast. As everyone knows, half an hour ago, X-Men issued a statement claiming that within a day, the assassin who assassinated the president was captured. 20 minutes ago, because there was no law enforcement authority, X-Men went to NYPD to report the crime. NYPD sent Detective Catherine Beckett to lead a team of detectives to assist. And now, we have reached the place where the assassin is hiding. The picture was quickly transmitted to the studio. At the moment, outside the daily news studio of the Global Daily, the person in charge who couldn't wait for a long time inserted the picture immediately. As a result, all viewers who watched the channel suddenly found that the program had become news. What's the situation? Why are you interrupting the news at this time? And it's still a live broadcast. Many people were dissatisfied with this, and they wanted to change the channel when they were cursing, but when they heard the voice of Eddie Bulletin-Locke, everyone was stunned. Great gift crab special. This is, the X-Men are hunting assassins. A reporter was involved in the arrest operation? And the whole process was broadcast live. And the NYPD? Countless people's eyeballs dropped all over the floor. They never expected that they could participate in such an important event remotely. They picked up the phone and notified their relatives and friends who were not watching TV. As a result, 1 spread 10, 10 spread hundreds, and the number of people watching the live broadcast skyrocketed at an unimaginable speed. Eddie Bulletin-Locke's boss couldn't close his mouth when he saw the background data. However, Eddie himself, who was at the scene, was calm on the surface and extremely nervous inside. The mutant hidden in the church dared to assassinate the president. As soon as this thought came to his mind, there were bursts of prayers in his ears. At the same time, in the middle of the church, a mutant with a whole body blue, a buttocks, a face and a tail was kneeling on the ground, piously. Confess to God. The gap between this scene and his imagination was so great that he didn't react for a while. And to hear his confession. What is he saying? Sinful. I don't know why it appeared in the White House. I don't know why the president was assassinated. The words of confession coming from the picture are not clear, so all viewers are confused. But it doesn't matter anymore. Cyclops and Phoenix are close. Sir, we are NYPD. Cyclops glanced at Catherine, who nodded and approached slowly with a gun. It's just that before she finished speaking, Nightcrawler's figure suddenly disappeared from her sight, and when she reappeared, she was on top of a tall beam. He can move instantly. The well-informed Cyclops immediately wakes up. Phoenix quickly stretched out his right hand. Psychokinesis launched. Nightcrawler's body was frozen instantly, and an invisible force restrained his whole body, he couldn't even move a single finger. Cool. Eddie Bulletinlock let out a cry of surprise. He thought he would experience a fierce battle, but he didn't expect the X-Men to make a move and take down the target so easily. This news still lacks explosive points. Phoenix controlled the Nightcrawler to slowly descend and float in front of everyone. Out of professional habits, Catherine asked, Sir, you are suspected of invading the White House and assassinating the president, and we are going to arrest you now. She still hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly there was a loud noise from the ceiling, and then, grenades fell like raindrops, scattered all over the church. White smoke gushed out of it. At the same time, dense footsteps came from outside. What's the situation? Everyone who saw this scene through the live broadcast was trembling. At this moment, even a simple-minded person, a thought flashed in their minds involuntarily. There is an ambush. Those smoke bombs are by no means unusual. Not only do they spread extremely fast, but they also contain a strong sleep-inducing function. The X-Men, NYPD, and others in the picture took a puff without paying attention, and they all fell down in unison. The X-Men who captured the assassin was caught by someone instead. Before everyone who saw this scene could react, they saw teams of heavily armed elite soldiers rushing in from all the entrances of the church, armed with various weapons. Most of them went straight to the fallen X-Men. A leader looked at the camera, picked up his rifle, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The audience before the live broadcast subconsciously shrank back. Immediately afterwards, his complexion became extremely strange. The camera was shot and apparently no longer live. The screen is still there. Chapter 46 Get everything in one fell swoop, Lin's method. No one knows, it's on another beam on the right side of the church. Lin, Magneto, and Mystique stood here, condescendingly watching what happened below. A transparent light shield enveloped the three of them. From the outside, it looked empty. Not even the slightest sound could be heard. It turns out that Wilhelm Stryker is your real target. Magneto's expression was extremely complicated. Compared to when he was just released from prison a few days ago, his spirit is much better, but the bewildered expression on his face is even worse than that. It seems that he still can't keep up with Lin's methods. Lin smiled slightly, see. You used the live broadcast of the Global Daily to let the whole world know that it was Wilhelm Stryker who controlled Nightcrawler to assassinate the president, and you used the credibility of the NYPD to convince those who watched the live broadcast that it was true. Magneto deserves to be Magneto. The matter has just begun, and he thought of many things. In this way, Wilhelm Stryker? No, the entire military can't explain it at all, and it will only be swallowed by the anger of the White House, the political circles, and even countless people. Hehe, the military secretly controls Mutant and wants to assassinate the president. This is a scandal that is enough to cause a sensation in the world. When the time comes, the military and the political circles will fall into infighting, and Mutant will be able to clear the suspicion. You can even get unexpected benefits. Because, many people will subconsciously think, are the murders committed by Mutant in the past also controlled by black hands behind the scenes? Are you blaming Mutant too? Every time he said something, Mystique's face changed slightly. Lin nodded. Not everyone is thinking about getting rid of Mutant, otherwise, the Mutant Registration Act wouldn't have remained unpassable. With his hands behind his back, his eyes are calm, but he has a penetrating charm. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, all the prosperity of the world is for profit, and the world is for profit. Those congressmen and politicians who support the Mutant Children Registration Act are just trying to conform to public opinion and win votes. Those who disapprove of dealing with Mutant may not mean it sincerely, and they may just do so, which will not do him any good. But so what? There's absolutely no need for mutants to be hostile to the entire human population. For those like Wilhelm Stryker who only want to eliminate Mutant, we will eliminate them with a backhand. For those who do not reject Mutant, we try our best to divide, win over, and even support them as spokespersons. In this way, more and more friends, fewer and fewer enemies. Mutant wants to walk in the sun dignifiedly, what's so difficult? Magneto and Mystique were speechless for a long time. The worldview formed over the years made them feel that this was an absurd idea, but when they thought about it carefully, they had to admit that it contained great wisdom that they had never thought of. Otherwise, why did Lin achieve results with a little bit of trickery, but they still failed for decades? That's how you convince Charles. Magneto finally understood why Professor X indulged Lin so much. He was thinking about Lin's words, and suddenly thought of something. He looked down at Catherine, who was handcuffed by his own handcuffs, and other police detectives. This woman is the Delta-class mutant you mentioned. Yes, her ability is very weak, but her brain development level is slightly higher than that of ordinary people. Lin nodded, then shook her head again. Actually, the agents under her command are all Delta-level mutants, and their physical fitness is much stronger than ordinary people, so it is easy to enter while deliberately hiding their identities. NYPD, and the elite of it. Magneto suddenly realized. He definitely understood what Lin meant. It's showing him the potential of a Delta-class mutant. It's not about super ability. It's about integrating into human society and controlling more voices. The purpose of bringing Catherine and others into this plan is to let the other party make great contributions, spread their reputation to the White House, and gain huge amounts of prestige in the police circle. Then support him step by step and become the spokesperson of Mutant in the police circle. Then, what about the reporter? Suppressing the throbbing in his heart, Magneto asked again, is he also a mutant? Lin glanced at the unconscious Eddie Locke, and smiled. He's not, it's just an idle move. An ordinary global daily reporter, although valuable, is not too big. But in the future, if he is possessed by venom, that's another matter. Okay, I still have a lot of questions, so I'll just say them all at once. Magneto took a deep breath, looked away suddenly, and stared at Lin with burning eyes. First, how do you know this is a conspiracy? Wilhelm Stryker is using Nightcrawler as bait to lure Charles out. Did you forget that I have been monitoring the prison where you are being held? Lin patiently explained. Wilhelm Stryker often visits you, uses the special liquid medicine developed from his son's brain fluid to control your mind, and makes you tell a lot about Xavier's school, the most of which is, it's a brainwave strengthening device. Magneto's eyes flashed. So what? The brainwave strengthening device can only be used by Charles, so how could Wilhelm Stryker be interested in it? Lin smiled. Obviously, his target is not just the strengthening device, but also Charles. If he can control Charles with brain fluid, he can easily kill all mutants instantly. But now, Xavier's school has disappeared out of thin air, and he can't find Charles. In this way, using the assassin who attacked the president as bait to lure the snake out of the hole is his only choice. Isn't it? Magneto gasped. He became more and more sure of his guess. Transferring Xavier's school was not just for hiding, but also for a more important purpose, which was to lure Wilhelm Stryker. Luring the snake out of its hole. Wilhelm Stryker is the snake. His reaction was beyond Lin's expectations. But how do you know that he will control Nightcrawler to assassinate the president? The more Magneto thinks clearly, the more doubts in his heart. This is the premise of all plans. If Wilhelm Stryker hadn't done this, none of what is happening today would have happened. For this, Lin definitely won't say it because he knows the plot well. He thought for a while and said, there are many kinds of magic, and one of them is a very special branch called prophecy magic. Prophecy. Both Magneto and Mystique lost their voices, which was extremely unbelievable. The two looked at each other and were about to talk again. Lin has already said it for them, you must still want to ask, since I know about Wilhelm Stryker's plan and I am going to use it, why do I let the X-Men make a high-profile statement? In this way, if he gets the news, it is very likely will you notice the anomaly and cancel this operation. That's right. Mystique couldn't hold back any longer, and said, also, Wilhelm Stryker must have known about Eric's escape from prison, he's not an idiot. Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted. Not Lin. It's Magneto. It was because I escaped that Wilhelm Stryker had to carry out this operation, because the only bait he used to lure Charles into the bait, which was me, was gone. When he said this, he looked at Lin's eyes and was completely numb, so, even my jailbreak is in your plan, right? Lin shrugged, non-committal. Mystique gasped. How did the young man in front of him have a brain? From the beginning to the end, Wilhelm Stryker hadn't even met him, and probably didn't even know of his existence, but he had already been played by him, in the applause. Mystique has no doubts that with Lin's strength, he can easily crush Wilhelm Stryker. But he didn't do that. Instead, use what Wilhelm Stryker did to benefit Mutant. Hit the military. Divide humans. Support Catherine. Building a positive image of the X-Men. Further deepening the public's sympathy for Mutant. What kind of means is this? Thinking of this, Mystique trembled uncontrollably, and unconsciously felt a sense of awe towards Lin. She was more excited than ever. This is the worship of the strong in his bones. So, in front of Magneto, she looked at Lin and asked for instructions. The premise of all this is to expose the truth about Wilhelm Stryker's assassination of the president. Now that the X-Men are captured, shouldn't it be time for us to take action? Magneto's complexion changed suddenly. Lin was calm. Who told you that the X-Men were captured? The Demon Heart Girl was taken aback. Looking further down, the situation has changed drastically. Chapter 47 Self-Exposure. It was Captain Adam Robert, Wilhelm Stryker's confidant, who was in charge of the arrest operation. He was born in the Navy SEALs, and his military literacy is extremely strong. His subordinates are also special elites. But after all, he had to face mutant elites like X-Men. Before he acted, he was actually ready to fight to the death. But I didn't expect, things went so smoothly. Could it be that our own preparations are too sufficient? Although the special medicine mixed in those smoke bombs is one of the latest research and development achievements of Worthen Laboratory, its sleep-inducing effect is dozens of times stronger than similar medicines. Even if it is a mutant, as long as it takes a sip, it will be comatose for several hours. Not all of them will be recruited, right? Under the gas mask, Adam Robert frowned, always feeling that something was wrong. Boss, the mutant who stayed outside wanted to come in to save people, but we also got rid of it. The sound from the earphones made him feel a little more relaxed. Either way, mission success is always a good thing. In sight, the team members wearing gas masks acted quickly, took out needles one by one, and injected Wolverine and the others to avoid accidents. Against mutant, they have a lot of experience. After checking it again, a subordinate came to report, "Colonel, everyone has checked, and no target was found." Fuck. Adam Robert cursed fiercely, took out the special communicator equipped with him, and connected with Wilhelm Stryker via video. The connection went very smoothly. Wilhelm Stryker's face appears in the frame. "Adam, mission accomplished." "Yes, Colonel, but Professor X didn't show up." I don't know if it was an illusion, but Adam Robert had a faint feeling that the boss in the video seemed a little different, but he still dutifully reported. At the same time, point the camera at the scene and scan it to let the other party see clearly. "It doesn't matter, I caught the X-Men, don't worry about not being able to find a chance, and draw Professor X out." Wilhelm Stryker seems to have expected this long ago, and was not surprised. "As long as Professor X is captured and his brainwave strengthening device is obtained, we will use his super psychic ability to destroy all mutants at once. Half the battle." "Adam, you've done a great job. I'll report to the higher UPS when you come back from the team, and I'll give you credit for it." Adam Robert was overjoyed. Seeing that the smoke in the church had cleared, he simply took off his gas mask and respectfully saluted the screen. "It's all planned by the Colonel, I'm just performing my duties." "Don't be humble, Adam." Wilhelm Stryker smiled, "Eliminating mutant is my wish for many years. If you can help me realize this wish, I will never treat you badly." "Thank you, Colonel." Adam Robert was very excited, but then frowned again. "By the way, Colonel, there was a little accident at the scene, people from NYPD came for some reason, and there was also a reporter from Global Daily, who seemed to be connecting on the scene." "Live connection." Wilhelm Stryker's face changed instantly. "You let the camera capture it?" "No." Adam Robert shook his head hastily. "We all wore gas masks, and after I came in, I destroyed the camera as soon as I came in, and I definitely didn't get caught." "That's good." Wilhelm Stryker breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as your identities are not exposed, even if the audience saw it, they can only guess wildly. If they suspect us, just refuse to admit it." "Yes, Colonel." Adam Robert nodded, and then asked, "So, what should we do with these people? Should we bring them back together?" "Bring them back? Are you going to imprison them forever?" Wilhelm Stryker sneered. "We used Jason's brain fluid to control the Nightcrawler's assassination of the president. As long as there is a slight possibility of it being leaked, you, including me, will be finished. You don't understand such a simple truth. The killing intent in this sentence is not concealed." Adam Robert was startled. "But Colonel, these people shouldn't have seen us." "So what? Do you dare to bet?" Wilhelm Stryker interrupted without any hesitation. "To eliminate the mutant, we are fighting for the life and death of human beings, and there must be no accidents, not even a little bit." He stared coldly at Adam Robert. "You should know what to do, right?" Adam Robert swallowed. After hesitating for a few seconds, he nodded heavily. "Understood, Colonel. There is also that Nightcrawler, whose value is to assassinate the president, making the White House and the public hate mutant, agreeing to our plan to eliminate mutant. Now that the task is completed, his value is gone, let's solve it together." Wilhelm Stryker nodded in satisfaction, and casually added, "I feel disgusted when I see his blue skin." "Yes." Adam Robert promised in a deep voice, and gestured to his subordinates with his eyes. The subordinates received the order, and although hesitation lasted for a moment, they still picked up their rifles and came in front of Catherine, Eddie, and others. Da-da-da-da-da. After several gunshots, Eddie and others lost their lives in a coma. Soon after, Nightcrawler also ate the gun. This scene fell in the eyes of Wilhelm Stryker. He adjusted his glasses happily. "Pray for me in the church, they died for the great cause of destroying mutant, God will remember them." As soon as these words came out, even Adam Robert and others were soldiers whose bounden duty was to obey orders. they couldn't help feeling sick. But Wilhelm Stryker didn't seem to feel it at all. I'm going to open the champagne now, and when you come back to celebrate, I am extremely excited when I think that all the mutants will be wiped out soon. At this moment, there seemed to be an imperceptible wind blowing through the church. Adam Robert was in a trance for a while, and he didn't know what the reason was. He asked, "Colonel, your son Jason is also a mutant. If the plan succeeds, he will die too. He should have died long ago." Wilhelm Stryker was stunned, and his face suddenly became ferocious. "Since he awakened that damn super ability, the only value is to become my experimental subject. If it wasn't for the hallucinogenic effect of his brain fluid and the ability to control Professor X, you think I'll keep him until now?" A sudden roar resounded throughout the church. Adam Roberts' heart trembled violently. At the same time, the strange feeling in my heart became stronger and stronger. As Wilhelm Stryker's confidant, he definitely knows that this boss hates mutant, and he used his son as an experiment inhumanely, but deep down, he still has some father-son affection for Jason. "Can't you say such a thing? What's wrong?" It was too late to think again, the video had been unilaterally cut off. Adam Robert took a deep breath and was about to lead his men to retreat. Suddenly there was a loud bang above the head. Chapter 48 The End of Wilhelm Stryker. A red and silver two-color mecha penetrated the roof of the church and appeared in sight. Under the sunlight, it looked like a god descended from heaven. The mask was opened, and Tony Stark stood in the air, looking at them blankly. "You, what are you doing? Kindness?" Adam Robert was taken aback, but before he could react, the surrounding scene suddenly changed drastically. The loud noise that Iron Man smashed through the roof seemed to tear open an invisible light curtain. As the light curtain slowly disappeared, Catherine, Eddie and others lying in a pool of blood disappeared like bubbles. The same goes for Wolverine, Phoenix, and others on the other side. Everyone is gone. Watching this scene, Adam Robert and the others were horrified. Everyone subconsciously raised their weapons to look for the target, but only heard a light cough from the corner. They turned to look. The targets that were restrained by them not long ago were all standing there quietly. It's just that the eyes of the X-Men are full of teasing. But Catherine, Eddie, and the others who were clearly dead were shocked. Great Crab Special! Adam Robert was stunned as if struck by lightning. What's happening here? Adam Robert never dreamed that his actions just now, as well as his connection with Wilhelm Stryker, were all broadcast live. The audience saw it. The President and Vice President in the White House also saw it after receiving the news. Even Wilhelm Stryker himself, fucking saw it. Yes. Wilhelm Stryker is a person who is afraid of death, so he didn't personally preside over the operation, but he has been watching the result of this mission in the base. Because of this, after the X-Men released the statement, he had already seen it immediately. With his IQ and city government, he sensed something was wrong at that time, and quickly wanted to cancel the operation, but found that he couldn't get in touch with this action team no matter what. Therefore, like other viewers, he can only watch his subordinates through the live broadcast screen and connect with himself live. Then they revealed all their plans to themselves. Wilhelm Stryker directly collapsed. Fuck. 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 Unprecedented anger rushed straight to his forehead, and he couldn't restrain his whole body from trembling. At this point in the matter, he still didn't understand that this plan to catch the turtle in the urn failed from the very beginning. I am the turtle that was caught. This is a trap for yourself. Fake, fake, fake. Everything is fake. There must be a mutant that I don't know about. It has the ability to create illusions. It dominates all of this, and let everyone see it through the live broadcast. But even so, how did the X-Men know about my plan? They know that I plan to assassinate the president, they know that my target is a brainwave strengthening device, and they even know that my son is a mutant. How do they know everything? What exactly is going on? There were so many questions in his mind that Wilhelm Stryker felt like his head was about to explode. He couldn't accept this scene at all, and almost thought he was dreaming. He can't figure it out. I can only let the anger rampage in my body. And then, panic. He definitely knows that the live broadcast is an illusion, and even everyone in the base knows that he has never left, so he can completely disregard his relationship with the Atom team, and in turn accuse the X-Men of slandering him. But he knew very well that it didn't make any sense. Because it doesn't matter whether the live broadcast is real or not, what matters is the content of the conversation between he and Adam Robert. Every sentence is true. He really took control of Nightcrawler to assassinate the president. His son is really a mutant. Just these 2 points are enough to make him beyond redemption. The wrath of the White House and the people will consume him completely. The real purpose of the other party is to make these 2 things public to the public through the live broadcast. Damn X-Men, damn mutant, damn Adam Roberts. Wilhelm Stryker almost gritted his teeth. Before the live broadcast was completely over, the phones in the entire base rang, and he looked out the glass window. After each soldier answered the phone, they all looked towards his office with strange expressions. He definitely knew who those calls were from. White House. The top military. He can find a way to appease the anger of the former. But the latter. He has no doubt that if such a bad political scandal occurs, the people above will give up on him without hesitation and put all the responsibility on him. The reasons are all there. Your son is mutant, how can you still be in charge of the Weapon X program against mutant? Professor X? No. There must be another person hidden behind him. Clearly even this has been calculated. This is, to kill them all. Thinking of this, Wilhelm Stryker felt that all the strength in his body disappeared, and he slumped on the chair with a bang, knowing clearly that he had reached the end. It's over. Do not. It's not over yet. In the end, it was the ruthless guy who almost wiped out all the mutants. While flustered, Wilhelm Stryker still retained a sliver of reason. As long as I don't go to prison, I still have time and opportunities. Thinking of this, he quickly got up and went straight to the tarmac deep in the base. But the moment he opened the door didn't move at all. Immediately afterwards, a playful electronic sound suddenly sounded on the radio in the base. Mr. Wilhelm Stryker, according to my master, you are not allowed to leave this base right now. After the upgrade, Alice's intelligence level was significantly higher, and Wilhelm Stryker even heard a hint of playfulness, because soon, my master will come to visit. Wilhelm Stryker's face was finally pale. His own base has been invaded? He thought of the weird situation at the church for a moment. Even though the reporter could still connect live, he couldn't get in touch with Adam Robert and the others. It turned out that the other party had not blocked the signal near the church. But on my own side. Blocked in the base. This time, it's really over. Chapter 49 The Inhuman Butcher Must Go to Hell. Wilhelm Stryker was right. With the live connection of Global Daily, all the viewers who watched the live broadcast were blown up. What's the situation? The camera is gone, why is the live broadcast still there? How did the military ambush the X-Men here? It feels like there's an inside story. At the beginning, except for a few people who had a good impression of X-Men, most of the other people were watching the excitement. Even when they saw the video call between Adam Robert and Wilhelm Stryker, many people just thought that this was an ordinary operation of the military. After all, it's normal to be hostile to mutant these days. However, when Wilhelm Stryker himself revealed his plan to capture Professor X and use the brainwave strengthening device to eliminate all mutants, some people frowned slightly. Destroy all mutants in the world? This is too cruel. Although I don't know why the brainwave strengthening device has such great power, but this kind of unscrupulous slaughter of a race is difficult for many people living in the civilized world. Before he had time to think about it, he heard Wilhelm Stryker reveal that he controlled the mutant to assassinate the president. This time, one stone caused 1,000 waves. All audiences are dumbfounded. God, the person who assassinated the president was not a mutant, but a military colonel. Isn't this the same guy in the X-Men documentary who experimented on Wolverine? The Weapon X project he is in charge of has many ordinary people. What kind of grudge does this guy have against mutant? For your own selfishness, how dare you assassinate the president and blame mutant? This is playing us all for fools, stirring up our hatred for mutant, and getting the president to agree to his plan. How dare he do such a big thing as a colonel? Is there any military order behind it? Great gifts and crab specials. From this point of view, the military is stabbing the president in the back. Wow! Countless people were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground, and immediately after that, there was a scene of shooting Catherine, Eddie, and others in the picture. Public opinion exploded from this moment. Then, the image of Wilhelm Stryker changed from an unscrupulous careerist to a murderous demon. That's a detective from the NYPD. There are also reporters from the Global Daily. How dare they? It's crazy. This Wilhelm Stryker is crazy. In the minds of countless people, this idea appeared at the same time, and when they heard that Wilhelm Stryker's son turned out to be a mutant, and became his experimental subject, a chill surged straight to the top of the sky. Then it turned into a monstrous rage. Only then did they discover that the evil of the human heart is far more terrifying than the mutation of genes. The military actually let such an evil person become a colonel, and also presided over such an evil X-weapon program. What exactly is it trying to do? He dared to slaughter all the mutants today, will he point his guns at ordinary people tomorrow? Don't forget, there are many ordinary people in his experimental subjects. The military should be heroes who protect the people, not inhuman butchers. Such a person should go to hell. At this time, there were still some smart people who discovered the strangeness, but they were quickly overwhelmed by this wave of anger. This is something wrong. We can all see the news from the Global Daily, but can't Wilhelm Stryker see it? Why is he still talking to his subordinates? Humph! He must not have read the news. He didn't know that the X-Men found the NYPD and reporters. How is this possible? With such a meticulous plan, will he not pay attention to the mutant channel? He can't even see the X-Men's statement. Ha ha ha, didn't you realize, this guy is a complete lunatic, he is too confident in himself. That's right, he even dared to assassinate the president, what else can't he do? He probably didn't even know that he was being broadcast live. Amidst the heated discussions, Iron Man was born. Immediately afterwards, the illusion arranged by Lin disappeared, and everyone in the X-Men reappeared in sight. Adam Robert and others had ghost-like expressions, which added another dramatic touch to this unprecedented live broadcast. Color. Only then did the audience react. It turns out that the X-Men didn't get caught at all. Let me just say, they are all people with super abilities, how could they be so easily plotted against? So, the pictures just now are all fake? What about Wilhelm Stryker's video call? Could it be fake too? That must be true, just look at the expressions of those soldiers. Only Iron Man saw the real scene, so he felt weird. The news has been broadcasted until now, and there are countless people who watch this channel. The turbulent public opinion has gathered into a stormy sea. At this moment, everyone was staring at the screen intently. They desperately wanted to know the truth, and the best way to get the truth was undoubtedly to catch Adam Robert and others and confront Wilhelm Stryker in court. The appearance of Iron Man is like a referee. This confrontation has been made possible. He can do it. As a result, some people blurted out, some roared in their hearts. Countless sound waves, soundless and soundless, converged into one sound. Grab those soldiers and find out where Wilhelm Stryker is. As if responding to a wave of justice. On screen. Things are definitely going in this direction. Chapter 50 Deadpool debuts. Wilhelm Stryker's backhand. In the church, Adam Robert didn't know what was going on outside. But after he was dazed, he reacted instantly. Got it. Although he didn't know exactly what the trap was like, and he didn't know why Iron Man suddenly appeared. But there is one thing, he has an absolutely clear understanding. The words I said just now must not be spread. Once it gets out, the Colonel will finish playing directly. I will be doomed too. So, without any hesitation, he raised the weapon in his hand, and said two cold words, fire. The trigger is pulled, and the bullet is fired instantly. Da-da-da-da. A dozen special elites inside the church moved after hearing the sound. Densely packed bullets shot at Wolverine and the others from all angles. At the same time, there were also bang and bang sounds outside the church, and smoke bombs were fired in. They still want to kill and silence. The audience who saw this scene exclaimed in unison. But this time, the X-Men obviously won't be dealt with easy like before. I come. Phoenix spoke coldly. Ever since she heard Wilhelm Stryker's plan to use the brainwave strengthening device to eliminate all mutants, her heart was filled with anger and fear. In the depths of the soul, the Phoenix Force surged violently. However, this time, it seemed to respond to her mood. Instead of causing her to lose control of her emotions, it made her ability display several times stronger power than before. She stretched out both hands at the same time. Her left hand faced the bullet in front, and her right hand raised to face the smoke bomb falling in the air. The scene where time seemed to stop appeared again. Even though Adam Robert and others frantically pulled the trigger, none of the bullets could get close to the target. Say. Phoenix raised his eyebrows slightly, and all the bullets quietly turned around, targeting a dozen special forces. Where is Wilhelm Stryker? Adam Roberts will definitely not respond. There was not even a trace of fear in his eyes. Careful! Wolverine and Cyclops noticed this and spoke almost simultaneously. As soon as the voice started, tearing air sounds roared. I saw a series of black figures smashing through the window, turning their bodies in mid-air, and killing everyone at extremely fast speed. There were a total of 7 of these people, all of them were tall and strong, holding long knives, with no expression on their stern faces, and even less expression in their eyes. Like a humanoid machine without emotion. Blade's direction is all directed at Phoenix. Cyclops and Wolverine definitely won't let them succeed. In the blink of an eye, the former presses the eye switch with his right hand, and a dazzling red light shoots out, hitting 3 targets in a row. Wolverine also leaped a few meters, adamantium claws clang and clang stretched out, piercing the chests of the 2 targets in the air. At the same time, he also kicked someone with both feet. 3 in a row, landing heavily. Wolverine makes a move, and the domineering side leaks. What surprised him was that the 2 men in black who had been pierced in the chest didn't seem to notice it, and the long knife in their hands suddenly turned upside down, stabbing one left and one right under his ribs. The same goes for the target who was stepped on, and the long knife was directly wiped towards his neck. Shit! Wolverine cursed secretly. He had recovered his memory, and the scene in front of him reminded him of too many bad memories. These people are the experimental subjects of the X-Weapon project, using my self-healing gene. He quickly reminded loudly. At the same time, raise your right knee and kick away the knife-holding hand of the target under your feet. Then, ignoring the severe pain coming from under the ribs, the 2 claws exerted force at the same time, and with such a powerful force, the bodies of the 2 targets on the left and right were torn apart. Blood gushed out, and the faces of the 2 experimental subjects suddenly turned pale. Their self-healing gene level is very low, and they cannot recover after being severely injured. Wolverine's eyes lit up. I know. Cyclops' angry voice came, and the 3 people who were pierced by his laser light had a big hole in their bodies, and they flew upside down and hit the ground, unable to get up for a long time. He turned his eyes, trying to lock on to the last person. But this person is obviously different from the other 6. Her speed was obviously faster. After landing, she suddenly jumped, and her speed suddenly increased. She threw the long knife in her hand directly, and took advantage of the gap of Cyclops to avoid, and flew in front of Phoenix. Clang! In her hands, bone claws also stretched out. Needless to say, this is also one of the test subjects of the Wolverine self-healing gene, and a higher-level test subject. Death Woman! You don't think I can't activate the ability because I don't have both hands free? Phoenix had a strange look on his face, and didn't make any movements. The psychokinesis had already been activated. The Death Girl's bone claws were about to hit her, but they suddenly stopped in the air. I admit that you are very powerful, but your people are too few. Phoenix was startled, and felt tearing air sounds behind him. But it turned out to be the Nightcrawler that she had ignored, jumping up from the ground abruptly, and stabbing at the back of her neck with its hook-like tail. Turns out this guy was in control all along. Humph! When the time was running out, Jean Grey snorted coldly in her heart, and she was about to activate the Phoenix force in her body desperately. But at the moment, Tony, who had been watching the excitement for a long time, suddenly raised his right hand, and a pulse gun shot out, hitting Nightcrawler. I said, it's still live broadcasting now, and you are so blatantly killing people and silence, don't you think I'm not in your eyes? Tony stood up in the air, complaining with a strange expression. He is very clear that his task today is to be a witness. Didn't expect things to turn out this way. Although I don't know why Lin hasn't made a move yet, but now that he's here, he obviously can't just sit and watch the X-Men lose and lose. After all, countless audiences are watching. Today's big villain is only Wilhelm Stryker. Thinking of this, Tony controls the battle suit, and prepares to make a beautiful dive to end the battle. But at the moment, a red light no less than Cyclops suddenly appeared and hit his chest. Boom! Tony crashed right through the church and flew out. At the same time, a man wearing a red and black battle suit, a mask, and two steel knives extending out of his hands appeared behind Phoenix as if teleporting out of thin air. This is impossible. Wolverine, who happened to turn her head to see this scene, suddenly widened her eyes as if seeing a ghost. I have already killed you. He got no response. But the man with the steel knife glanced at him, his eyes flashed red, and the laser light pierced his body on the spot. At the same time, a figure sneaked in from outside the church, approaching Eddie Locke silently. Apparently, his target was the camera. Obviously, Wilhelm Stryker was really well prepared for this operation. The audience before the live broadcast all gasped when they saw this. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.